his predecessor, Ambassador Sabah Korosi, for his steadfast leadership over the preceding session. Excellencies, trust and solidarity form the bedrock of a functional multilateral order. 78 years ago, the United Nations was founded with the aim of preventing future global conflicts, promoting international cooperation, and maintaining peace and security among nations. The lessons of history are clear. Unwavering commitment to meaningful cooperation and dedication to global peace and security are essential to enhance human existence and prevent the recurrence of past tragedies. As the challenge to global peace, security, and prosperity takes on new dimensions, the lessons of the past become even more relevant. The world stands at the brink, facing conflicts and wars and human-induced disasters, while countless people continue to struggle for a decent existence. Disunity and distrust threaten to paint a bleak future, void of hope and possibilities. Overcoming this predicament demands that we find common ground amidst division. As we gather here today at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we are confronted with the urgent need to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity in order to accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. Only through collective action can we achieve the vision of a better world for all. At the heart of our discussion lies the 2030 Agenda, a transformative blueprint for sustainable development. It serves as a roadmap to eradicate poverty, promote human rights, protect our planet, and ensure that no one is left behind. Yet, as we review our progress, it is evident that we are falling short of our targets, and the global pandemic has further exacerbated the challenges before us. Now, more than ever, we must renew our commitment to the SDGs and take decisive action to fulfill our promises. We are lagging behind. At the midway point of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, it is crucial that we accelerate our joint efforts to make transformative advancements on the SDGs. The latest SDG report paints a somber picture of lost progress or regression on over 30% of the targets, with vulnerable countries facing inequality, poverty, hunger, and environmental degradation. Addressing these imbalances and advancing the SDGs can only be achieved through collective action. To accelerate action on the SDGs, we must prioritize implementation at all levels. This necessitates the alignment of national policies, plans, and strategies with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. It requires robust institutions capable of driving progress and delivering results. It demands innovative financing mechanisms, as well as increased investment in sustainable infrastructure, technology transfer, and capacity building. We must foster an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusive economic growth, while also addressing the root causes of inequality, poverty, and environmental degradation. Furthermore, we must harness the power of partnerships. The achievement of the SDGs requires collaboration between governments, civil society, the private sector, and international organizations. By forging strategic alliances, we can leverage resources, expertise, and influence to catalyze change. South-South cooperation, in particular, holds great potential for knowledge exchange and mutually beneficial development. We must also reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism as the United Nations serves as the cornerstone of our collective efforts towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Excellencies, Seychelles, through processes like the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Voluntary National Review, seeks to consolidate gains from prevailing political and socio-economic successes. We stand ready to share our experiences and strengthen cooperation with other countries. However, rebuilding confidence in the SDGs requires transforming words into concrete actions. Firstly, development partners must deliver on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda by scaling up financing and means of implementing the SDGs. Secondly, international institutions should embrace reform to ensure that the unique needs of vulnerable countries are considered in access to development financing. Seychelles firmly believes in the critical importance of adopting a multidimensional vulnerability index that fully responds to the needs of small island developing states. Thirdly, we need to leverage effective financing mechanisms such as impact investments, public-private partnerships, and debt relief to yield greater results for development agendas like Agenda 2063 and the forthcoming outcome of the 4th SEEDS Conference in 2024. The Secretary-General's SDG stimulus aimed at transforming the global financial system is commendable, and international financial institutions must collaborate to support our collective ambition for a sustainable future. Redressing these imbalances and advancing on the SDGs will only be achieved if we work together. If we are to make progress on our development agenda, we can no longer call what we are facing climate change. The point at which lives and livelihoods are lost with frightening frequency due to environmental disasters means that we are living through a climate crisis. Addressing the climate crisis is no longer optional. It is an immediate necessity. To quote the Secretary General, the era of global warming has transitioned into an era of global boiling, and leaders must lead to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Seychelles is committed to renewable energy and energy efficiency. But as a small island developing state, we lack the capacity and infrastructure to develop these solutions fully. OECD and G20 countries, as major emitters, must take decisive actions to lead in combating climate change. The establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund is a positive step, but its operationalization is crucial to compensate those most at risk. Nature-based solutions, exemplified by Seychelles' pioneering of blue bonds and the blue economy, showcase the potential for sustainable development. Transparent ocean governance offers opportunities for development and environmental protection. In this context, I pay tribute to the bold actions of SEEDS such as Bermuda and Tonga, which have purposefully moved to harnessing wave energy as feasible solutions to independent and clean energy futures. Seychelles will continue the same ambitious approach as we assume the presidency of the SEEDS DOC from Tonga. Furthermore, the Seeds Coalition for Nature, launched by Seychelles, Belize, Cabo Verde, and Samoa, is mobilizing support for ambitious biodiversity targets. This is clear evidence that Seeds continue to lead by example, doing more than our fair share to alleviate the pressure being exerted on our planet. It is through such trust-building cooperation that we will obtain impactful outcomes, as demonstrated by the recent adoption of the High Seas Treaty. Excellencies, to achieve the SDGs and ensure peace, prosperity, and progress, and sustainability for all, we must embrace the interconnectedness of our world. Climate change knows no boundaries, poverty respects no borders, and the quest for peace requires a collective effort. Seychelles, as a nation uniquely positioned amidst the vast Indian Ocean, knows firsthand the significance of global cooperation in addressing climate change, ocean conservation, sustainable development, and maritime security. Seychelles remains committed to its pioneering role in marine conservation, protecting vast areas of our ocean and marine ecosystems. But we cannot succeed alone. We call upon the global community to prioritize sustainability, transition to clean energy, and preserve our ecosystems for the prosperity of all. Last but not least, as we rebuild from the pandemic, we must do so with an unwavering commitment to inclusivity. No one should be left behind. We must invest in healthcare systems, education, and social safety nets that guarantee the well-being of every citizen. We must promote gender equality, empower youth, and create opportunities for marginalized communities. Inclusivity is not just a goal, it is the cornerstone of a just and equitable world. Excellencies, to conclude, rebuilding trust is paramount. Trust is the foundation on which nations cooperate, and it is through trust that we foster meaningful partnerships and collaborations. We must rekindle trust among nations, between governments and citizens, and across various sectors of society. This requires transparent and accountable governance, bolstered by an unwavering dedication to the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. By doing so, we can restore the faith of our people and mobilize their active participation in the pursuit of sustainable development. Our success hinges on global solidarity. The challenges we face are interconnected and transcend national boundaries. No nation can solve them in isolation. Therefore, we must strengthen our bonds of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual support. This includes sharing experiences, knowledge, and best practices, as well as providing assistance to those most in need. The principle of leaving no one behind should guide our actions, ensuring that the most vulnerable among us receive the support they require. Let us rise above our differences and work together for a better world. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is not just an option, it is the only way forward. Together, we can accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, creating a world that embraces diversity, respects nature, and ensures a future of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This year, the World Health Organization declared that the COVID pandemic is no longer a global health emergency. Recovery is well underway, but unfortunately, the starting line was not the same for all of us across different regions. This year's SDG Summit has once again raised the alarm about slow pace of SDG implementation, and I commend the Secretary General for the sharp focus he is bringing to this issue. Developing countries are constrained by a debt crisis, including higher costs of borrowing. This is causing economic disparities to widen and slowing down our collective progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The primary cause of this crisis is high interest rates in developed economies in order to correct for years of quantitative easing. At the same time, developing countries face exaggerated risk premiums for both currency and political risk, which are simply unjustified. We need serious cooperation to address this. In developing countries, we also have a responsibility to be accountable for the quality of our financial governance and the management of our natural resources. Increasing access to finance also requires reform of our global financial institutions. In this regard, we welcome the proposals of the Bridgetown Initiative, as well as the Paris Summit for a new global financing pact. Rwanda also supports the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund to create the fiscal space for vulnerable nations to tackle climate change. Africa and small island developing states, many of which are represented in the Commonwealth, want to work with partners and be part of the solution. That is an important outcome of the recent African Climate Summit held in Nairobi under the leadership of President William Ruto. We see hope from those with the most influence that an end is in sight. Innocent lives are left alone to carry the burden of this instability. That is a profound injustice. The migration crisis is a case in point. Every year, migrants and refugees undertake dangerous journeys in search of a better future. Rwanda remains committed to working with partners, including the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to contribute to a durable solution. This decision is informed by our experience and knowing firsthand the pain of losing everything and not having a place to call home. That is part of our promise to leave no one behind. We continue to need a more effective forum to manage global crises. That's why the United Nations was created in the first place. However, that does not absolutely absolve any country or region of the responsibility to address the governance shortfalls which are the root cause of instability. In this regard, I welcome the Secretary General's report on a new agenda for peace. Bilateral interventions, to which Rwanda contributes actively in various places, can provide a rapid response to a crisis situation. But to have a lasting effect, the need to pave the way for multilateral engagement and international political progress. No matter the amount of troops deployed, their mindset should be to get results which serve the interests of the people on the ground. Paying lip service to peace and getting lost in process and formalities only serves to confirm the selective attention of some in the international community. We still have a long way to go. Africa urgently needs to be fully represented in bodies where decisions concerning our future are made. Just as urgently, Africa must be fully prepared to speak with one voice. Ultimately, a more effective development cooperation framework must give equal weight to everyone's needs and priorities. That is what builds fair and equal partnerships and a more just and peaceful world. That's what we all claim to want, even as we too frequently fall short. In that spirit, allow me to commend the United Nations Development Program, led by Akim Steiner, for the Timbuktu initiative to strengthen the African startup innovation ecosystem. This week, the International Telecommunications Union, led by Doreen Bodan-Martin, together with UNDP, unveiled a major new initiative on inclusive digital public infrastructure. Rwanda is very happy to be associated with these efforts, which show the United Nations at its best. For Rwanda, the source of our solidarity comes from our commitment to never allowing a repetition of the tragedy that was inflicted on us nearly 30 years ago. We continue to remain grateful to all who have accompanied us on our journey as we plan to commemorate the genocide against the Tutsi for the 30th time in April 2024. To conclude, I look forward to welcoming leaders at the third United Nations Conference on landlocked developing countries, which Rwanda will host in June 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Rwanda for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nikos Christodoulides, President of the Republic of Cyprus, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, on the 26th of July 1946, in San Francisco, our predecessors pledged to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. To unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, to settle their international disputes by peaceful means and refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. These pledges were the promise of our predecessors bestowed upon us for the future. The UN Charter, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise, not a reality. If we are complacent in our actions, the words are not worth the paper on which they are written. The horrors of the Second World War, which began in Europe and consumed the world, brought nations together. We, assembled here today, must live up to the obligations prescribed in the UN Charter to proclaim never again. Make no mistake, we bear responsibility to ensure the world does not drift into the horror of war. This is our mandate. Do we have the courage? Do we have the resolve to make peace our top priority, to honor the foundations of the United Nations, and to assure its continued relevance? Our predecessors harbored an admirable sense of their own personal accountability to the future. I believe it is that sense of personal responsibility from the individual that underpins the idea and the reality of a United Nations throughout the world. Our predecessors also knew that the path to peace would be challenging. They had the resolve, the deep belief, the knowledge that it will require the ability of all people to come together to make peace a reality, so that their children and the generations to come, so that our children today will not be scarred by another world war. But they also had the greatest of all impetuses. The world, the leaders that came before us inherited ashes, not institutions. They had no choice but to look to multilateralism, to international law, respect for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all states. Today, as we stand on the shoulders of our predecessors, we remain accountable to deliver on the vision of peace that sparked the creation of this resilient organization. Will we be worthy and equal to the challenge? Can we act with a sense of urgency without which we too will fail? Excellencies, as a historian by training, I believe adamantly that history serves as an invaluable compass, as the most valuable source of lessons. More than 7 decades following the establishment of the United Nations, the war in Ukraine has shaken the world. It reminds us that never again is a rallying cry, a sacred promise that is fragile and one that we need to protect with all of our resolve. Cyprus condemns in the strongest terms any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. We stand on this instance of violation of international law, and on every such instance on the right side of history. Since the very first day of the aggression against Ukraine, The people of Cyprus, a third of them still displaced as a result of foreign aggression against their own country, have displayed solidarity with deeds, not just words, to the people of Ukraine. We do this because we remember. We do this because it is the right thing to do. Excellencies, we call for the immediate cessation of hostilities and encourage the parties to engage in constructive dialogue and negotiation. The world must support this effort not only because history demands it, but also to ensure the world steps back from the edge of a war that could reduce this institution to rubble. Mr. President, the invasion of Ukraine is not the first instance that the use of force was used against a sovereign nation in Europe following World War II. Just like Ukraine, in Cyprus, the UN Charter and international law continue to be violated. In 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus, and since then, 49 years on, occupies European territory, and its people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, continue to suffer the consequences of invasion, occupation, and division. They are deprived of their fundamental freedoms and human rights. Europe, which decades ago witnessed the worst horrors humankind has ever committed against self, remains fractured as long as Cyprus is divided. Born in 1973, only a few months before Turkey invaded Cyprus, I have witnessed my people mourn, persevere, rebuild forever with a burning desire for peace and reunification. The invasion violently displaced hundreds of thousands of Cypriots, and Turkey continues to occupy approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. The families of the missing persons desperately await for information on the fate of their loved ones. The enclaves stoically await the end of the division. One of the lessons we are reminded of by the recent invasion of Ukraine is that in the absence of lasting, viable peace, the resulting fragility can lead to destabilization with far-reaching consequences, not just for the country concerned, but for the region to which it belongs and for the world at large. Ukraine has exemplified in the darkest manner that a threat to peace somewhere is a threat to peace everywhere. In the absence of a peace path and process in Cyprus, there is a serious risk, and one that we have seen materialize in the recent past, of further violations of international law, which create instability and with ramifications well beyond Cyprus. We have witnessed the Turkish military forces perpetrate further violations in Varosha, defense area of Famagusta. Since 1974, Varosha has been held hostage and rendered a ghost town, contrary to UN Security Council resolutions that call for its return to its lawful inhabitants who left their livelihoods, their dreams, and their hopes between those fences. We have witnessed in our maritime zones, and we have witnessed more recently in the buffer zone, where attacks on UN peacekeepers by Turkish forces horrified and alerted us again to the urgency of peace in Cyprus. That is why the resumption of negotiations firmly anchored on the agreed framework is my absolute priority. The current status quo cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future for Cypriots. As President of the Republic of Cyprus, I believe in peaceful coexistence because despite growing up in a divided country, I also grow up in a country filled with hope or reunification, to stories of all Cypriots living together in peace, united by the land they shared. The new generation of Cypriots is also eager for peace, and that gives me hope and courage. Ahead of my journey to New York, I received a plethora of messages from my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, particularly from the younger generation, calling me to exert every effort to reunify Cyprus. My message from this podium to my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, to all Cypriots, is that I hear their call for peace. I understand their concerns, and I assure them that I will spare no effort to make our common dream of reunification and peace on our island a reality. And I want to be able to tell them that the world, the United Nations, the living words of the UN Charter also hear their call for peace. Excellencies, I stand in the General Assembly for the first time, fully aware of the responsibility that has been bestowed upon me to do my utmost to safeguard the future of the Cypriot people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots alike, who want to end the division of their country, to coexist and to co-create. Working towards peace in Cyprus is my absolute priority, and I want to take today's opportunity to also send a personal message to President Erdogan. There is not and never will be another basis for a settlement of the Cyprus question to that dictated by the UN Security Council resolutions. Dear Mr. Erdogan, illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and the use of force cannot be recognized. Cyprus and Turkey are neighbors bound by geography. Peace in Cyprus will send a resounding message of peace in a region and a world that desperately needs it. It will also change the geopolitical map of our neighborhood with a ripple effect in Europe, the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and throughout EU-Turkey relations. Gunboat diplomacy and strong arm tactics belong to the past. They are not the tools of visionary leaders. This is our time to bring the UN Charter to life, a charter of peace between and among us. No one stands to gain from conflict and division. We and the generations that will come after us stand to gain from dialogue, from good neighborly relations. So, Mr. Erdogan, let us work together by a vision of peace. Let us build a brighter future for our countries through dialogue and respect for international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great hall, we all feel the weight of history on our shoulders. The great women and men who have given us this organization and institutions expect us to strengthen them, grow them, and to take personal responsibility for their future. I'm here today with clarity of purpose and determination. The sole effective medium to address this risk of instability generated by the absence of a peace path is to pave one, to foster dialogue through which positions and concerns of all sides can be addressed and discussed in good faith. I stand ready to negotiate boldly and courageously on the Cyprus question in good faith, always within the agreed UN framework that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. At a time when international legality is under attack, international law, the UN Security Council resolutions must prevail. I'm committed to negotiating a settlement that will safeguard the fundamental freedoms and human rights, the interests of all my Cypriot compatriots, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins, all equal. A comprehensive settlement that will allow them to prosper in coexistence and peace, free of any anachronistic dependencies and system of guarantees that have no place in a European country. That is why resumption of peace negotiations based on the agreed framework, preserving the acquis of the previous round of negotiations, is essential. As the UN Security Council has resolved, it is high time for the United Nations to become a driving force of dialogue, by appointing, as a first step, an envoy on the Cyprus problem to explore and prepare the ground for the resumption of negotiations. The United Nations and its Secretary General have the responsibility prescribed in the UN Charter to act as a catalyst for peace in Cyprus. In doing so, it can be facilitated by the European Union, which also has the tools necessary and which has expressed its commitment to deliver so as to reunify its last divided member state. Just like the United Nations, the European Union is also a project of peace. The Union can and must act decisively with all means at its disposal to drive reunification of its last divided member state, and in doing so, contribute to peace in Europe, the wider Middle East, and indeed the world. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this year's General Assembly focuses on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The achievements of the SDGs requires universal efforts and transformative solutions. Climate emergency and climate change know no borders. On our region, the Eastern Mediterranean is especially vulnerable in this regard. The raging wildfires and the floods during the summer are a somber reminder of the fact that we are failing to act at our own peril. We have regrettably all observed nature's wrath from the storming countries of our region and in countries such as Libya, in which thousands so tragically lost their lives. To this end, Cyprus is actively participating in a new international climate change initiative to address the specific needs and challenges countries are facing in our neighborhood to advance mitigation actions. The Climate Ambition Summit taking place today is a critical milestone in confirming our collective political will towards achieving the transition to a climate-resilient global economy. At the same time, recognizing that human rights are essential for lasting peace and sustainable development, we must ensure that they guide the solutions to our challenges. The International Human Rights Agenda is a priority policy for Cyprus, and it is exactly for this reason that we announce our candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-2027. As an European Union member state, we are committed to action against gender-based violence, and we have also joined the Secretary General's Circle of Leadership on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1946, Winston Churchill declared that the dangers and difficulties in establishing conditions of freedom and democracy and permanently preventing war will not be removed by closing our eyes to them, nor by a policy of appeasement to aggressors. What is needed is real action, and the longer this is delayed, the more difficult it will be and the greater the dangers will become. Cyprus is at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, in part of the world that is no stranger to conflict and instability. We are, however, convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East are changing the narrative of being a region in turmoil. We can become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation, an exemplar of the change capable in the 21st century. Cyprus seeks to act as a facilitator for this common vision and has come together with its immediate neighbors, with Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and Greece, building a solid network of cooperation that is underpinned by a vision to make the Mediterranean Sea a sea of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. We shall continue on this path of multilateralism anchored on respect for international legality, and we call on all countries of the region that share these values to join us. This is, after all, the essence of the guiding principles that founded the United Nations 78 years ago. Peace.
I come before you today asking for us all to work together toward peace. It is nothing new or groundbreaking, but it's a world-changing, and we need to remind ourselves every day that it is within our reach and our responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates you on your brilliant election as President of the 78th session of General Assembly. Allow me to use this opportunity to pledge to you the commitment of Namibia to support the priorities you have set out, namely peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Namibia would like to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Shapa Korosi, for steering with diligence the work of the 77th session of General Assembly. Let me state that Namibia agrees with Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who a few months ago said, quote unquote, "Unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been." Therefore, the theme of this session, quote, "Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, progress, and sustainability for all," is fitting. With the onset of COVID-19, the number of people living in extreme poverty rose for the first time in a generation. It demonstrates that the fact at midpoint to the global goals, we face the stark reality that we will miss our goals and targets. This 78th session serves as a clarion call to reset and to work in the true spirit of partnership for better results on the ground. Indeed, the world is in a state of flux, and progress is uneven. Taking cognizance of the interconnectivity between all the goals and targets, we should accelerate investments in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. The terrifying gap between wealthy and the marginalized is not just a moral concern, but also a threat to political stability and harmony. We are therefore duty-bound to create an environment where prosperity is shared and is inclusive. In our collective pursuit of the 2030 agenda, Namibia looks forward with hope and optimism to the Summit of the Future next year as an opportunity to prioritize meaningful reforms that can reinvigorate the global goals to give impetus to the broader system-wide UN reform agenda. Namibia also welcomes UN 2.0 and a quantum of change, aiming to provide the United Nations family with the cutting-edge capabilities in data, digital innovation, and expertise in order to deliver better and effective member states' support to accelerate development. Mr. President, the health of a nation is a bedrock for all developmental activities. This morning, the General Assembly will adopt a political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Pandemics have long been formidable adversaries that disproportionately wreak havoc in the socio-economic fabric of developing countries. These crises go beyond their immediate health implications, unraveling years of development progress, straining healthcare systems, and exacerbating existing socio-economic disparities. We need to change the status quo. To do so, we must end vaccine apartheid. We need to ensure equitable access to health products. We need stronger commitments from healthy countries on technology transfer and on the removal of intellectual property barriers, and on investments in manufacturing to enable vaccine production in the global south. Mr. President, I always say that inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. The continued advocacy for gender equality is a core in our collective journey towards a just and inclusive world. Therefore, advocating for gender equality is not only a matter of fairness, it is an essential step towards unlocking innovation, diversity, and social cohesion. We are indeed proud to be ranked by the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2023 as number eight country in the world for the efforts to close the gender gap. In addition to having 44% female representation in Parliament, we have women in the positions of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and current Deputy Prime Minister has been selected by the ruling party to be the candidate. And very soon after I leave, in a year's time, she may be the one to come and stand here, who is here with us. And 2/3 of our key banking institutions are headed by women. In the same vein, we believe in promoting inclusive and effective governance that ensures that the youth are integrated into decision-making structures to play their part in the future they have helped to shape. Mr. President, rapid advances in technology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence are transforming the global landscape, offering unprecedented challenges and opportunities for growth and development. Therefore, developing countries should not be left behind in this digital revolution. Access to technology can bridge gaps in education, healthcare, and economic development, propelling nations towards progress. We must navigate technological challenges and harness opportunities by fostering an environment that is conducive to technology transfer, technology adoption, skills development, and collaboration. As we march towards COP28 for the final global stocktake, we are acutely aware that the energy transition is not only a necessity for the combating climate change, but also an opportunity for economic development. Consistent with their pledges made at the Paris Climate Summit in 2015, developed nations must provide financial and technological support to enable developing countries to shift to cleaner energy sources without hampering development. 3 years ago, during the 78th General Assembly, Namibia boldly announced its intention to change its economic structure by leveraging innovative financial tools to mobilize sustainable climate financing to combat climate change. 1 year later in Glasgow, Scotland, on the margins of COP26, we announced the development of large-scale green hydrogen projects that will provide the world with the clean molecules needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sections. Today, we have more than 5 such projects under development, looking to deploy more than $20 billion in order to develop our world-class renewable energy potential to give our future generations a fighting chance against warming climate. Mr. President, developing a new synthetic fuels industry in Namibia is not just an opportunity to fight climate change, but indeed offers an unparalleled opportunity for green industrialization. Namibia has now attracted new industries that are looking to make use of the cheap, clean electricity and molecules that shall be produced in Namibia. One such pioneering example is the Oshivala project by High Iron, which plans to use Namibian-produced green hydrogen to deliver the first industrial production of iron at net zero emissions. During the first phase of the project in 2024, an annual output of 15,000 tons of direct reduced iron is planned. Oshivala will be one of the biggest primary production sites of green iron worldwide and is expected to sequestrate 27,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, equivalent to 50% of the carbon dioxide emissions of Namibia's entire power industry today. In order to transport the clean molecules to their final destination, shipping, which is yet another hard-to-abate sector, will also need to deploy innovative solutions. This is why Namibia is now developing green shipping corridors with Mars McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping as we look to map and fund the development of carbon-neutral maritime value chains from production, transportation, storage, and consumption of clean fuels and carbon-free products made in Namibia and traded with the world. We are working with Campaign Maritime Belge, a shipping company from Belgium, with plans to build a clean ammonia bunkering facility in Walvis Bay at a cost of more than €2.2 billion in partnership with Namibia's own Oldhaven lease company. On the 28th of September 23, this partnership named Plenary is expected to reveal plans to construct their first Namibian green hydrogen multimodal service station. I always say that you do not make peace with your friends. You make peace with your enemies. Punitive measures imposed for over half a century on the Republic of Cuba have brought untold hardships that have disenfranchised the Cuban people. The embargo against the Cuban people remains unjust and must therefore be lifted. Namibia appeals to the United States of America to remove the Republic of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as there is no evidence to support such classification. Selective punitive measures against Zimbabwe and Venezuela must also be lifted, as these measures constitute the greatest obstacle to the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United Nations Charter remains an important source of inspiration, reflecting the commonality, agreed upon values of diplomacy and peaceful coexistence. We regard the Charter enshrined rights to self-determination for all peoples as essential. This rings true for the people of Western Sahara. While our right to self-determination has been upheld, the people of Western Sahara continue to remain under occupation. We recall how Morocco supported our right to self-determination, and now we call on them to do the same for the people of Western Sahara. Similarly, the people of Palestine yearn to transition from the inhuman conditions of oppressive rule. Namibia is therefore pleased with the decision of the General Assembly to submit to the International Court of Justice a request for an advisory opinion on legal consequences arising from the ongoing violation by Israel of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Mr. President, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable. By holding hands and by renewing our commitment to multilateralism, we can reverse the worst effects of the unprecedented global challenges of global warming, global inequality, pandemics, and conflicts. By holding hands, we have it within us to act now and to build the world we want. In that world, no one should feel left out. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the world, as we know it, is enduring profound and rapid transformations under the impact of so many challenges which humanity must face. At the same time, against this difficult, very difficult background, we continue to defend our core values, the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism. Our decisions are critical for the future of humanity. We, the leaders, are called on now to take decisive actions for the generations to come in a spirit of solidarity and shared responsibility, and stand up for rules-based international order and for the full respect of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is a direct neighbor to the continued war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and we acted with all our energy to bring a solid contribution to regional and international security and stability. This war demonstrated that the Black Sea needs more global attention, as it is of strategic importance for transatlantic security. Romania also stands for more efficient multilateralism alongside like-minded partners across the globe in the fight for freedom and democracy. Since day one of the war, Romania has acted in full solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people. We will continue to provide safe haven and protect refugees coming from our neighbor, as we did for over 6 million Ukrainians who already crossed our borders. We fully support the Ukrainian peace formula as the most suitable framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace. We also support the pursuit of international law and accountability so that all those responsible for atrocities are brought to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, our region, the wider Black Sea area, must be protected against the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine and its hybrid war and malign interference. Romania has been constantly arguing on the need to keep the so-called protracted or frozen conflicts in the region high on our agenda. Romania has also been at the forefront of supporting, in a multidimensional manner, the vulnerable partners in the region. We have thus offered substantial support to our neighbor, the Republic of Moldova, the country most affected by the war after, of course, Ukraine itself. Ladies and gentlemen, while we work in the present to defend our values, we should also continue to project a sustainable future. We thus continue to actively pursue the 2030 agenda. Food insecurity, energy, and economic instability affect the entire world, and especially the most vulnerable in the global south. By terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports, Russia further exacerbates the global food crisis. We once again urge the Russian Federation to cease blocking the initiative. As a direct neighbor of Ukraine and a responsible and solidary international actor, Romania has played an active role in the global efforts on food security. Since the beginning of the war, we have facilitated the delivery of more than 25 million tons of Ukrainian grain. Romania will not let down our most vulnerable partners who need our support, especially those from least developed countries, including from Africa. We also invest and bring our contribution for African institutional resilience, peacekeeping, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, through our sustainable development strategy, we advance an efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered governance. Our second voluntary national review, issued this July, is proof that we are on the right track, as we already achieved 62% of our national targets for 2030. But as we are keenly aware that globally we are lagging behind, we put trust in the Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Summit of the Future. We are also aware of the importance of financing for development. Romania is committed to increase its official development assistance to 0.33% of its GDP by 2030. Moreover, we will contribute to the European Union's objective to allocate 0.2% of its collective official development aid to the least developed countries. Distinguished audience, the devastating effects of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as energy insecurity and disinformation, are our global concerns. Romania's efforts in combating these challenges are visible. For instance, we are committed to swiftly ratify and implement the Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We were also part of the core group promoting the General Assembly's request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We remain vocal in supporting climate education, a priority for Romania and for me personally. I also strongly believe that the climate and security nexus should be more prominent on the United Nations agenda, including in the Security Council. We hope that the Climate Ambition Summit and the COP28 will mobilize the political will to keep the 1.5 target alive. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emissions reduction while ensuring energy security. Countering disaster risks also requires joint efforts, and the Emergency Platform Initiative is a step in the right direction. Romania actively participates in international assistance missions, shares best practices, and offers training on response measures. In our endeavors, we should use the opportunities brought by digitalization, innovation, and new technologies, as well as the strategic investments in renewables as enablers of sustainable development. At the same time, Romania welcomes the Secretary General's initiative for a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms. Distinguished audience, in the current geopolitical context, the key for an efficient multilateralism is to ensure its successful reform, which cannot be delayed any longer. An enlarged Security Council could include important additional voices from the African group, from various small island developing states, and even from the smallest regional group, the Eastern European one. As we celebrate 75 years since the adoption of the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Romania strongly advocates for strengthening the UN human rights system, including for its adequate funding. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we continue to be an active supporter of democracy, rule of law, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, children's and women's rights. At the same time, the full respect and promotion of international law remain at the very core of our foreign policy. As an example, Romania is advocating for an enlarged acceptance by states of the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and we count on your support for our solid candidature for the World Court. Dear colleagues, next year's Summit of the Future represents an excellent opportunity to find joint global solutions. The Pact for the Future must provide the United Nations with the tools to deliver for us and for future generations. We must stand for our people and for the future we want. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear address by His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome my own President, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the General Assembly, Secretary of the United Nations, Excellencies, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, I'm proud to observe that this august body is under dedicated leadership of our Caribbean sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and that a distinguished citizen and experienced diplomat of that country is at the helm of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, this is my fourth statement to this global body, and since then, I'm afraid to conclude that not much has changed for the better regarding the essential elements of peace, prosperity, and climate in our world. On the other hand, the challenges and crises have increased and deepened. I do not need to mention these crises because we know them all and repeat them every single time we speak to an international and regional audience. And the more important and relevant matter at hand is, what do we do about? We make promises not often kept. We express noble goals, but the delivery is poor. This cannot go on. Business as usual cannot be our mantra. No country is spared of the effects of this crisis, especially developing countries like my own country, Suriname. And no country can solve these challenges alone. It is worth mentioning that we humans are responsible for these crises, and we must take responsibility for them, and we must also express collective leadership to solve these problems effectively. A new approach of the conceptualizing our relationships is needed to adequately address this crisis. A new kind of multilateralism that is more just, effective, and forces us to unite. One that will demonstrate respect and commitment to international law and cooperation. It is therefore of utmost importance to transcend national interests and look to our common goals, and we must put aside ideological differences to constructively deliver for the prosperity of our people and the protection of our planet. We simply cannot expect durable solutions in a rapidly changing world if we do not reset the buttons. Mr. President, as world leaders, we have stressed that upholding firm commitments to international principles and international law, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism are a conditio sine qua non to address these global challenges and threats. The role of the United Nations in defense and upholding of these principles through dialogue, constructive engagement, and concrete action remains crucial. Therefore, a strong, determined, and united United Nations is a must. Mr. President, the multiple global and national crises, such as debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the raging war in Ukraine have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. Limited financial and technical resources had to be allocated for many emergencies just to make sure that no one was left behind. Mr. President, let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. I want to reiterate that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is a real and a daily problem. However, I remain of the view that the earmarked transformation envisioned by the 2030 SDG agenda remains both possible and essential. Mr. President, as we know, food security is a major challenge. And just a few days ago in Cuba, I stressed the importance of science, technology, and innovation to increase food production and optimize the inputs needed to make agriculture more productive. And during my visit, Mr. President, I personally experienced the negative impact of the long-standing embargo, an embargo that does not achieve what it was meant for. The CARICOM Food Security Program is an example to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025 and promote local production with modern technology. Mr. President, the reach and impact of digital technologies will only continue to increase in the coming years, and it is crucial that the benefits of this innovation are leveraged to ensure an accessible, transparent, safe, and secure, digitally transformative environment. To implement this comprehensive strategy in a coherent manner, my country has recently designed and adopted a national digital strategy 2023-2030. Mr. President, the political, humanitarian, and security environment in Haiti is deteriorating. While I appreciate the efforts made so far to assist in finding an immediate solution, much more political efforts need to be made to translate the intentions into real actions. The people of Haiti are looking toward a regional and international community for assistance. At the same time, the Haitian stakeholders, which are divided in opposing groups, must demonstrate the will to dialogue and reach consensus for a way forward in the shortest time possible. Mr. President, another climate conference of the parties, COP28, is on our doorstep. As we are amidst in the reality of the increased intensity of the devastating global impact of climate change. It is regrettable to admit that despite some efforts, the world is still far from reaching the required level of emissions. And to prevent irreversible damage to our global environment and society. And we are bearing the brunt. While Suriname currently is experiencing extraordinary high temperatures resulting in challenges with regard to the availability of drinking water, inland areas are increasingly flooded by heavy rainfall, and coastal areas are threatened by the rising of the seawater level. As a consequence, the people living in remote parts of our vast interior are deprived of work, education, basic utilities, and food security is under threat. As one of the only 3 carbon negative countries in the world, Suriname remains committed and continues to play its part in protecting the planet through national actions, but also through engaging in strategic international public and private partnerships that will contribute to remaining carbon negative for now and also for the future. We cannot go to Dubai in less than 2 months and hear the same analysis, the same stories, the same policies, the same speeches with noble goals, the same promises, and after that, nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes too long to make the required decisions, that will have a meaningful impact and all will improve our living conditions. We need easier access to climate financing to implement mitigation and adaptation policies. We must walk the talk regarding loss and damage. We must join efforts that call for compensating highly forested countries for the so-called removal credits, as these countries so far have acted as carbon sinks for the whole world without any compensation. Mr. President, many of us have raised the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture as the foremost critical issue to address the economic, financial, and environmental challenges faced by developing countries. An integral part of this reform process must include the discussion on new ways of classifying countries. And I ask all of us to contribute to the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index. Mr. President, my country, Suriname, is at the cusp of promising commercial development of newfound oil and gas resources. These developments and also the capital generation will allow us to provide for our population a social, health, and education system that will facilitate increased production in other sectors, creating a sustainable future for the current and the next generations. Suriname has, over the past 3 years, gone through a financial and economic reform process whereby my country people, citizens, had to sacrifice in many ways. Coupled with the COVID pandemic, the impact of climate change, the effects of war in Eastern Europe, and a high debt burden, the impact on the people in my country was even worse. I want to assure that the international community that my government is committed to remain a carbon negative country with an enormous biodiversity pool and a low deforestation level. During the Amazon Summit held last month in Belém do Pará in Brazil, we and 7 other countries have committed to a better management of the Amazon region. We committed to even stopping deforestation by the year 2030. We are committed to the application of high international environmental standards so that the impact of the environment can be minimized. Mr. Chair, we do this to finance our committed transition to an economy that is primarily based on renewable, non-carbon-based energy generation by 2060. I announce with a certain degree of pride that we recently registered our carbon credits for the first time on the UNFCCC registry. That was done with our own, albeit limited, capabilities. And we shall see how the market responds to these new resources. All these commitments are made to contribute to saving the planet and life on Earth. But I call on all heavy polluters to start with this process as well, and not to try to manage tax or punish environmental friendly production in developing countries, which are at least responsible for the climate crisis. Real change must particularly come from the more developed countries. In closing, Mr. President, together, let us harness our collective strengths, knowledge, determination to create a world where resilience and inclusivity are not just aspirations, but realities. Only through joint efforts we can build a future where no one is left behind and where the Sustainable Development Goals become a shining beacon of hope and progress for all. We owe this to the current and future generations, and I appeal to all of us to work constructively and collectively towards a better and a new world order, and to recommit to the original goals of the Charter of the United Nations, but now, ladies and gentlemen, with more dedication, with more passion, and with more love for each other. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Building on the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all. At this important place, allow me to talk about important elements from the point of view of a small yet proud state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For this part, Bosnia and Herzegovina has given support to the 2030 Agenda, especially its goals that to the greatest extent concern the creation of the world and the environment in the United Nations member countries in a way that we as states and their societies are prepared and specially trained to implement all the steps that will lead us to self-sustainable development. However, in today's world, often dominated by war and various geopolitical goals, it will be very difficult to achieve this, at least in a way as it is planned in the 2030 Agenda. For this reason, I specifically wish to emphasize that the first steps which we must start our activities with is the one that will lead us to permanent peace as the world's priority #1, and then to other mutually related activities in order to have our countries and societies ready for solidarity and progress. These activities are by no means easy, and they require lots of wisdom, planning, and good management of all processes and procedures that can lead us to the implementation of the Agenda 2030. If we start from the premise offered by the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which talks about building trust and encouraging global solidarity, then I feel free to point out in few sentences the elements that could possibly make achieving these goals difficult. At the very beginning, I take this opportunity to remind you that migrations are one of the elements of the Agenda 2030, trying to be dealt with systematically and with specific governance. Although the Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2030 recognizes migrants as agents of change and development in countries of their origin, transit and destination, the Agenda primarily focuses on migrants as beneficiaries of Sustainable Development Goals through a higher level of protection of their rights and transparency. Furthermore, the Agenda does not refer to a broader concept of diaspora or to the role that it plays as a possible means of development. This statement, extracted from one of the IOM's documents,
International
Organization for Migration, is most certainly true. But when it comes to the starting point of migration, that is, go out of the field of certain countries, then we will certainly see several things that are undeniably happening. The current form of migration management has reached such a stage where large and powerful countries, for their own benefit, carry out a certain type of selection of migrants in such a way as to select the best and most educated among them, such as doctors, engineers, scientists, and other highly qualified persons, and are ushering them to larger countries where their knowledge and abilities are exploited exclusively for the benefit of these larger systems. In larger countries and larger systems, such selected migrants can be agents of change or bearers of various improvements, but at the same time, the potentials and capacities of smaller countries from which the migrants come from are being weakened. Small countries, in addition to losing their best quality personnel, are also losing all investments made, including the financial ones, the investments made in creating these highly qualified profiles. Of course, it is completely clear that there is such a form of migration in which large groups of people are trying to escape war and horrors of war. But there is also what we call economic migration, through which migrants are being directed based on their potential and capacity. In both cases of migration, large countries and their larger systems are the ones who are doing the selection and choosing the best profiles of migrants in line with their needs and aspirations, while at the same time, systemic weakening of small countries from which the migrants come from is taking place. So what do I mean by this? In short, it is difficult to talk about building trust while larger countries and their large systems are taking over the population of smaller countries through migration, and simultaneously smaller countries are emptying out, resulting in the creation of an environment in which poverty develops and completely prevents any form of development in economic and social sense. Thus, a direct attack is made on the possibility of creating prerequisites for self-sustainable development in smaller countries. From the point of view of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very easy to provide additional arguments and proof confirming this matter. In my country, there is a significant outflow of population going to larger and more developed countries, mostly to countries we view as Western democratic countries. While investigating why our people, Bosnian and Herzegovinians, decide to leave their country and look for better living conditions in some other countries, we came to a conclusion that the fundamental reason for their departure is their conviction of the lack of perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina. When we took into account that our people have stated as one of the basic shortcomings of the perspective in their country, we saw that it refers to how, specifically, the political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina does not entail complete democracy, but rather a form of ethnocracy, or a system in which elections for government institutions, exercise of power, distribution of jobs in the state, even in the real sector, are primarily based on ethnicity as a prerequisite. In such a system, you usually don't have the best people in key positions, people who, with their knowledge and abilities, can build a political, economic, and social system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the contrary, you have ethnically and politically suitable staff who can hardly be expected to lead the overall progress of the country. This value system has been going on for a very long time. In such a system, the key jobs are not performed by the best and most qualified people, but by the politically and ethnically suitable ones. The current political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina, based exclusively on ethnic and then on political affiliation, completely degrades democracy as an important principle for creating an environment with equal opportunities for all people. Such a system, which guarantees participation in government to certain political actors and their ethnically based political parties, has the form of former and current totalitarian systems in which power is exercised in an autocratic manner through autocratically inspired political actors. As a result of this unfinished political system, we have a slow development of the country while such politics obstruct what, in my opinion, is one of the key goals of my country, its path to membership in larger supranational systems such as the European Union or NATO alliance. The irremovability or particularly difficult replaceability of the authorities creates such an environment where even the authorities themselves no longer work for the benefit of their citizens because they feel that there is no need for such a thing. The distribution of power and social power is already guaranteed to them in advance by system itself, a system based on ethnicity. Our current political system is skillfully used by our Western and Eastern neighbors and through ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they claim national rights. They are running Bosnia and Herzegovina not with the primary aim of helping the members of these ethnic communities, but with the aim of dividing Bosnia and Herzegovina or making it meaningless as a state. Our two neighbors, through the ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they strive to claim every right, even 27 years after the aggression they had carried out over Bosnia and Herzegovina, are in this manner making an attack on the sovereignty of our country, which makes it almost completely impossible to have any democratic development of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This practice also violates the minimum of interstate trust, because unfortunately our neighbors are not investing sincere energy with the goal of building interstate cooperation, but are rather investing energy in weakening our state. This is a visible problem, which extends to the entire region of the Western Balkans, where there are different ideas, plans and intentions to change the internationally recognized borders, to reorganize the region into something that has no point of contact with democracy. For such activities and policies, neighboring countries very often have, at first glance, surprising and unexpected support from countries that we consider to be democratic liberal states and societies, but certainly also from those that are not democratic, and that we recognize today as aggressor states with authoritarian regimes. Regretfully, there are many, both in the East and the West, who believe that their barely hidden support for those who want to completely control and ultimately divide Bosnia and Herzegovina will bring stability to the Western Balkans. We, who represent the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina here at the United Nations, believe that this will not bring either stability or progress in the Western Balkans. Our neighbors cannot divide Bosnia and Herzegovina amongst themselves without entering into mutual conflict. We will certainly not allow the division and disappearance of our 1,000-year-old state at any cost, no matter what anyone thinks about it. That is why we believe that it's in the interest of the United Nations, if peace is to be preserved in the Western Balkans, to support the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its institutions. If the United Nations wishes to preserve peace in the Western Balkans, then it should support those who have not violated democratic and civilization norms, who have not committed genocide, who were not part of joint criminal enterprises, did not destroy people's lives because of their ethnicity, did not destroy other people's temples or shrines, did not advocate revanchism or revenge. If such support is absent, then the responsibility and blame for this destabilization does not lie with us, who will certainly not calmly and idly observe some new attempt to destroy our Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, The fundamental problem of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies in the inequality of citizens in the political and electoral system, the result of which is an ethnic system of governing the country, a system that is destined to be conflictual in itself. In addition, the ethnic system of exercising power in my country continuously creates space for nepotism and corruption in all segments of society, especially in government institutions. As a consequence of the ethnic system of exercising power, we have a nepotism in the selection of people to perform the most important political and economic jobs. The ethnic political system in my country is the one that generates and encourages nepotism and corruption the most, and nepotism and corruption destroys social cohesion and trust within a society the most. That is why we, for decades, have not been able to create a society of equals, and with that, a society of equal opportunities, because with the employment through family connections and corruption pertaining to most important positions, one loses hope on the possibility of having positive perspective. From this place, I want to ask an important question, and allow me to do this. How is it possible to build and achieve trust that will lead to the creation of prerequisites for development when we don't actually have enough democracy in our country? When our right to democracy is being taken away, and when an embargo to democracy is being imposed upon us, which leads citizens to great uncertainty and is the reason why they often decide to leave the country. The latest interventions of the international representatives in Bosnia and Herzegovina, like the intervention of the High Representative, by means of legal violence and the suspension of the entity constitution for 24 hours, which is an inconceivable precedent in the democratic world, did not remove obstacles to the normal functioning of the state, but rather strengthened the undemocratic ethnic principle and deepened the discrimination of citizens in the constitution and the electoral law. Democracy is the most important segment for building trust, both in our countries and globally. It is very important, in order to create prerequisites for self-sustainable development, that the transition in these societies ends as soon as possible, through the transition from former totalitarian autocratic systems to a system based on full democracy. That is why we expect the support of actors from the international community, even though they occasionally resort to undemocratic tools, while they occasionally completely deny the possibility of developing democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the sake of their goals. Of course, we are fully aware that there is a number of countries, members of the United Nations, with which such history and historical context, that they are not interested in democracy and its development. On the other hand, some indicators tell us that over two-thirds of the countries, members of the United Nations, are oriented towards democracy and its development, so my point of view is oriented in that direction as well. I wish to add another important element here, which is indispensable in building trust for self-sustainable development. It is achieving a system of full human rights, which, as its final outcome, offers a society of equal people, equal citizens, and as a result of that, we can have a society of equal chances with open perspectives for everyone. If you do not have a system of equals, that is, equal citizens, then it will be difficult to build trust in such a system, especially in a still post-war society such as in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Particularly, if you have in mind that our society has suffered aggression from our Western and Eastern neighboring countries, a direct consequence of which were the committed atrocious war crimes and even the crime of genocide. Such scenarios for Bosnia and Herzegovina continue to be implemented through political means this time, in peacetime conditions, while continuously asking for support from various parts of the international community. At the same time, and regardless of the aforementioned scenarios, our obligation is to create internal prerequisites for building a society of equal people and equal citizens, and one of the basic tools that will enable us to avoid the possibility of future conflicts. Contained within the judgments of the eminent courts that deal with the protection of human rights, such as the European Court of Human Rights, there is a valuable resource for building a stable society in which the risk of internal conflict is reduced to a minimum.
Ali se I potencijalno agresivnim politikama susjednih zemalja iz ruku oduzima efikasan mehanizam za narušavanje teritorijalnog integriteta I suvereniteta To u najkraćem znači
from neighboring countries. In short, this means that we in Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to change the entire paradigm within society and shift from ethnic political representation to civic political representation, which is a standard in a democratic world. We must use this opportunity to draw attention of the United Nations on something that is, in my opinion, and I'm sorry to say this, a very uncivilized stand of the government and the Prime Minister of our neighboring country, who have rejected the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in the latest judgment in the Kovacevic case, and have stood up for the very principles that were rejected in the mentioned judgment, like the political principle of legitimate representation based on ethnicity, which is a generator of inequality among the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the means by which the neighbors undermine the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was done in such a way that it can be qualified as an interference in the internal affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The disrespect of the judgments of the international courts, as could be heard from the Prime Minister of a neighboring country, is reminiscent of the attitudes towards international law that Vladimir Putin has built in the case of Ukraine. However, this is not only about having a negative attitude towards the international standards of the United Nations, but also a policy towards Bosnia and Herzegovina conducted by its neighbors. Only when civic political representation is accepted in Bosnia and Herzegovina through the implementation of the judgments of the European Court, and when in parallel the attacks on the sovereignty of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina from the neighborhood stop,
live service. This is the primary audio.
The 9,421st meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, upholding the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter through effective multilateralism, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, distinguished presidents, prime ministers, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite representatives of Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belarus, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Croatia, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Germany, Greece, Guatemala, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Italy, Kuwait, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Mexico, Montenegro, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Panama, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Korea, Romania, Sierra Leone, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Turkey, Ukraine, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to participate in the meeting. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council. His Excellency Mr. Bujar Osmani, Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and His Excellency Grand Chancellor Riccardo Paterno di Montecupo, Sovereign Order of Malta. It is so decided. I also propose that the Council invite His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations of the Holy See, to participate in the meeting, in accordance with the provisional rules of procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. The delegation of Russian Federation has asked for the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, you were hasty in saying the words, "it is so decided." We had two questions. First and foremost, we wish to ask you on what basis you propose to give the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, the floor before members of the Security Council speak, many of whom also are represented at the level of heads of state and government. And my second question, the second question I wish to pose is, on what basis are you inviting the Minister for Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia to today's meeting in the capacity as the chair of the OSCE?
So I take note of the remarks made by the Russian delegation, and in response, I would like to confirm that notice of the planned speaking order was given to all Council members in advance, and in my view, it would have been preferable had this procedural matter been resolved at a technical level prior to the start of this open debate, so that we would have been able to proceed immediately to the substance of our deliberations today. I wish to recall that paragraph 33 of Presidential Note S 2017-507, agreed by consensus, states, and I quote, "When non-members are invited to speak to the Security Council, those who have a direct interest in the outcome of the matter under consideration may speak prior to Council members if appropriate." End of quote. Given the subject of today's open debate, we believe that inviting President Zelensky to speak before Council members amply confirms to paragraph 33. Moreover, giving the floor first to President Zelensky will provide the opportunity for Council members and the other member states participating today in such impressive numbers to respond to his remarks. Previously, in February of this year, the Russian delegation raised the same issue and was assured by then the Council President that ample precedents exist of non-Council member states taking the floor before Council members. Several cases were cited at that time, and others could be mentioned. I would add that at each of the previous 5 Security Council meetings in which President Zelensky was invited to participate, he spoke before Council members. I want to assure our Russian colleagues and everyone here that this is not a special operation by the Albanian presidency, but a continuation of a long and well-established practice of this Council, and today's speaking order therefore is in full conformity with the Council's guidelines and practices. As for the second question, I have a certain difficulty to understand what's the problem, because OSCE has an important role and is here because of its contribution to this meeting considered of essence. Yes, the OSCE representative here is an Albanian from North Macedonia, but if you would be more explicit what's the problem, I would be happy to help you.
With pleasure, Mr. President. We do not believe that the arguments that you have advanced are compelling. There are a number of the members of the Security Council that will be represented in the hall today at the head of state level. You tried to explain why the Ukrainian president is being prioritized. However, the procedure, this has nothing to do with the procedure for the Security Council. You can understand the logic. When we discussed Somalia here, the president of Somalia spoke first here, but he was the only president from among those present. There are indeed precedents related to other files on the Security Council's agenda, and a specific practice has unfolded linked to the specificities of certain regions, which has nothing to do with the situation in Ukraine. I would like to warn you that if today you bang the gavel thereby implementing your decision, the Albanian presidency will be tainted with an egregious precedent of violating existing practice in the Security Council, established practice for the benefit of one delegation, which time after time continues to demonstrate with support from the West that their rules don't apply to it and everything is permissible. From the beginning, Western members of the Security Council 3 times pushed through the participation of Vladimir Zelensky in Security Council meetings through video link. This constitutes a blatant disregard for the authority of this key body. Leaders of other states find time in their schedule to travel in person to New York and to speak before the members of the Security Council. Over the course of the 75 years of the existence of the organization, the emergence and presence at the Security Council, speaking before the Council, was viewed to be a privilege. The same applies to statements from the lofty tribune of the General Assembly, instead of which, during the last session, during the special session, the representative of Kiev decided to speak through video link. At the same time, Western delegations alleged that last year Vladimir Zelensky was unable to leave the country due to extraordinary circumstances. These circumstances, nonetheless, did not prevent him from traveling to the U.S. to visit Washington, and yet he did not deign at the time to travel personally to the United Nations. Colleagues, consider the violation of the president of the practice of the work of the Security Council is fraught with risks of undermining the authority of the Security Council, which they are trying to transform into a one-man stand-up show. And for this, the Albanian presidency convened an open debate. In this debate, a large group of supporters from among NATO countries, and it is clear for many, at least for most, that today's meeting will be nothing more than a spectacle. I would like to stress for protocol and for those who are trying to distort our position, we do not object to the participation of the Ukrainian president in this meeting, but this needs to be done in line with the rules of procedure and existing practice, according to which countries invited under Rule 37 speak after the members of the Security Council, especially when both members of the Council and a number of other representatives under Rule 37 are representatives of the head of state and government level. Turning to the participation of the Albanian foreign minister and of North Macedonia, apologizes the speaker, as a current chairperson in office of the OSCE. Our being appalled at this has nothing to do with his nationality, sir, and we objected to his presence in this capacity, and we informed the Albanian presidency about this yesterday. We failed to understand. As far as we understand, there has been no discussion of this or any open discussion of the building or in Vienna, the headquarters. There was no discussion. According to approved principles by the Permanent Council of the OSCE, any statements of chairperson in office, the Secretary General of the OSCE, or official representatives authorized by them need to be in line with their mandates, and they must not depart from the consensual position of the OSCE. If the Albanian presidency insists on allowing Mr. Osmani to speak during today's meeting, we believe that he can voice only the consensual position of this organization. I would note separately that the OSCE, due to the destructive approach adopted by Western delegations, has long not been in any way contributing to the process of resolving the Ukrainian crisis, but it has only been exacerbating the situation. We see this in attempts to advance and push through in a way that runs counter to practice. Mr. Osmani's participation by Western delegations, their attempt to advance one-sided rules of the game as part of the rules-based order. We urge members of the Security Council to adopt a principled position in this issue and to speak out against such approaches. We regret that the Albanian presidency has demonstrated blatant disregard regard for consensual and practices of the Security Council. They have placed their NATO political and ideological beliefs above the obligations of the President of the Security Council, which is a guardian for the procedures and should adopt an impartial position. Unfortunately, Albania has been unable to manage this today. Thank you.
I must say that coming from you, all this lecture of violating the rules in this building is quite an impressive shoot. But as far as you repeated many times that the violation here is about President Zelensky speaking before the Council members, there is a solution for this if you agree. You stop the war and President Zelensky will not take the floor. So what made him here important and what makes important for all of us to hear him first and then discuss is made from you, not from us. Thank you very much. I take note and will continue with our session. You want the floor again? Okay.
Господин председатель, хочу обратить ваше внимание, что вы сейчас выступаете в роли председателя Совета Безопасности, а не в национальном качестве представителя Албании. Ваша задача вести заседание так, как предписано правилами процедуры Совета Безопасности, а не давать политические оценки в своем качестве председателя Совета Безопасности.
I just responded to you after you addressing me as the Albanian Prime Minister and after you continuing to say incorrect things about what the procedure is here. If you don't want me to answer as an Albanian Prime Minister, don't provoke me as such. Anyhow, let's keep going now. The security again, okay?
Mr. President, I turn to you only as the President of the Security Council. Not once did I turn to you as the Prime Minister of Albania. Once again, I stress, I'm engaged in a procedural dialogue with you, not in a substantive dialogue. Please refrain from political assessments at the beginning of your statement at the Council.
Yeah, it was you that talked about NATO, about Albania being in NATO, about NATO countries coming here, so all this has nothing to do with my role as President of the Council. Anyhow, can we now, with your permission, continue normally the session? Thank you very much. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of agenda. I wish to draw the attention of Council members to document S 2023/653, a letter dated 6 September 2023 from the Permanent Representative of Albania to the United Nations addressed to the President of the Security Council. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Gutierrez.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the United Nations Charter is our roadmap to a more peaceful world. The tools and mechanisms founded on the principles of the Charter are a how-to manual to resolve conflict. Together, our collective efforts over the years have contributed to preventing war on a global scale and saving millions of lives through peacemaking and preventing diplomacy, UN peacekeeping operations, disarmament and non-proliferation efforts, humanitarian and development programs, and activities to promote human rights. Cette semaine, le sommet sur les objectifs de développement durable
the Sustainable Development Goals Summit agreed a rescue plan
objectif qui
for the
constitue un outil
SDGs,
essentiel
an
pour
essential
prévenir les
tool
conflits
to
et les
prevent
crises de toutes
conflicts
sortes.
and crises of all
Le
kinds.
multilatéralisme fonctionne,
Multilateralism works.
il est essentiel
It is
et
essential
efficace.
and effective.
Mais les outils, les mécanismes multilatéraux s'affaiblissent face à la montée des tensions et des défis géopolitiques. Certains cadres multilatéraux échouent, tandis que d'autres, dont on a besoin de toute urgence, n'existent pas encore. Le nombre de décès liés aux conflits a presque doublé l'année dernière. Les opérations de paix des Nations Unies sont soumises à une pression sans précédent. Le désarmement nucléaire est à l'arrêt et il n'existe aucun cadre mondial adéquat pour faire face aux menaces et les nouvelles technologies vont peser sur la sécurité. J'exhorte les États à aller plus loin et à faire mieux pour renouveler leur engagement vis-à-vis des obligations de la Charte des Nations Unies, à utiliser l'ensemble des outils diplomatiques qu'elles mettent à leur disposition, à donner la priorité à la prévention des conflits et des crises et à tenir compte des propositions de nouveaux cadres et outils présentés dans le nouvel agenda pour la paix. Mr. President, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in clear violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, is aggravating geopolitical tensions and divisions, threatening regional stability, increasing the nuclear threat, and creating deep fissures in our increasingly multipolar world. All this comes at a time when cooperation and compromise for multilateral solutions are needed more than ever to tackle challenges from the climate crisis to unprecedented levels of inequality to disruptive technologies. The United Nations organs have been clear in condemning the war. The General Assembly overwhelmingly approved a resolution demanding that Russia leave Ukraine, and the second rejected Russia's effort to annex Ukrainian territory. I have consistently and repeatedly called for a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, in line with the Charter and international law, for Ukraine, for Russia, and for the world. Russia's invasion was followed by relentless, systematic attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure and services, including health and education facilities. The war has killed or injured tens of thousands of civilians, destroyed lives and livelihoods, traumatized a generation of children, torn families and communities apart, devastated the economy, and turned vast areas of farmland into deadly minefields. Attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure must stop immediately. Nearly half of Ukraine's population, some 18 million people, need humanitarian assistance and protection. More than 6 million Ukrainians have fled the country. The United Nations has worked collectively to mitigate the impact on people, both in Ukraine and around the world, and to support civilians. Our humanitarian programs have stepped up, distributing aid to more than 8 million people this year, in partnership with over 450 humanitarian organizations, half of them Ukrainian. The International Atomic Energy Agency has established a presence at Zaporizhia nuclear plant and other major Ukrainian nuclear sites to monitor safety, security, and safeguards. Together with the International Committee of the Red Cross, we successfully organized the evacuation of civilians from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol last year. Evidence of shocking and widespread human rights violations has been documented by UN agencies, including conflict-related sexual violence, arbitrary detentions, summary executions, mostly by the Russian Federation, and the forcible transfer of Ukrainian civilians, including children, to territory under Russian control or to the Russian Federation. This documentation is vital for accountability. And accountability for all human rights violations is crucial in line with international norms and standards. Mr. President, the war contributed to an unprecedented surge in global food prices, threatening millions with hunger and poverty. Starting in July 2022, we succeeded in mitigating that impact through the Black Sea Initiative and the Memorandum of Understanding between the UN and the Russian Federation. During its one-year period of operation, the Black Sea Initiative, together with Memorandum of Understanding on facilitating exports of Russian food products and fertilizers, helped to reduce global food prices by over 23% from the record high reached in March last year. The Black Sea Initiative enabled the export of nearly 33 million metric tons of grain and foodstuffs and allowed the World Food Programme to transport 725,000 metric tons of wheat for humanitarian aid to countries including Afghanistan and Somalia. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, the United Nations delivered solutions on several of the most challenging areas of trade facilitation for Russian food and fertilizers, with continuous work on the remaining issues. We deeply regret that Russia ended its participation in the Black Sea Initiative in July of this year, and that immediately upon leaving, Russia launched a bombardment of Ukrainian ports and grain storage facilities on the Black Sea and the Danube River. Attacks against terminals and grain stores are unacceptable, and such assaults must end. Civilian shipping in the Black Sea has also been threatened. Further escalation could instantly shock the markets and destabilize the region. Volatility and uncertainty have already returned to international grain markets, while supplies from the harvest in Ukraine pile up. The bombardment is also undermining our efforts in the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Russian Federation. It has led many of those whose goodwill is needed, notably in the private sector, to question whether there is any real interest in returning to the Black Sea Initiative. We remain engaged with all parties, aiming to ensure safe and secure exports of grain and fertilizer from Russia and Ukraine, and these must be put on a stable footing without the repeated threat of interruption. I'm grateful to the government of Turkey for its contributions and urge all member states to support our efforts. Mr. President, the United Nations continues to work towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the Charter, international law, and the resolutions of the General Assembly. I urge all countries to do their part to prevent further escalation and to lay the foundations for sustainable peace. We are fully committed to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This war is already causing limitless suffering. Its continuation risks further perilous escalation. There is never an alternative to dialogue, diplomacy, and a just peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for this briefing, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякую.
Thank you.
Шановний пане прем'єр-міністр Рама, дякую албанському головуванню за організацію цього засідання. Пане генеральний секретар, шановні пані та панове, від старту повномасштабної агресії, розпочатої державою, яка досі чомусь серед постійних членів Ради безпеки ООН, минуло вже 574 доби болю, втрат і боротьби. Росія вбила щонайменше десятки тисяч наших людей та зробила мільйони біженцями, зруйнувавши їхні дім. Світова більшість визнає правду про цю війну. Це злочинна та неспровокована агресія Росії проти нашої нації, що має на меті захоплення території та ресурсів України. Але не тільки це. Держава-терорист має на меті своєю агресією підірвати всі дамби міжнародних норм, які мають захищати світ від воїн. Я вдячний усім світі, хто визнав агресію Росії порушенням Статуту ООН. Україна здійснює своє право на самооборону, допомагати Україні у цьому зброєю, застосуванням санкцій, здійсненням всебічного тиску на агресора, голосуванням за відповідні резолюції означає допомагати захищати статут ООН. Резолюції Генасамблеї підтверджують факт, що єдине джерело цієї війни – Росія. Втім, це нічого не змінило для Росії в ООН. Але саме такі ситуації змінили все для ООН. Ми маємо визнати, організація в глухому куті щодо агресії. Людство вже не покладає надій на ООН, коли йдеться про захист суверенних кордонів націй. Лідери світу шукають нові майданчики, альянси, які могли би зменшити катастрофічний обсяг проблем, які тут, у цих стінах, зустрічають риторику, а не рішення, зустрічають прагнення компромісів з вбивцями, а не захист життя. Життя варто захищати безкомпромісно, аби захист був успішним. Але я не був би сьогодні тут, якби Україна не мала пропозицій саме щодо конкретних рішень. Вчора у виступі перед Генасамблеєю я сказав про те, що українська формула миру стала основою, на якій можна модернізувати наявну архітектуру безпеки в світі, щоб повернути реальну силу статуту ООН і міжнародного порядку, заснованого на чітких правилах. Хочу представити деталі конкретні, важливі дії на основі формули миру. Йдеться про пункт 5 формули миру. Його назва – виконання статуту ООН та відновлення територіальної цілісності України і світового порядку. Всі у світі бачать, що саме робить ООН недієздатною, на жаль. І у цьому кріслі в Раді безпеки, яке Росія займає незаконно через закулісні маніпуляції, після розпаду Радянського Союзу сидять брехунці, чия робота виправдовувати агресію та геноцид, що їх здійснює Росія. І всі дії ООН, чи то Ради безпеки, чи то Генасамблеї, які могли би зупинити цю агресію, розбиваються об привілей, який дає це крісло агресору. Вето в руках агресора – ось те, що загнало ООН в глухий кут. Зараз, якою б нацією ви не були, народом, який налічує сотні мільйонів людей, або малою нацією, нацією, яка героїчно захищає свою незалежність, або країною, чий давній досвід незалежності може допомогти іншим, державою, яка потребує допомоги, чи нацією, яка може реально допомогти, державою, яка спирається на свою армію, або такою державою, для якої статут ООН, а не її армія, є першою та останньою лінією оборони. Ким би ви не були, наявна система ООН робить вас все одно менше, ніж право вето, яке є лише у кількох та яке використовується одним – Росією, на шкоду всім іншим членам ООН. Цими днями в Генасамблеї дуже часто звучить слово «нерівність». І про нерівність говорять різні нації, і ті, хто більший, і ті, хто менший. Саме нерівність робить зараз ООН недієздатний. Мені шкода, що Рада безпеки ООН зараз це лише найбільш помітна у світі трибуна, і я вірю, що ООН здатна. Я знаю, що ООН здатна на більше. Я впевнений, що статут ООН може реально працювати заради миру, заради безпеки в глобальному масштабі. Але для цього багаторічні розмови про проекти щодо реформування ООН повинні стати процесом, конкретним процесом реформування ООН. І має йтися не лише про представництво тут, у Раді безпеки. Застосування права вето – ось що потребує реформи. І це може стати ключовою реформою, тим, що повертає силу статуту ООН. Шановні пані та панове, 574 доби повномасштабної російської агресії – це 574 причини для змін в цій залі. І голосів за такі зміни насправді мільярди. Абсолютно більшість людей в світі прагне світу без агресії. На противагу усім нам є лише одержимі в Москві. Вето не має слугувати зброєю для тих, хто одержимий ненавистю і війною. Ми бачимо в ООН зростання підтримки ідеї, що у випадках масованих жорстоких злочинів проти життя людей потрібна добровільна відмова від права вето. Але бачимо також, що Росія з власної волі не віддасть колись вкрадений привілей. І саме тому Генеральній асамблеї ООН треба дати реальну можливість долати вето. Це перший необхідний крок. Якщо війну неможливо зупинити через те, що всі зусилля блокуються вето агресора, чи того, хто потурає агресору, потрібно виносити це питання на розгляд Генеральної асамблеї за умови набрання 2/3 голосів, які відображатимуть волю націй із Азії, із Африки, з Європи, з обох Америк, з регіону Тихого океану. Глобальної кваліфікованої більшості вето має реально долатися. І така резолюція Генасамблеї повинна бути обов'язковою для виконання всіма державами-членами. Другий крок. Рада безпеки ООН має бути повністю підзвітною перед націями світу. Я вітаю пропозиції різних лідерів розширити представництво націй в Раді безпеки. Коло постійних членів Ради безпеки має відображати сучасність і справедливість. Україна вважає несправедливим, коли мільярди людей не мають свого постійного представництва в Раді безпеки. Африканський Союз має бути тут постійно. Азія заслуговує на ширше постійне представництво. Не може називати нормальним, коли такі нації, як Японія чи Індія або ісламський світ досі за бортом постійного представництва у Раді безпеки. Варто зважати на зміни, які відбулись в Європі. А саме Німеччина стала одним із ключових глобальних гарантів миру та безпеки, і це факт. А отже, факт і те, що Німеччина заслуговує на місце серед постійних членів Радбезу. Латинська Америка має бути тут представлена постійно, і держави Тихого океану. Втім, не можна обмежуватись увагою лише до тих, хто в топ-кріслах. Потрібне розширення участі і доступ до роботи Радбезу, Ради безпеки та її допоміжних органів для всіх членів Генеральної асамблеї, яких не визнано агресором. І водночас будь-яка участь будь-якої держави-члена Радбезу має призупинятися на час, коли така держава в порушення статуту ООН йде агресією проти іншої будь-якої нації. Третій крок. Потрібна система превенції агресії через раннє реагування на дії, спрямовані проти територіальної цілісності та суверенітету держав. Настав час це зробити. Націям світу варто погодити такий механізм реагування на агресію для захисту інших, який би кожен хотів для власної безпеки. Російське вторгнення в Україну показало, що саме може бути таким механізмом. Серед іншого, потужні санкції проти агресора. І не лише на етапі, коли вже відбулася Буча, але й на етапі, коли збирається армія вторгнення. Кожен, хто хоче почати війну, має бачити ще до своєї фатальної помилки, що саме втратить, коли почне війну. Питання про застосування превентивних санкцій має виноситись на розгляд Ради безпеки ООН автоматично. Українські солдати зараз своєю кров'ю роблять те, що Рада безпеки ООН має робити своїми голосуваннями. Зупиняють агресію та захищають принципи статуту ООН. А тепер, що стосується територіальної цілісності. Цей елемент статуту ООН, нашої формули миру, невід'ємно пов'язаний із питанням про очищення суверенної території держави від окупантів. Окупація – це бездонне джерело тротилу під міжнародним порядком, заснованим на правилах. Тож я наведу приклад конкретних дій, які мають бути реалізовані, аби архітектура безпеки була міцною. На прикладі України. І дуже конкретні речі. Конкретні, як і ми, українці. Перше. Повне виведення усіх російських військових та військових формувань, включно з Чорноморським флотом Росії, або тими дірявими коритами, які від нього залишаться за час війни, а також виведення усіх найманців та квазівійськових формувань Росії з усієї суверенної території України в межах наших міжнародно визнаних кордонів 1991 року. Друге. Повне повернення України ефективного контролю над усіма нашим державним кордоном та виключною економічною зоною в Чорному та Азовському морях, а також Керченській протоці. Власне, тільки виконання таких двох пунктів матиме результатом чесне, надійне і повне припинення бойових дій. Шановні пані та панове, реформа таких міжнародних інституцій зазвичай робилася за результатами великих трагедій, результатами великих воєн. Ми не маємо чекати, коли завершиться ця агресія. Діяти треба вже зараз. Наше прагнення до миру має зробити реформу. Коли я готував українську формулу миру, я брав силу для її пунктів
underpinned its points by the principles of the UN Charter. Only the principles of the UN Charter and resolutions adopted by the General Assembly. This is precisely what enables the Ukrainian peace formula
ставати глобальною. Нації, які долучаються до роботи з формулою, усвідомлюють, що працюють заради міжнародного порядку, заснованого на правилах, заради захисту територіальної цілісності та суверенітету держав, захисту людських прав, недопущення агресії, геноцидної політики. Природньо, що епіцентром такої роботи має бути ця зала Ради безпеки ООН. І в ще більшій мірі зала Генеральної асамблеї. Якщо для цього треба провести реформу інституцій ООН, значить треба не боятися реформ. Ми готові спільно з членами ООН, які беруть участь у формулі миру, працювати над відповідними проектами резолюцій та поправок до статуту ООН. Я хочу, щоб для усіх в світі було чітким, що саме Україна пропонує, коли звертається до націй світу із закликом приєднуватися до спільної роботи над реалізацією формули миру. Кожна держава може проявити своє лідерство в рамках того чи іншого або кількох чи усіх пунктів формули миру. Формуємо групи згідно із пунктами формули миру, в яких працюють радники лідерів держав з питань національної безпеки та дипломатичні представники. В групах визначається перелік рішень та нормотворчих пропозицій, які мають бути імплементовані, щоб відповідний пункт формули миру був реалізований. Ми готові провести установчий саміт лідерів, далі 10 конференцій на рівні радників, дипломатичних представників, голів парламентів згідно із 10 пунктами формули миру. Згодом ці проекти, підготовлені радниками, виносяться на розгляд лідерів держав на відповідному заключному саміті. Таким чином, всі нації світу, які поважають мир, можуть реально взяти участь в поверненні саме миру. Співпраця – це завжди ключове слово для України в міжнародних відносинах. Саме це слово ключове саме для миру. Тож, хай панує мир, хай сильніші стають наші з вами інституції і наша з вами співпраця. Я вам дуже дякую за можливість звернутися, дякую за запрошення, дякую за увагу. Слава Україні!
I thank His Excellency President Zelensky for his briefing, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, distinguished representatives. Thank you all for being here today. The presence of such considerable number of dignitaries speaks to the very high importance of the issue at hand. Thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks. They resonate with and reflect the values and principles of our organization. President Zelensky, I'm grateful for your presence here at such a tragic moment in your country's history. Your strong words translate the pain of your compatriots and convey very clearly, together with your firm determination, the grit of your people and the unwavering hope of your nation. Excellencies, while today the world needs more than ever an acute sense of responsibility from all of us to confront the multiple challenges and threats facing our planet, conflicts, unconstitutional seizures of power, climate change, devastating floods and unforgiving droughts, including unpredictable and severe wildfires, what we witness instead is more and more disruptive attitudes, reckless acts, and growing conflictuality within and among states. In many parts of the world, the examples of force have proliferated, while the force of example has become a rarity. Who could have imagined, until not long ago, that in the third decade of the 21st century, a disastrous war started by a permanent member of this Council would put Europe at risk by brutally undermining all the principles that gave birth to the United Nations? Who could have imagined, until only a few years ago, that an unjustified, unjust, and unprovoked military aggression of a big country against a new democracy would not be immediately, promptly, and universally condemned by all the nations who gather here and share the same goals and principles? How to understand the yes, buts, or calls on both sides with arguments in order to avoid calling a spade, and which refuse to call a brutal aggression by its only and real name, a man-made tragedy that is inflicting untold suffering to the Ukrainian people, but also reverberating across world regions, hurting growth, raising prices, and threatening with hunger and starvation hundreds of millions of people. An aggression in the heart of Europe cannot be Europe's problem only, as some think, as some say, or as some whisper. Cynics may think that Ukraine is just a problem dropped on the lap of the democratic West to deal with, and they even mumble that what goes around comes around, implying that this is a natural payback for what might have happened before, elsewhere, in other times. Is it? Really? I invite everyone to think twice. This war of aggression must be everyone's business. Let me remind us by paraphrasing the tragic account by Martin Niemöller. First they came for Georgia. I did not speak out. Then they came for Crimea. It was not my country, so I did not speak out. Then they came for the whole Ukraine, but I was not Ukrainian, and I did not speak out. And then they came for me, but there was no one left to help and defend me. As we speak, there have been more than 26,000 civilians that have passed away. Tomorrow the number will be higher, and it will increase every other day for as long as this war continues. Given the inexcusable nuclear saber rattling that keeps coming time and again from different layers of the Kremlin, one is right to fear that one day, God forbid, this madness could turn into something far worse. And don't forget, as unimaginable today as this war was yesterday. Excellencies, we have a duty to help those in need, and in this respect, Ukraine and Ukrainians. We may differ, of course we may differ, on how to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom and dignity. We may have different views on how to end this war. Let's discuss them. But it would be an insult to the intelligence of this organization if we fail to unanimously recognize and say loudly who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed. It is the same sharp difference between war and peace as Tolstoy would remind you. Go back and read him. If we fail to admit this crystal clear truth, we are not only letting down Ukraine and its people. We are failing our core responsibility, compromising the future, and betraying all our children, from Brazil to Spain, from the Arctic to the Southern Pole. The struggle of Ukraine is also the struggle of everyone who aspires to live in a world where nations are free and equal, where territorial integrity is undisputable and their right to live in peace is unquestionable. The contrary is not only short-sighted, but utterly dangerous for everyone under this roof. This is why everyone has to do its part. Albania is a small country. Our continued support to Ukraine may not change the dynamics on the battleground, but it contributes to not rewarding aggression, to not accepting annexation, and not letting the obvious become dubious. And again, I repeat, We may differ on how to deal with this. We may have different views on how to go towards peace. But how possibly we can have different views on who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed? Excellence, le devoir principal du Conseil de sécurité est d'agir, et ce de manière décisive, au nom du monde entier,
on behalf of the entire world and
on ne peut
in the
pas en
service of the
vouloir
world.
à ceux, toujours plus
We
nombreux,
can well understand
qui se demandent
those who are
mais que
many in
fait-il
number
le Conseil de
who
sécurité?
ask, what is the Security Council
L'usage
doing?
abusif du droit de veto
The abusive
a
use of the
tristement
right to veto,
pris le Conseil
sadly,
de sécurité en otage.
has held
Il
the
l'a
Security Council
paralysé.
hostage. It has
Mais
paralyzed
il ne
the
l'a pas réduit au
Council,
silence, quand
but
même,
it has not reduced it to
comme en
silence.
témoigne cette réunion.
As we can
Nous ne
see,
pouvons pas accepter que la force
the
des
proof
règles
is here in this
et des
meeting.
valeurs
The force of
qui nous
rules and
réunissent
values bring us
soit
together.
remplacée par la règle de la force
They should not be
et des
replaced
antivaleurs.
by rules of
Nous
force
refusons d'être complices
and
d'un bouleversement dangereux
with the
de l'ordre
rejection of
mondial
values.
dont les
The
conséquences ne
world
peuvent
is
qu'être
dangerously
imprévisibles, sinon tragiques
tipping
pour tous.
into what could become a
Excellencies,
tragedy
let me
for all of
conclude
us.
by recalling the experience of the Western Balkans. We have seen where the path of brutality can lead to, and the tremendous costs it brings for all, including for the perpetrators. History has confirmed that those who saw war as a shortcut to achieve their goals ended up regretting it forever. Russia has tried many times to use, or better, misuse, the changed reality in the Western Balkans, particularly the birth of the Republic of Kosovo, to justify their neo-imperial dreams and the subsequent nightmare they have exported in Ukraine. No matter how hard one may try, Kosovo, whose independence has been sanctioned by the International Court of Justice, Chapter 14 of this Charter of United Nations, International Court of Justice, cannot serve as a pretext for territory grab or illegal annexations. If today a lasting peace in our region is within reach, this has to do first and foremost with the lesson learned that the most efficient way to overcome the past and shape a common future is through cooperation, not through division, by promoting free movement of people, goods, services, capitals, not by raising artificial barriers, by building bridges for our kids to enjoy freedom and prosperity, whatever their language, whatever their race, whatever their nationality, not erecting walls for our ghosts of the past to seek and hide in endless blame games. I'll end with this. The preamble of the United Nations Charter calls on us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Important decisions are never a matter of chance. They are always a matter of choice. Albania has made its choice to stand for peace, development and progress, to stand with the aggressed, not with the aggressors, to stand with and to stand for Ukraine. Thank you. I resume now my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador.
Su Excelencia Edi Rama,
Your
Primer
Excellency
Ministro de
Edi
la
Rama,
República de Albania
Prime
y
Minister of the
Presidente
Republic
del
of
Consejo de
Albania and
Seguridad.
President of the Security Council.
Permítame primeramente felicitarlo por la impecable conducción del Consejo de Seguridad
I would
durante
like
este
to
mes de
thank you
septiembre.
for your
Le
conduct of
agradezco
the Security
además por
Council
convocar
during
este
this
debate
month.
central cuando estamos por cumplir 19 meses
It
desde el
has
inicio de
been
la
almost
agresión
19
militar
months
contra Ucrania. Destaco
since the
también
beginning of
la
the war of
exposición
aggression
del
against
secretario
Ukraine,
general Antonio
the
Guterres
briefing
y
provided
apoyo
by
su
Secretary General
permanente llamado
Antonio
a la
Guterres
Federación de Rusia para que
continues
le
to
dé a la
appeal to
paz
the Russian
una
Federation
oportunidad.
to give peace an
Esta guerra
opportunity.
no puede continuar un día más.
This war cannot go on yet another day. The Russian Federation must immediately suspend its military operations in accordance with the order of the International Court of Justice, the ruling of that court, the highest
del 2022.
legal system
Y es que esta guerra prolongada,
in the world on the 16th of March 2022. This prolonged war was initially denied and was called a mere special military operation. In addition to destroying Ukraine, costing the lives of thousands of people, it is undermining the very purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, in particular that of territorial integrity. At the origin of this organization, when this organization was built, we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to preserve and spare future generations from the scourge of war, and to that end, to practice tolerance and to coexist in peace as good neighbors. On that basis, the United Nations Charter was built. It is unique. Ecuador has said this before, and we would insist on this point again today. There is not a charter for the South and another charter for the North, nor is there a charter for the West and one charter for the East. In all languages, the content of the charter is the same. It is one and indivisible. There is not one version in Russian and a different version in Spanish. In no case is the use of force to be used against the territorial integrity or the political independence of a state, or to be used in any way which runs counter to the purposes of the United Nations. How can we uphold the principles and purposes of the UN Charter for effective multilateralism and at the same time invade a neighboring country or not condemn that invasion, maintaining indifference or complicity? On the contrary, to defend the territorial integrity of states means that we must respect and implement the provisions of the UN Charter. We must maintain international peace and security, not to aggress a third state, and to abstain from voting in disputes where we're a party. There are those who say that the crisis of peace and security is due to supposed shortcomings in the Charter, but no reform, no new international framework will be sufficient for peace and security if states are not determined to respect and implement these higher principles.
Para el multilateralismo,
what a fatal blow for multilateralism to have a military invasion of a neighboring country. This war, which has impacted the dynamics and the work done in this Security Council, continues to undermine trust in the UN system.
Más allá de las dificultades que enfrenta este órgano para lograr una respuesta concreta, debo destacar la enorme contribución de las Naciones Unidas con miles de personas y socios humanitarios en el terreno brindando asistencia de emergencia, en particular a mujeres y niños. Reconozco los esfuerzos del Secretario General en materia humanitaria, incluyendo en lo que fue la iniciativa de los cereales del Mar Negro y que llamamos a que se retome. Señor Presidente, estimados colegas, existen narrativas corrosivas que pretenden justificar esta guerra, pero ninguna justificación tiene asidero jurídico.
with any legal foundation. We have been told, for example, that the invasion of Ukraine is
a una supuesta conjura de países de Occidente para debilitar a Rusia.
Group of countries of the West aiming to weaken Russia. We've been told that Russia is acting in self-defense in the face of anti-Russian policies
a ciertos habitantes
with regard to some inhabitants or against Russian culture. But what greater act of xenophobia or disregard for one's neighbor than to carry out a war against one's neighbor? There's little truth
en el denominado sur global.
In
Basta con mirar el patrón de votaciones de la Asamblea General al momento de adoptar las resoluciones sobre la integridad territorial de Ucrania, con una mayoría absolutamente clara. Por supuesto, no hay veto que detenga la fuerza de la Asamblea al momento de defender la integridad territorial de sus miembros. Y esa mayoría no es una mayoría de alineamiento como ciertas partes pretenden. El Ecuador rechaza toda invasión independientemente del país que la cometa, más aún si ese país ocupa un puesto permanente en este hemiciclo. El secretario general Boutros Ghali afirmaba que solo un poder puede imponer el orden a un caos. Ese es el poder de los principios que trascienden las percepciones cambiantes de la conveniencia a corto plazo. Señores y señoras, entre los cientos de miles de personas que habían huido de la guerra, estaban cerca de 1 millar de ecuatorianos, muchos de los cuales debimos evacuar en el marco de operaciones de emergencia con un equipo de apoyo en Ucrania y los países vecinos. Ellos fueron de los primeros impactados por las graves consecuencias humanitarias de la invasión que año y medio más tarde se sigue deteriorando, con millones de personas forzadas a salir de sus hogares, siendo las más afectadas las mujeres, las niñas y los niños. Esta guerra además sigue teniendo consecuencias globales, exacerbó la amenaza nuclear, agravó la inseguridad alimentaria global y afectó las economías, en particular de los países en desarrollo. Por todo lo anterior, llamo a los miembros del Consejo a que de manera individual y colectiva redoblemos nuestro apoyo para que los esfuerzos y buenos oficios del secretario general puedan profundizarse en lo humanitario y en lo político, de manera que se pueda avanzar sin más demora hacia una paz justa, basada en la integridad territorial y en los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to His Excellency Mr. Lasso Mendoza for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Mr. President, I thank you for making me a part of this important meeting on how we can uphold better the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, with the unfortunate tragic events in Ukraine serving as a backdrop. I'm grateful to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for making a compelling case of the shared benefits we derive as member states when we choose to be peace-loving, as required by the Charter. Mr. President, none of us here in this chamber can claim not to be aware that our world is in a troubled place. The sharp differences in geopolitical competition among major powers and the intense convergence of the crises in the world, particularly of conflicts, climate change, inequality, unconstitutional changes of government, and unsustainable development, have undermined global trust and solidarity and unraveled the common logic that has prevailed since 1945, which is, it is better to suffer the inadequacies of the multilateral system for the greater good than to pursue the chaos of the unknown for national advantage. In this context, and being mindful of the reality that neither geographic boundaries nor political ideologies have been able to isolate any state from the burden of the prevailing crises, Ghana continues to hope in earnest for an end to the war against Ukraine and for the construction of a future marked by peaceful coexistence, mutual cooperation, and brotherly relations between the two neighboring countries. Indeed, the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine is plainly wrong, and we have said so on many platforms. The war has had an increasingly devastating toll on the people of Ukraine and the rest of the world, particularly for those of us in Africa, and has challenged our shared values of international peace and security. The turnings of the war have constrained collective efforts in reintegrating multilateralism and impeded common approaches to confront effectively several complex challenges of our time. For those of us in Ghana, however, the unfolding situation is not a lost cause. Whilst we are rightfully distressed by what is happening around us, we believe that together we can still mitigate the challenges of the unknown if we are prepared to cooperate for a peaceful, careful, managed process of the reform of global institutions that would redistribute fairly responsibilities and authority to reflect the present realities of our world. We also believe that history has a lesson to teach, and the painful lessons of the two previous world wars inspired the solemn commitments made by the founders of the United Nations to refrain from the use of force in their relations among states. That common understanding to replace force and might with the rule of law, cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes underpins the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and remains valid if we are to avoid a Hobbesian state of affairs in interstate relations. We must thus work together strongly to reverse the growing fragmentation of our world and the elevation of nationalist ideologies and actions above commonly accepted rules. Violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and attempts to normalize such violations or selectively apply the rules of international law and the Charter would only undermine the promise of the past and the hope for future generations. It is in this regard that Ghana continues to be a firm advocate for dialogue and diplomacy in resolving the Russian war against Ukraine. We do not do so because of want of a resolution of the dispute at any cost, but united in our belief with many others, we believe the only pathway for a comprehensive, peaceful, and sustainable resolution of the dispute is one that must be just and based on the Charter of the United Nations and international law. In taking a principled position on the conflict in Ukraine, Ghana has been concerned about the ramifications of the war on the global community and multilateralism. We therefore welcome the opportunity that the new agenda for peace provides, which is to reset our common understanding on how, among others, we relate with each other as states, can reinforce the peremptory norms of international law that have provided us stability for almost 8 decades, and find new ways of addressing old challenges that continue to undermine states and the sovereignty of nations. Mr. President, in support of the choices we need to make for a renewed and inclusive multilateralism, I would want to share 3 key messages. Firstly, many of the organs and institutions established by the Charter, such as for the Security Council, continue to be relevant, but the Council's composition and working methods need renewal through the completion of the long outstanding reforms. In support of the Common African Position on Security Council reforms contained in the Azulwini Consensus, Ghana urges a transformation of the dialogue among member states to envisage an endpoint that delivers a Security Council that is representative and which also addresses the historical injustice done the continent of Africa. To overcome knotty discussions around the veto, we encourage the ongoing efforts to limit its use and the subsequent placement of a moratorium on its use that will lead progressively to its removal over a reasonable period of time. We cannot continue to have a Security Council that is structurally limited from being effective and yet demands universal acceptance for its decisions. As with many other things in life, with changes, we need to adapt, and with authority comes a responsibility that must be kept. Secondly, the peace of the world is indivisible and integrated with all other global arrangements beyond our collective security. Our efforts of preventive diplomacy must be comprehensive and broad-based. We need to be aware that, for instance, inimical economic and financial policies have an enduring impact on peace, and that global policies in the structure and functioning of international institutions cannot remove the centrality of peace from their raison d'etre. We must strengthen in a comprehensive and integrated manner our efforts in preventing the outbreak of violence or resurgence of new conflicts. Thirdly and finally, multilateralism at the global level must be accompanied by effective regional partnerships, partnerships that help to anticipate better threats to our common humanity, which prioritize specific means for resolving differences, and which cuts across regions to enhance its effectiveness when required. When we fail to leverage fully the potential of regional bodies, we can only have ourselves to blame when multilateral efforts at the global level are unable to deliver. In ending, I call again for peace in Ukraine and emphasize, as my delegation has often done in this Council, that there is no alternative to winning the peace in Ukraine. We hope the Council can help this United Nations to assume an enhanced role in support of peace efforts around the world, but in particular in Ukraine, for the benefit of all peoples. Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Akufo-Addo for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Federation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord pour avoir organisé ce débat. J'aimerais aussi saisir cette occasion pour remercier le secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour son intervention, mais bien au-delà de son intervention, pour l'engagement à la salle pour faire progresser la paix, pour faire progresser le dialogue, plutôt surtout quand c'est le plus difficile. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le constat tout d'abord, ce constat n'est pas positif. L'époque que nous traversons est marquée par
are marked by
la remise en question du
the questioning of multilateralism,
la multiplication
the
des
multiplication
conflits,
of conflict,
le creusement des inégalités.
and the deepening of
La question qu'on doit se
inequalities.
poser, c'est où est notre
And
responsabilité?
there's a question, where's our responsibility? Where does our responsibility, our shared responsibility lie? Our responsibility, we who have convened here, at the very minimum, that is to recall the essential principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. I've had a copy here, of course, and to fulfill the mandate which has been entrusted to us. This core text expresses our desire, our shared desire, the shared desire of all peoples to live in peace. And this text is the guarantor of universal values, the overarching principles of the multilateral order, sovereign equality of states, and a prohibition on the use of force, defense of human rights, including economic, social progress for people. And in this war, as we know, during war, the suffering of civilians is a common denominator. It is always civilian suffering. And international humanitarian law imposes obligations upon us and upon all parties to conflict. As you are aware, Swiss is a depository of the Geneva Conventions. We are faithful to the long-standing tradition in this regard, and we are very much staunchly determined to uphold it and to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. And as members of the Council, we have committed to commit and implement this clear, unique mandate conferred upon us by the Charter of the United Nations, conferred upon all of us here, namely the maintenance of international peace and security. With Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, the Charter has been violated at a large scale, on a massive scale. Yet session after session, Russia, a permanent member of this council, has been denying its responsibility. Its responsibility for the thousands of dead and wounded in Ukraine, its responsibility for the millions of displaced persons, and finally its responsibility for all those plunged into deep insecurity wherever they are in the world, including incidentally in Russia. The consequences of this war, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the consequences of this war are planetary in nature. Global food security has been undermined. The energy sector has been disrupted. Nuclear risks are increasing. Inequalities are growing. Switzerland demands that the Russian Federation respect the Charter, that it respect its principles. And once again, we call upon the Russian Federation to cease hostilities, to withdraw its troops from Ukrainian territory, and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, while the mandate of the Security Council is clear,
celui-ci n'affiche pas
it is
toujours
not
l'efficacité
always
voulue.
as effective as it
Alors
should
qu'il s'agit
be,
de sauver
as
des
one
vies,
would
de
desire.
garantir la sécurité
While the
globale, de
objective is to
renforcer la
save lives,
stabilité,
guarantee global
nos
security,
discussions
reinforce
s'enlisent
stability,
dans
our
des cycles
discussions
qui
are
n'aboutissent
bogged
pas
down
à
on
des résultats
issues
sur
that
certaines questions.
fail to produce tangible
Ce
results
Conseil ne
on
doit
certain
pas
issues.
gaspiller
This
le
council
bien le
must
plus
not
précieux
squander
dont
the
il
most
dispose,
precious
c'est la
asset
confiance.
at
La
its
confiance de
disposal,
celles et ceux
the
qui comptent
trust of those who
sur nos
rely
travaux
on it,
pour
to
garantir, pour leur
work to
garantir une
guarantee
vie
them
dans la dignité
a
et dans la
life
paix.
in dignity and peace.
Et nous avons des moyens
And we
pour
have the
remplir
means
ce mandat.
to fulfill this
En
mandate,
témoignent les
as
26
has been
résolutions
illustrated in the
que
26
ce
resolutions
Conseil a
that the
adoptées depuis
Security
le mois de
Council has
janvier.
adopted since the month of
Des
January.
résolutions qui
These
visent
are
à promouvoir la
resolutions that are
paix
geared towards
et la
promoting peace and
sécurité en
security
Colombie,
in
en
Colombia,
Afghanistan,
in
en
Afghanistan,
Irak
in Iraq,
et au Soudan du
and
Sud. Et
in
ces
South
exemples
Sudan. And these
sont
examples
vraiment là pour nous
are
rappeler
really
que
there
le
to
Conseil
show
de
us that
sécurité,
the Security
même si c'est
Council,
plus
even
difficile
though
qu'avant,
it is more
a
difficult than in
gardé,
the
doit garder
past,
sa capacité d'action.
has retained
Bien
its
sûr, ce
capacity
Conseil a
for
besoin
action.
d'urgence
Of course,
de
there's
réforme.
an urgent need for
La Suisse, d'ailleurs,
reform, and
s'engage
Switzerland
depuis
has been
nombreuses
committed for a
années
number
pour
of
une meilleure
years to
représentativité, à
greater and
commencer
better
par les pays
representation,
africains,
beginning with the
et
African
pour de
countries,
meilleures méthodes de
committed
travail.
also to better working
Et pourtant, et
methods.
nous le savons bien toutes
And
et
yet
tous,
we are
aucune
all aware of the
réforme ne
fact that
remplacera la
no reform
volonté
can
des États
replace
à
the will
respecter la
of
Charte.
states to respect the Charter.
Dans le nouvel agenda pour la
In
paix,
the new agenda for
le
peace,
secrétaire général a
the
indiqué une marche à
Secretary
suivre pour
General
la suite.
has indicated further
Pour
steps
renforcer notre action et
forward
renforcer
to step
l'action
up our
multilatérale.
action and multilateralism,
Resserrer les rangs,
to strengthen
derrière les principes
to close
d'universalité,
ranks around the
de
principles of
solidarité
universality,
et
of
de
solidarity and
Et nous
trust.
assumons ce devoir de
And
solidarité.
we have been assuming
En
this
Ukraine,
duty
nous
of
nous engageons à
solidarity.
alléger
In
les
Ukraine,
souffrances
we
de
are
la
committed to
population
alleviating
civile, à rendre
the suffering
justice
of
aux
the civilian
victimes,
population,
à promouvoir une
rendering
solution
justice to the
politique
victims,
au
promoting
conflit le moment
a
venu.
political solution
Nous
to the
avons
conflict
ouvert
in
nos
due
portes
time.
aux
We
personnes
have
fuyant la
opened
guerre.
our doors to
Nous
people
apportons un
fleeing the
soutien
war.
humanitaire.
We
Nous
have been delivering
collaborons avec le gouvernement
humanitarian
ukrainien
aid. We have been
pour le processus
collaborating
de
with the Ukrainian
reconstruction.
government on
Et
the
les
process
tâches
of
qui attendent
reconstruction.
l'Ukraine sont
And the
immenses.
challenges, the tasks facing
Pour ne donner
Ukraine,
qu'un
facing Ukraine
exemple,
are
une
immense.
surface
To give
4
just
fois
one
plus grande
example,
que la
an
Suisse.
area
4
four
fois, alors c'est pas un très grand
times,
pays, mais quand
4
même.
times the size of Switzerland.
4 fois
Switzerland
la
is not a large
Suisse,
country.
ça
4 times the
représente le
large size
territoire
of
en Ukraine
Switzerland.
qui est miné.
That is the
Et là
territory of
aussi,
Ukraine which
nous
has been
soutenons le
contaminated with
déminage
mines.
humanitaire avec
And there too we have been
notre
supporting
savoir-faire et
humanitarian
ainsi
demining with
avec
our
la livraison
know-how
de
and
matériel. Et
with
c'est
deliveries
un
of
engagement que nous allons
equipment
encore
and a commitment that we will
Et
continue
c'est
to
dans ce même
shore
esprit de
up.
solidarité
And it
que
is
nous
in the
appelons à
same
une
spirit of
relance de
solidarity
l'initiative de
that
la
we
mer
are
Noire.
calling for the
Et
relaunching
l'occasion
of
aussi
the Black
d'exprimer
Sea
toute la
Initiative.
gratitude de
We
la
wish to take
Suisse
this
envers le
opportunity
secrétaire
to
général
express
pour
our
son
gratitude
engagement
to the Secretary General
infatigable
for
dans ce
his
sens.
tireless efforts in this regard.
Excellences, chers collègues,
Excellencies, distinguished
le
colleagues,
multilatéralisme est la seule option.
multilateralism is the only
C'est
option.
la seule option pour parvenir
The
à
only
la paix, c'est
option
la seule
to
option
achieve
pour
peace, the
sortir des
only
logiques individuelles
way to move
dans
away from
lesquelles chacune,
individualistic
chacun cherche qu'à
thinking in
défendre
which
ses
each
intérêts ou à
side
maximiser son
seeks
influence.
only to
C'est la
defend their
seule
own
option
interests, to
pour
maximize
relancer
their own
la
influence,
recherche de
the
solutions communes
only option
durables
to
qui
relaunch
permettent
the
de
search for
garantir
common
une vie
sustainable
digne
solutions
pour
that
toutes et tous.
guarantee a dignified
Et
life
dans
for
cet
all.
esprit, avec cet
And against
esprit,
this
la
backdrop,
Suisse
in
salue les
this
initiatives
spirit,
diplomatiques
Switzerland
en faveur
welcomes
d'une paix durable en
diplomatic
Ukraine,
initiatives in favor of
d'une
a
paix
lasting peace
enracinée
in
dans la
Ukraine, a
charte qui est
peace
Nations Unies,
rooted
cette charte
in
qui est
the
vraiment la
principles
pierre
of the Charter of the United
angulaire
Nations,
de
the
la
charter which is
coexistence
truly the
pacifique
cornerstone of
de
peaceful
tous les
coexistence
États.
of all
Hier
states.
comme aujourd'hui,
In the
le
past
repli,
and today,
la menace, la violence
threats,
n'apporteront pas de réponse au
isolationism, violence
dysfonctionnement,
have
au déséquilibre
never
du monde dans
provided
lequel nous vivons.
answers to the dysfunctions
Et
and
ce
imbalances
Conseil,
of the world in which we
notre
live.
Conseil ne peut
And this
remplir avec
Council,
succès
Security
son
Council, can
mandat
only successfully
et donc
fulfill its
mettre en œuvre la
mandate.
volonté commune
Therefore,
des peuples du monde de vivre en paix et en
ensure the
sécurité.
common desire of
Nous
all people
pouvons le
of this
faire
world to
que
live in peace
si
and
nous
security
agissons
to
dans
be
un
made a
esprit de
reality.
confiance
Only
et de
can it achieve
collaboration.
this if it acts in a spirit of trust and collaboration.
Cet esprit doit
This
guider
spirit
nos
this
actions,
spirit must
chacune,
guide
chacun d'entre nous autour de
everyone
cette table.
around this
Aujourd'hui,
table.
nous avons l'opportunité de
Today we
changer
have an
les choses.
opportunity to
Nous avons
reverse
l'opportunité de
course, to
changer les choses, mais
change
il
the
faut le vouloir.
situation. We have this
Il faut le
opportunity,
vouloir
but there's a
ardemment.
need for
Parce
will
qu'une
to
paix
be there, for
durable
ardent will to
vaut
be there,
plus que
because
tout
a
gain
lasting peace
éphémère.
is worth
Merci.
more than any fleeting gain. Thank you.
Mr. Berset for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
議長、最初に多国間主義とウクライナ情勢に関する安保理首脳級会合を開催したラマ・アルバニア首相のリーダーシップを高く評価いたします。また、ゼレンスキーウクライナ大統領の参加を歓迎いたします。現在、法の支配に基づく国際秩序は未曾有の危機、課題に直面をしています。国際秩序の基礎にあるのは国連憲章です。国連憲章は安全保障理事会が国際の平和及び安全の維持に主要な責任を負うと定めています。その安全保障理事会の一常任理事国が法の支配を蹂躙していることが原因となり、我々は今日この場に集まっています。議長、私は本年3月、キーウとブチャを訪問し、惨劇の現場も訪れ れました。その時の胸の張り下げそうな思いは決して忘れません。日本はウクライナと共にあるその決意を新たにいたします。ロシアによるウクライナ侵略は国連憲章を含む国際法の明白な違反であり、最も強い言葉で これを非難いたします。侵略を直ちに停止し、即時かつ無条件に軍を撤退させなければなりません。平穏に確立した領域の状況を力や威圧によって一方的に変更しようとする試みは、世界のどこであっても許してはなりません。無責任な核のレトリック、ベラルーシへの核兵器配備、ザポリッチャ原子力発電所の占拠、軍事化は世界の平和と安定を脅かしています。ロシアの核による威嚇、ましてやその使用は断じて受け入れられません。安保理の決定を妨害し、その信用を失墜させる拒否権を乱用することは、国際社会として認められるものではありません。議長、ウクライナ侵略は世界中で無法の支配への懸念を深刻化させています。第2、第3のウクライナを生み出してはなりません。法の支配に基づく国際秩序を守り抜くためには、国連憲章の原則に基づく包括的、公正かつ永続的なウクライナの平和を実現させることが不可欠です。国連憲章に沿った基本原則を平和フォーミュラにおいて掲げるゼレンスキー大統領の真摯な取り組みを支持いたします。私自身、5月に広島でウクライナを含む国際社会の幅広い国々の首脳等とともに主権や領土一体性の尊重、紛争の平和的解決といった国連憲章の諸原則の重要性を確認いたしました。こうした議論を踏まえ、ウクライナに関する国家安全保障補佐官会合が2回開催されました。いわゆるグローバルサウスを含む多くの国が参加したことを歓迎し、引き続き我が国も積極的に貢献していきます。議長、ウクライナ侵略が難民、食料エネルギー安全保障、原子力安全等の深刻な問題を引き起こし、世界中で多くの人々を苦しめていることも忘れてはなりません。日本は各国と連携し、苦しむ人々に手を差し伸べる取り組みを進めることで一致いたしました。人間の尊厳を守るため、体制や価値観の違いを乗り越えて、人間中心の国際協力を進めていきます。議長、本日の討論のテーマである効果的な多国間主義が今ほど求められている時代はありません。我々はウクライナに対する侵略をはじめとする幾多の惨禍を乗り越え、協調の精神に根ざした多国間主義を実現しなければなりません。こうした思いのもと、私自身、各国の首脳と議論を積み重ねてきました。安保理においても、日本は法の支配と平和構築に関する討論を主催し、国際社会のさまざまな声に耳を傾けました。多国間主義のもと、法の支配を擁護し、予防外交も含め、国際の平和及び安全に関する諸課題の解決に向けた取り組みを一層強化していきます。議長、今こそ1945年以来、我々加盟国が積み上げてきた国連憲章をはじめとする揺るぎない原則に立ち返り、分断や対立ではなく、協調の世界を目指すべきです。そのためには、国連の機能強化が喫緊の課題です。安保理は常任、非常任の両議席を拡大し、アフリカを含め 現在の世界の現実をよりよく反映させなければなりません。未来サミット、国連創設80周年を見据え、今こそ具体的行動に移るべきです。人間の尊厳を尊重する世界を目指し、困難に直面する人々に耳を傾け、共に困難に立ち向かう場としての国連を実現するため、歩みを進める時です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kishida for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Robert Abella, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you, Eddie, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, excellencies, and also dear friends. First of all, I would like to kick off by thanking the Albanian presidency for having organized this high-level open debate of the Security Council. I also thank the Secretary General for sharing his thoughts with us earlier today. 12 years ago, soon after the outbreak of the Arab Spring, Malta had launched its bid to serve on the Security Council. That was a time, I remember, of turmoil, also instability in our immediate neighborhood, but also it was a time of hope and aspirations. The decision to embark on this journey stemmed from our commitment to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. They are timeless and also universal and an integral part of our foreign policy. Our unwavering belief is that multilateralism, today's major theme that we are discussing, holds the answer to contemporary challenges, and that all countries should engage proactively to this end, and this served as our point of departure way back. Today, as elected members of this Council, these convictions continue to serve as our guiding light. Mr. President, more than ever, the world today needs an effective multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. We must redouble our efforts to uphold and also defend the fundamental principles that unite us. We must promote our common values at a time when they are being aggressively undermined and threatened. We must protect them and adequately respond to any contempt for these values. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the fact that we are living in a world where conflicts, unfortunately, are on the rise. The nuclear threat still looms. The climate crisis is, unfortunately, spiraling out of control. Democracy and human rights are under a systematic attack. Global inequalities are deepening. Disinformation and misinformation campaigns are feeding as well as amplifying tensions. No country by itself can tackle these complex and existential challenges. They require our full and collective attention. Effective multilateralism is the only avenue to address these challenges in a decisive and holistic manner. Mr. President, if we are to reach these ambitious goals, we cannot resign ourselves to living in a world where might is right. Last year, the Russian Federation began its aggression against the Ukraine, violating its sovereignty and also its territorial integrity. These acts constitute a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter and also a violation of international law. They were overwhelmingly deplored and rejected by the General Assembly, who had called for Russia's immediate withdrawal of its military forces and the cessation of hostilities. This war profoundly undermines the multilateral system. It weakens and also destabilizes this very council. The immediate and long-term consequences of such actions by a permanent member of this council cannot be emphasized enough. And on the occasion of this debate, I reiterate Malta's full support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I equally underline Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense as enshrined in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Ukrainian people have paid the heaviest price as a result of this unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression. It has led to another human-made catastrophe as the world was still struggling to find the path to normality following a crippling COVID pandemic. All wars are indeed devastating, and this is, of course, no exception. Lost lives are gone forever and will never be recovered. The scars of those wounded, injured, and traumatized by conflict never fully heal. Once the fighting is over, the road to recovery will still be a long and arduous one. Through its actions, Russia did not only bring war back to Europe's shores, it also generated a global food crisis that has seriously impacted mostly developing countries around the world. And while the Black Sea Grain Initiative allowed almost 33 million tons of grain to be shipped, Russia's unilateral decision to pull out of the deal has seen grain prices unfortunately soar up. Again, I once again state Malta's here uncompromising position that using hunger and food supplies as weapons of war is completely unacceptable. In closing, Mr. President, I reiterate and emphasize once again that there can be no peace in our future if the strong can trample on the weak. There can be no peace if international law can be brushed aside, if geopolitical interests so demand. There can be no peace if the rights of states and individuals can be suspended or revoked at any time. Malta's commitment to peace, dialogue, and multilateralism remain as strong as ever. We remain firm in our resolve to stay at the forefront of the defense of the United Nations Charter. No matter how difficult or disheartening circumstances may seem, we must never give up on peace. We must never give up on dialogue, and we simply cannot afford to do so. In this time of upheaval, our collective reply is to redouble our efforts and continue to invest in our multilateral system. In doing so, we must also reform this council to make sure it is truly fit for purpose in today's world. A council that is more transparent, more effective, more representative, more accountable, and also more democratic. Meanwhile, we remain convinced that the only step towards a lasting peace in Ukraine is for Russia to immediately cease all hostilities. It must unconditionally withdraw all its forces and also its military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abella for his statement. Et je donne maintenant la parole à son Excellence Monsieur Raymond Dongsima, Premier ministre de la République du Gabon.
Prime Minister of Gabon.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour son exposé édifiant sur le terrible état des lieux de la guerre en Ukraine, 19 mois après son déclenchement. Dès l'entame des hostilités en Ukraine, mon pays a exprimé son opposition à la guerre et condamné la violation de l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine. Nous avons réaffirmé sans équivoque les principes de la Charte des Nations Unies en tant que ciment de notre vivre ensemble. Par-dessus tout, le Gabon n'a cessé d'appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et à des négociations de bonne foi entre les parties pour faire taire les armes. 574 jours depuis le début de cette guerre meurtrière, l'onde de choc n'a cessé de s'étendre au-delà des frontières de l'Ukraine. Ce sont des millions de personnes qui ont été contraintes de se déplacer à l'intérieur de l'Ukraine et des millions d'autres qui se sont réfugiés en dehors des frontières nationales.
beyond national
Les
borders.
morts se comptent par milliers,
Deaths are counted
tandis que les
in
bombardements
thousands,
aveugles ne cessent de viser les
while
infrastructures
indiscriminate
essentielles,
shelling continues to
n'épargnant
target
sur leur
essential
passage ni les centrales nucléaires, ni
structures,
les ponts et les barrages hydroélectriques,
not sparing
ni les écoles,
nuclear
ni les
power
hôpitaux.
plants, bridges,
La menace
hydroelectric dams,
nucléaire
schools,
est,
or hospitals
quant
in
à
the
elle, de
past,
plus en
and the
plus
nuclear
diffuse.
threat has become
Le système
even more
international, et en
widespread.
particulier
The
le
international
secteur
system, in
agricole,
particular the agricultural
ainsi que de
sector,
nombreuses chaînes de
as well
valeur,
as many value
continuent de
chains,
pâtir des impacts
continue
divers de
to
ce conflit
suffer from the
et
fallout of this
contribuent à aggraver
conflict.
le bilan humanitaire
This has
mondial
worsened the global
en semant la
humanitarian
faim,
toll by
la
sowing
précarité,
hunger,
la
precariousness,
détresse, la
despair,
peur, mais aussi des
and
blessures
fear,
invisibles
but
telles que
also
la haine et le rejet de
invisible
l'autre.
wounds such as hatred and
À
the
l'heure du
rejection
bilan,
of
il n'est pas
others.
certain que les
As we
traumatismes
assess
sur les
this
enfants,
situation, it
les
is
femmes
not
et les hommes
clear whether
exposés
or
à
not
l'horreur
the trauma suffered
propre à
by
la guerre
children,
soit
women, and men
répertorié dans le bilan
exposed
total
to
de
the
ce
horrors
conflit.
of war will be reflected
À
in the
cet
final
égard,
tally of this conflict.
il y a lieu de se demander
On this
jusqu'où l'horreur
point,
doit
we
parvenir
wonder how much
pour que la
horror
désescalade soit enfin envisagée.
must be suffered before
À quel
de-escalation
niveau
is finally
le
considered.
curseur de la terreur
How much
est-il placé
terror must
pour
be
qu'enfin les
sown
belligérants consentent à se
before
parler?
the warring parties agree to sit
Monsieur
down
le
to
Président,
talk? Mr.
depuis
President,
le début des hostilités,
since the outset of
chaque tribune des Nations
hostilities,
Unies a été le
every
théâtre
rostrum
d'invectives
in
et
the United
d'antagonismes
Nations has been the
qui n'ont
stage
été
for
d'aucun secours
accusations and for
ni recours
opposition.
pour ceux qui
They
tombent
have
dans les
not
tranchées
provided relief or
ou ceux qui sont
remedy for
écrasés
those
sous
who
les
have
décombres,
fallen in the
sur les
trenches
champs
or
de
who have been
bataille,
crushed
dans
under the
les villes
debris in the
et les villages en
battlefields
Ukraine.
and in the cities and
Une
villages of
voie
Ukraine.
alternative à la guerre est possible.
An alternative to
Elle
war
doit être
is
trouvée par
possible,
les canaux
and it
existants
must be found
tracés par
in
la Charte des Nations
existing
Unies et les
channels
résolutions pertinentes de ce
outlined
Conseil.
in the UN Charter
Nous
and in
devons,
relevant
sans délai,
resolutions of this
nous
Council.
réconcilier avec
Without
l'esprit de la Charte
delay,
des Nations
we
Unies,
must reconcile with the
dont le cœur
spirit of the
battant
UN
est notre
Charter.
volonté commune
Its beating
d'épargner les
heart
générations
is our
présentes et
common
futures
determination
du
to
fléau de la
spare
guerre.
present and future generations from the scourge of
Mon
war.
pays réitère
My
son
country
appel aux partis
reiterates its
pour des
appeal to
négociations
the
de bonne foi
parties to negotiate
en vue
in
de
good
mettre fin
faith
à cette guerre.
in order to put an
Nous
end to
appelons
this
les
war.
partis à la retenue
We
et à la
call on the
responsabilité.
parties to show
Tout
restraint
doit être
and
mis en œuvre
responsibility.
pour aller vers cette
Everything
désescalade
must be
et créer
done
les conditions
to
propices
ensure
au
de-escalation
déploiement de la diplomatie.
and to create conditions
Le Gabon
which
reste
will allow for
persuadé que toutes les
diplomacy.
actions unilatérales
Gabon
qui
is
contribuent
convinced
à
that
crisper la situation,
any unilateral
durcir les
action
positions
which
et
further
alimenter les
deadlocks the
antagonismes sont à
situation,
proscrire.
hardens positions, and
Je
fuels
réitère donc
antagonisms
l'opposition de mon
must be
pays à
ruled
la guerre,
out. I
à la guerre en
reiterate my
Ukraine
country's opposition to
et
war,
à toute guerre dans le
opposition
monde,
to the war
notamment
in
celles si
Ukraine,
nombreuses,
but opposition to
chroniques
any
et
war
si
in the
cycliques en
world,
Afrique.
in particular
Rejeter
the
le
many
logiciel de la
chronic
guerre
and cyclical wars
n'est
in
ni une
Africa.
forme de fuite, ni de
Rejecting
lâcheté,
the
encore moins
mindset of
une
war
posture
is not
opportuniste.
fleeing war, nor
Il est primordial de
is it
retenir
a
les leçons
sign of
indélébiles de
cowardice
l'histoire des
or
guerres
an
injustes
opportunist
qui nous martèlent que
stance.
ceux qui causent,
We must
déclenchent ou entretiennent ces
draw
guerres
from the
en
indelible
sont rarement les
lessons of the
vainqueurs.
history of unjust wars,
Au-delà des
which have been
responsabilités
hammered
pénales qui
home,
peuvent être établies,
that
le tribunal
the
de
fact
l'histoire
that
est le
those who
plus
cause,
implacable.
provoke, or maintain
C'est
these
pourquoi
wars
rejeter
are
le
rarely
logiciel
the
de la guerre,
winners. Beyond the
demeurer en
criminal
phase avec les idéaux
responsibility
qui
which can be
font la
established, the
noblesse
tribunal of
des
history
Nations
will
Unies.
be
Mon
uncompromising, and
pays
that is
a
why
une
we
longue
reject
tradition
this
de paix
mindset
qui
of
ne s'est
war.
jamais démentie,
We must
y compris lorsqu'il
uphold
s'est trouvé devant
the
des choix
noble
essentiels pour
ideals
son
of the
avenir.
United Nations. My country
Nous
has a
avons toujours su
long-standing
opter pour la
tradition
paix
of
et nous
peace, which has
continuerons à
never let
défendre
us
cet
down.
idéal qui, pour
Even
nous,
when
reste
we had to
un
take
impératif
existential
ontologique.
choices about our future,
Parce que
we've
la guerre
always
est
been able
contraire
to
aux valeurs
opt for
qui fondent cette
peace, and
organisation
we
des Nations
continue
Unies
to defend
et
this
ce Conseil
ideal,
de
which
sécurité,
we believe is an imperative, because the war runs counter to the values which underpin this organization and the Security Council. Every day of war brings into question our calling, our mandate, and our credibility. In conclusion, I would like to work together with the parties to help restore peace in Ukraine, because we stand for peace in Ukraine. We support the process of peace and dialogue, and every initiative which aims to activate the channels of diplomacy and to silence the weapons in Ukraine is a good thing. We support the initiatives for peaceful coexistence between Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Je remercie Son Excellence
I thank His
Ndong pour
Excellency,
sa
Mr.
déclaration.
Ndong Sima, for his
I now give the
statement.
floor to His Excellency, the Right Honourable Oliver Dowden, a Member of Parliament, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, President. I am proud to sit here today in solidarity with President Zelensky. He and the Ukrainian people have met Russia's invasion of their country with bravery and with courage. I pay tribute to their fortitude. Ukraine's fight against Russian aggression is not only a fight for freedom, it is also a fight for the principles upon which the United Nations itself is based. Principles underpinned by our Charter, which says that all state sovereignty is equal, that territorial integrity is inviolable, that disputes should be settled peacefully, and that we must protect those things together. When Russia's tanks rolled into Ukraine, they trampled over every single one of those principles. They have done so ever since. Every missile, every bomb, every false arrest, every piece of propaganda has been a flagrant assault not only on freedom, but on our multilateral rules-based system. If we allow Russia to lay waste to what we have built here, the risks to world order, the risks to us all, are grave. For over a year and a half, Ukraine has been suffering the terrible consequences of Russia's war of choice. We must never forget the human cost. 9,500 people killed, 17,000 people injured, reports of 500,000 military casualties on both sides. Russia has callously targeted schools, hospitals, even playgrounds. Ukrainians have been tortured and they have been raped. Men, women, and thousands of children have been forcibly deported from their homes. And the devastation flows beyond Ukraine's borders. Thanks to their destruction of thousands of tons of grain, the hungry and malnourished people of the developing world are Russia's victims too. That is why the United Kingdom will contribute a further £3 million to the World Food Programme to continue President Zelensky's Grain from Ukraine initiative. Of course, the only way to end this widespread suffering is through a just and lasting peace. Ukraine has demonstrated their commitment to peace time and time again, including in Copenhagen and in Jeddah this summer. But they have also shown on the battlefield this summer that they are capable of restoring the sovereignty and territorial integrity that must be the foundations of any peace. Ukraine's counteroffensive has put Russia under pressure. In total, Ukraine has regained 50% of the territory seized since the war began. And in Kharkiv and Kherson, the yellow and blue flag flies high once again. That flag flies throughout the rest of the world, reflecting the solidarity we feel to Ukraine. Yet, we may wonder, what difference does this support make when Russia seems so impervious to United Nations demands? When it seeks to fuel its aims with arms from sanctioned states such as Iran and the DPRK, and when it conducts sham elections in Ukraine's own sovereign territory. The truth is this: Russia knows the power of collective action because it tries so hard to weaken and divide the international community. So, just as we need to confront our biggest challenges on global poverty, on climate change, on artificial intelligence collectively, we need effective multilateralism to achieve resolution, to seek justice for the many, many victims, to rebuild ruined cities and create new opportunities, to get grain exports flowing again, to help put Ukraine back on the path to prosperity, to secure peace. And that is what we shall do together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency the Right Honourable Dowden for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for focusing the Security Council on this critically important issue. And Mr. Secretary General, thank you for the moral clarity that you've shown in dealing with Russia's war against Ukraine. We're grateful to have been able to welcome President Zelensky to this council table, and we thank him. We thank him for reminding us yesterday, today, and every day what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, not just for Ukrainians, but for all of us. Fellow council members, 2 weeks ago, I was in Yehidny, a small Ukrainian town about 2 hours north of Kyiv. Russian forces seized the village in the first days of the invasion. They went door to door, rounding up residents at gunpoint, marching them to the local elementary school, where Russian soldiers had set up a command post. Then, soldiers forced more than 300 civilians, mostly women, children, and elderly people, into a basement not fit for human habitation. Just a few small rooms, no windows, no circulation, no running water. The soldiers held residents there for 28 straight days, using them as human shields, before fleeing when Ukrainian defenders arrived to liberate the town. In Yehidny, 2 residents took me into the basement where they and others had been imprisoned. My guides said that they were packed together so tightly that they could barely breathe. There was no room to sit, let alone lie down. When they cried out to their captors that people were sick and needed medical care, a Russian soldier yelled back, "Let them die." My guide pointed to 2 handwritten lists of names on the basement wall. One was for the villagers that Russian forces had executed. The other for the people who died in the basement. The oldest victim was 93 years old. The youngest, 6 weeks old. The Russians only allowed the removal of bodies once a day. So children, parents, husbands, and wives were forced to spend hours next to the corpses of their loved ones. I begin here because from the comfortable distance of this chamber, it's really easy to lose sight of what it's like for Ukrainian victims of Russian aggression. This is what happened in just one building, in one community in Ukraine. There are so many others like it. In the last week alone, Russia has bombed apartment buildings in Kryvyi Rih. It's burned down humanitarian aid depots in Lviv. It's demolished grain silos in Odessa. It shelled 8 communities in Sumy in a single day. This is what Ukrainian families are living through every day. It's what they've experienced for 574 days of this full-scale invasion. It's what they'll endure tomorrow and the day after that, for as long as Russia wages his vicious war. A war that President Putin openly declared from the outset is aimed at erasing Ukraine from the map as a sovereign country and restoring Russia's lost empire. In this war, there is an aggressor and there is a victim. One side is attacking the core principles of the UN Charter. The other fights to defend them. For over a year and a half, Russia has shredded the major tenets of the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, international humanitarian law, and flouted one Security Council resolution after another. Let's review. First, Russia's invasion itself violates the central pillar of the UN Charter, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. Second, Russia is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine on an almost daily basis. Third, Russia continues to engage in reckless nuclear saber-rattling, announcing that it's stationing nuclear weapons in Belarus and continuing to use Europe's biggest nuclear power plant and its employees as a shield for its aggression, risking catastrophic consequences. Fourth, Russia is weaponizing hunger. Thanks to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, brokered by the Secretary General and Turkey, approximately 33 million metric tons of grain reached global markets, driving down food prices around the world. Nearly 2/3 of the wheat exported through that deal went to developing countries. Not only did Putin pull out of the deal, but Russia is now mining Ukraine's fields, bombing its ports and rails, burning its silos. As a result, Ukraine's wheat exports will likely fall by 2.8 million metric tons this year. That is the equivalent of 5.5 billion loaves of bread trapped in the world's breadbasket. Russia, meanwhile, on track for a record year of grain exports. The hungrier the world is, the more Moscow profits. Fifth, Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukrainian civilians. Drones that Russia procured from Iran in violation of Security Council Resolution 2231. Finally, just last week, Russia hosted North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. Putin said that they discussed ways to cooperate militarily, while Kim pledged the DPRK's, and I quote, full and unconditional support, end quote, for Russia's war of aggression. Of course, the transfer of arms between Moscow and Pyongyang would violate multiple resolutions of this council. It's hard to imagine a country demonstrating more contempt for the United Nations and all that it stands for. This from a country with a permanent seat on this council. President Putin is betting that if he keeps doubling down on the violence, that if he's willing to inflict enough suffering on enough people, the world will cave on its principles and Ukraine will stop defending itself. But Ukrainians are not giving up, for they've seen what life would look like if they submit to Russian control. It's that basement in Yehidny. It's families having their children torn away from them and deported to Russia. Children taken away from their parents and deported far away. It's the rubble of Mariupol. It's the mass graves of Bucha. We are not giving up either. Indeed, since we were last here, a growing number of countries have come together to try to forge a different way forward. In June, over a dozen countries met with Ukraine in Copenhagen to discuss the path toward a just and lasting peace, one that upholds the United Nations Charter and its core principles. 2 months later, more than 40 countries, including many members of this council, carried forward that discussion with Ukraine and Jeddah. President Zelensky has put forward a 10-point plan for such a peace. President Putin has put forward nothing. Now, some argue that continuing to stand with Ukraine and holding Russia accountable distracts us from addressing other priorities, like confronting the climate crisis, expanding economic opportunity, strengthening health systems. That is a false choice. We can and we must do both. We are doing both. We must work together to tackle the global challenges that are affecting our people, meet the Sustainable Development Goals, invest in a world where all people have an opportunity to reach their full potential. The United States is the world's leading contributor to these efforts. And as President Biden told the General Assembly yesterday, we will continue to do more than our share to answer the imperatives of our time. At the same time, as President Biden has made clear, we must continue to shore up the pillars of peaceful relations among nations, without which we will be unable to achieve any of our goals. That's why we must send a clear message, not only to Russia, but to all would-be aggressors, that we will stand up, not stand by, when the rules that we all agreed to are being challenged. Not only to prevent conflict, instability, and suffering, but to lay the foundation for all that we can do to improve people's lives in times of peace. I opened by sharing the horrors that I saw in Yehidny. Let me close by telling you what else I saw that day in Ukraine. I saw volunteers rebuilding homes that had been razed by Russian bombs, farmers harvesting fields, people reopening businesses, citizens clearing mines and unexploded ordnance, children returning to schools. In short, I saw a nation rebuilding and reclaiming its future. That is the right of all members of our United Nations. That's what we defend when we stand up for the international order. The right of people not only to survive, but to thrive, to write their own future. Our people, Ukraine's people, the people of all nations, get to write their own future. We cannot, we will not let one man write that future for us. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Blinken for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, господин генеральный секретарь, коллеги, существующий международный порядок The existing international order was based on the ruins and following the colossal tragedy of the Second World War. Its basis was the Charter of the United Nations, became the Charter of the United Nations, the key source of modern international law. Largely thanks to it, thanks to the United Nations, a new world war was averted, a new world war which was fraught with nuclear disaster. Unfortunately, after the end of the Cold War, the collective West, led by the U.S., single-handedly decided that it would determine fates of all of humankind, and with its complex of superiority began to more frequently and broadly ignore the legacy of the founding fathers of the United Nations. Today, the West turns selectively to norms and principles on a case-by-case basis, exclusively based on their parochial geopolitical needs. This has resulted in a shaking of global stability, as well as the exacerbation and the fomenting of new hotbeds of tension. Risks of global conflict have heightened. In order to curb them, in order to bring things on a peaceful path, the Russian Federation has and continues to insist on all provisions of the United Nations Charter being respected and applied not selectively, but fully, in their full and interconnected way. This includes the principle of the sovereign equality of states, non-intervention in their domestic affairs, respect for territorial sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and the right of peoples to self-determination. And the actions of the U.S. and their allies attest to the systematic violation of the balance of needs which have been enshrined in the Charter. Since the collapse of the USSR and the establishment of independent states in its place, the U.S. and its satellites have egregiously and openly interfered in the domestic affairs of Ukraine, as was publicly and even with pride recognized by the Deputy Secretary of State Victoria Nuland in 2013. The $5 billion was spent on cultivating Ukrainian politicians in Kiev by the West. All of the facts are being swept under the rug. Their attempts to cancel all of what happened since prior to 2014. And for this reason, the theme of today's meeting proposed by the Albanian presidency is most apt, which allows us to restore the chronological succession of events, specifically in the context of relations of the main acting parties in the implementation of the principles and the purposes of the UN Charter. In 2004 to 2005, the West, with the aim of bringing to power pro-American candidate, sanctioned the first coup in Kiev, forcing the Constitutional Court of Ukraine to adopt an unlawful decision on the conduct of something which was unstated in the Constitution, namely a third round of elections. And even more unceremonial intervention in domestic affairs was clear during the second Maidan in 2013 to 24. Then a litany of Western leaders directly encouraged participants in anti-government demonstrations and acts of violence. The same Victoria Nuland discussed with the U.S. ambassador in Kiev the composition of the future government to be composed of putschists and the EU's real place in world policy. We all remember her obscene two words showing that the EU swallowed this. In February 2014, the U.S. selected individuals who became key participants in the brutal coup, which was organized, I would recall, one day after what was reached under the guarantees of Germany, Poland, and France. I refer to the agreement between the legitimately elected president of Ukraine and the opposition leaders. The principle of non-intervention in domestic affairs was repeatedly trampled upon. Immediately after the coup, the putschists announced that their top priority was to deny the rights of Russian language speakers in Ukraine, and the residents of Crimea and southeast of the country who refused to reconcile themselves to the outcomes of the coup were labeled terrorists. A punitive operation was unleashed against them. In response to this, Crimea and Donbass conducted referenda fully in line with the principles of equality and self-determination of peoples, which are enshrined in paragraph 2 of Article 1 of the UN Charter. Western diplomats and politicians vis-à-vis Ukraine have been turning a blind eye to this important norm of international law. They have been trying to take all the background and the essence of what has happened and trying to distill this to the inadmissibility of violation of territorial integrity. Let us recall in this connection, a UN declaration was adopted unanimously in 1970. This is a declaration on the principle of international law pertaining to friendly relations and cooperation amongst states. In line with the Charter of the United Nations, enshrines the following: the principle for the respect of territorial integrity is applicable, I quote, to states who, in their actions, comply with the principle of equality and self-determination of peoples, and subsequently having governments which represent the entire people residing on the given territory. End of quote. To the fact that the Ukrainian neo-Nazis who seized power in Kiev did not represent the population of Crimea and Donbass is something which does not need to be proven, and the unconditional support from Western capitals of the actions, criminal actions of the Kiev regime is nothing other than a violation of the principle of self-determination subsequent to an egregious violation in interference in domestic affairs. Poroshenko and Zelensky adopted racist laws on the prohibition of everything Russian: education, media, culture, the destruction of books and monuments, prohibition on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, seizure of its property. These all became blatant violations of paragraph 3, article 1 of the UN Charter on the respect for human rights and basic freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, gender, language, and religion. Not to mention the fact that these actions directly ran counter to the Constitution of Ukraine itself, the Constitution which sets out the obligation of the state to respect the rights of Russian and other national minorities. When we hear calls for implementation of the peace formula to bring Ukraine back to the 1991 borders, a question arises: who's being called for this? Those calling for this, are they familiar with the statements of Ukrainian leadership about what they intend to do with the residents of the relevant territories? And with respect to them, publicly, at the official level, repeatedly there have been threats voiced of their physical or legal annihilation. Incidentally, similarly, Western not only has not been deterring its Western protégés in Kiev, but has enthusiastically been encouraging this anti-Russian policy. Incidentally, similarly, members of the EU and NATO have for decades been encouraging the actions of Latvia and Estonia to strip the rights of hundreds of thousands of Russian language residents who have been called non-citizens. Now there is a serious discussion for the introduction of criminal responsibility, criminal liability for the use of their mother tongue. Senior officials officially state that the spread of information about the possibility of remote school programs, that this possibility needs to be considered as something almost a threat to national security, which requires the attention of law enforcement bodies. Turning back to Ukraine, in February 2015, the Minsk agreements were reached, and this included they were approved by a Special Security Council resolution, fully in line with Article 36 of the Charter, which supports, I quote, any procedure for the resolution of disputes that was adopted by the parties. In this specific case, Kiev, Donetsk, and Lugansk. However, last year, all of the signatories of the Minsk agreements, except for Mr. Putin, I refer to Merkel Hollande and Poroshenko publicly, and with some kind of pleasure even recognized that having signed this document, they had no intention of implementing it. They were simply looking to gain time to shore up the military capability of Ukraine and to funnel weapons into the country to be used against Russia. For all of these years, if EU and NATO directly supported the sabotage of the Minsk agreements, encouraged the Kyiv regime to use force to address the problems in Donbass, and this was all in breach of Article 25 of the Charter, according to which all members of the United Nations agreed to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Let us recall that the package of the Minsk agreements, the heads of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine signed a declaration where Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to do a lot, including to help to restore the banking system in Donbass. But they didn't move a finger. They merely observed how, contrary to all of those obligations, Poroshenko announced a trade, economic, and transport blockade against Donbass. In that same declaration, Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to comply with a trilateral agreement in the EU, Russia, Ukraine format to practically resolve issues of concern to Russia in the area of trade, as well as to advance the establishment of a shared humanitarian economic space from Atlantic to the Pacific. This declaration was also endorsed by the Security Council and was also subject to implementation in line with Article 25. But this obligation also of the leaders of Germany and France was an empty promise and yet another violation of Charter principles. Recently, the foreign minister of Gromyko, the Soviet Union prime minister, said better to have 10 years of negotiations rather than a day of war. Following this, we have been engaged in painstaking negotiations, reaching agreements on European security. We approved the founding Russia-NATO Act. We adopted at the highest level the OSCE Declaration on the Indivisibility of Security in 1999 and in 2010. And beginning with 2015, we insisted on the unconditional implementation of the Minsk agreements, which emerged as a result of negotiations. And this is all fully in line with the Charter of the United Nations, which demands, I quote, to ensure conditions for the just and respect for obligations which emanate from treaties and other sources of international law, unquote. End of quote. And Western colleagues trampled upon this principle as well when they signed onto these documents, knowing in advance that they had no intention, would not comply with this. This has been repeatedly seen, and Mr. Putin referred to this repeatedly, including recently, and I'd like to remind the distinguished Secretary of State that President Zelensky signed a decree prohibiting the conduct of negotiations with the government of Putin. If the U.S. is so interested in them, I don't think it would be very difficult to give the command for the decree of Zelensky to be lifted. Now, in our Western opponents' rhetoric, we hear slogans, invasion, aggression, annexation, not a word about the root causes of the problems, where they cultivated and encouraged openly Nazi regimes which openly rewrote the outcomes of the Second World War and the history of their own people. A substantive negotiation based on facts and respect for all of the requirements of the UN Charter, something which the West has avoided. And it seems that there is a fear of professional discussions that would reveal demagoguery with incantations of territorial integrity. Former colonial powers failed to mention the need for Paris to return the so-called French Mayotte and the composition of the islands, for London to withdraw from the Chagos archipelago, to begin discussions with Buenos Aires and the Malvinas Islands. The supporters of champions of territorial integrity in Ukraine now make it appear as if they don't even remember the sense of the Minsk agreements, which lies, I recall, in the reunification of Donbass and Ukraine with guarantee for respect for the fundamental human rights. First and foremost, the right to one's mother tongue. Having torn apart these agreements, the West now bears full responsibility for the collapse of Ukraine and for the fomenting of civil war there. Other principles in the Charter, respect for which could have prevented the security crisis in Europe and could help to reach an agreement on the basis of balance of interest, I would mention Article 2, Article 8, which sets out the need to develop the practice of peaceful resolution of dispute with the assistance of regional organizations. In line with this principle, the Russian Federation, together with our allies, has been consistently advocating the restoration declaration of contacts between the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the CSTO, and NATO to facilitate the practical implementation of the above-mentioned outcomes of the OSCE Summit on the indivisibility of security, which stipulate, among other things, I quote, not a single state, group of states, or organization can be vested with the primary responsibility for the maintenance of peace and security and stability in the OSCE region, or consider any part of that region as a sphere of influence, of its influence. It's clear to all that this is specifically what NATO was doing in its attempt to create a full superiority and in Europe and now in Asia Pacific. However, the repeated appeals of bodies of the CSTO to NATO were disregarded. The reason for such an arrogant position of the U.S. and their allies, as we see once again today, lies in an unwillingness to engage in any equitable dialogue with any party. If NATO had not rejected the proposal of the CSTO to cooperate, then perhaps we could have avoided numerous negative processes which resulted in the current European crisis, because Russia had been not listened to or deceived for decades. Today, at the proposal of the presidency, we are discussing effective multilateralism. Let us not forget the numerous facts of the genetic avoidance of the West of any forms of equitable cooperation. Consider Joseph Borrell's pearl that Europe is a flourishing garden surrounded by jungles. This is purely neo-colonialism with disregard for sovereign equality of states and the need to disregard for strengthening the principles of the UN through effective multilateralism. Trying to prevent democratization in international relations, the U.S. and its allies are openly and unceremoniously trying to privatize the Secretariat of the UN in circumvention of the Secretariat, trying to advance unconsensual mandates with claims to have the right to accuse those who, for one reason or another, are inconvenient to Washington. In this connection, let's recall the need for stringent compliance with the Charter, not just by member states, but also by the Secretariat of our organization. According to Article 100, the Secretariat has an obligation to act impartially and should not receive any instructions from any government. We have already talked about Article 2, and I wish to draw attention to a key point, paragraph 1, an organization based on the principles of sovereign equality of states. Building upon this principle, the General Assembly in the above-mentioned 1970 Declaration reaffirmed, I quote, the inalienable right of each state to select for itself the political, economic, social, and cultural system without intervention from any side. End of quote. And in this connection, we have serious questions that arise about the statements which our distinguished Secretary General delivered on the 29th of March, that, and I quote, autocratic rule does not guarantee stability. This is a catalyst for chaos and conflict. And robust democratic societies are capable of correcting themselves, improving themselves. They can stimulate change, even radical change, without any bloodletting or violence. One cannot but recall the changes that were introduced by the aggressive misadventures of robust democracies in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and many others. The distinguished Secretary General then said, democracies are the centers of broad cooperation rooted in the principles of equality, participation, and solidarity. End of quote. Worthy of note is that this was all stated, this was all announced by something Biden convened beyond the frame, outside of the framework of the UN, the so-called Summit for Democracy. The U.S. administration selected the participants of this on the principle of loyalty. Loyalty not so much for Washington, but rather the Democratic Party, which rules in Washington, attempts to use a new formula to address issues directly contradict paragraph 4, Article 1 of the UN Charter, which sets out the need, I quote, to ensure the role of the organization as a center for agreeing on action for the achievement of shared goals. Contrary to this principle, many years ago, France, Germany, they proclaimed an alliance of multilateralists, where they also invited only those who were obedient. And this in and of itself once again points to the unshakable nature of the colonialist mentality and the view of the initiators of this meeting vis-a-vis the principle of effective multilateralism. In parallel, there was a narrative that was imposed about the European Union as the ideal of multilateralism. Now there are calls from Brussels to expand the membership of the EU as soon as possible to include specifically the Balkan countries. But most importantly, it's not about Serbia, not about Turkey, where for decades hopeless talks have been carried out for their entry, but rather this is about Ukraine. Joseph Borrell recently has said that the Kiev regime needs to be accepted into the EU as soon as possible. Apparently, had it not been for the war, this would have taken years, and now there's a need to do so without respect for any criteria. Serbia, Turkey, and others, they'll wait, but the Nazis can skip the queue to enter the ranks of the EU. Incidentally, at the same Summit for Democracy, the Secretary General proclaimed that democracy emanates from the Charter of the United Nations. The first words of the Charter, "We the people," reflects a fundamental source of legitimacy, the consent of the governed. End of quote. It is useful to compare this premise with the track record of the Kiev regime, who, beginning with the coup in 2014 and the war being unleashed against its own people, against the millions of people who did not consent to rule by neo-Nazis and Russophobes, thereby undermining the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Those who, contrary to the Charter, divides humanity in democracies and autocracies, fail to respond to the question of what category they place the Ukrainian regime in. I won't answer for, wait for an answer. So there's a question about the relationship between the Security Council and the General Assembly. The Western aggressive clique has been peddling the theme of abuse of the right of veto and not with an incorrect focus on members of the UN. They have reached the result. This was resulted in a situation that after every exercise of the veto, the General Assembly considers the matter. This is not a problem for us at all because the Russian approaches to all issues on the agenda are open. There's no, it does not pose a difficulty for us to expound on our positions or lay them out yet again. And the right to a veto is an absolutely legitimate instrument which is stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations to prevent the adoption of decisions that would divide the organization. But if the procedure for discussion of the General Assembly of applications of the veto was approved, since this was approved, then why not consider why certain resolutions without any veto that were adopted, including those many years ago, but are not being implemented, despite the provisions of Article 25 of the Charter? Why would the General Assembly not consider the reasons behind this? This includes resolutions of the Security Council of Palestine and a whole range of issues related to the Middle East, the JCPOA, Resolution 2202, which approved the Minsk agreements on Ukraine. Also worthy of attention is the problem linked to sanctions regimes. This is now a norm. The Security Council, after protracted negotiations, fully in line with the Charter, adopts sanctions against a specific country. Subsequently, the U.S. and its allies impose against that same state additional, supplemental, unilateral restrictions, which did not secure the consent of the Security Council and are not included in its resolution as part of the agreed-upon package. This includes another very egregious example. Berlin, Paris, and London just adopted a decision through their national legislative bodies, for example, to extend restrictions against Iran that were set to expire in October, which are subject to legal conclusion in line with Resolution 2231. So the Security Council has determined that they have expired, but those countries decide that they decide on the rules. After this, any adoption of a council of sanctions there is a need to consider the question of the adoption of any sanctions by the Security Council not be overridden by the desires of others. Also important is for sanctions regime through the Security Council to be time-bound insofar as their being unlimited in nature deprives the Council of flexibility vis-a-vis the impact on the sanction governance policy. There is a need to consider humanitarian limitations of sanctions. For sanctions projects introduced at the Security Council should be accompanied by assessments about their consequences through consequences by humanitarian agencies of the UN, rather than being accompanied by demagogical exhortations of Western colleagues that ordinary people will not suffer. We see a deep crisis in international relations and the lack of willingness to redress this situation by the West. And the organization is responsible for the fate of the world in the historic context. There's a need to abandon parochial, short-sighted arrangements in national elections of any given member state being taken into account. Let us once again recall, nearly 80 years ago, having signed on to the UN Charter, world leaders agreed to respect the sovereign equality of all states, large states, small states, poor ones, rich ones, monarchies, republics. In other words, even then, humankind recognized the need for equitable, polycentric world order as a guarantee for the sustainability and security of its development. For this reason, we're not talking today about subordinating ourselves to some kind of a rules-based order, but we are talking about compliance with all of the obligations which we shouldered when signing the Charter in all of their integral and interconnected nature. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Catherine Colonna, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Europe for the Republic of France.
Microphone, please. I thank the Secretary General for his remarks. I wish to take this opportunity to begin by applauding the statement delivered by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. For the past 18 months, he has been embodied Ukrainian action. He has been the countenance and the voice of millions of Ukrainian people who have been fighting for their freedom with admirable courage. Before this Council, whose mandate focuses on international peace and security, his call is something which we need to respond to. On 24 February 2022, the Russian Federation chose to unleash a war of aggression against the sovereign state in violation of all its international commitments and principles, which for 8 decades have prevailed in relations among nations. A war with no other motivation than the Russian desire to restore its dream of an imperial past, despite the fact that this had been condemned by history. This in the Ukraine is evidently the main victim of this war. Ukraine and its people every day endure atrocities, war crimes, shelling, torture. Ukrainian children, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcefully abducted from their families and transferred to the Russian Federation. This is an abomination.
Des enfants ukrainiens qui ont subi des viols de masse utilisés comme arme de guerre.
Which has been used as a war crime. Another crime.
Oui, cette guerre est une guerre contre l'Ukraine, contre les Ukrainiennes et les Ukrainiens. Mais c'est aussi une guerre contre les règles de la vie internationale. Car c'est une guerre contre les principes les plus fondamentaux de notre charte commune, en premier lieu ceux du respect de la souveraineté et de l'intégrité territoriale des États. C'est une guerre contre l'idée même des Nations unies. C'est une guerre contre les fondements fondements de notre sécurité collective alors que la Russie utilise la sûreté des installations nucléaires civiles ukrainiennes comme levier au service de son agression. C'est une guerre contre les biens communs de l'humanité, qu'il s'agisse du patrimoine culturel que la Russie prend pour cible à Odessa et ailleurs,
against cultural heritage, which Russia has been targeting in Odessa and elsewhere, targeting global food security with the sudden and cynical termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. And more than 270,000 tons of grains have been systematically destroyed by Russian bombardment during the month of August alone. For a member of this council to use hunger as a weapon is yet another transgression following on a litany of others. And we need to consider the moral implications of this. This is a war which concerns all of us. For this reason,
face à cette agression et aux déstabilisations qu'elle provoque partout dans le monde, seule une poignée d'États, quels États, soutient les choix catastrophiques de la Russie. L'Assemblée générale, comme notre Conseil, sont largement unis autour de nos principes communs. Chacun comprend que renvoyer dos à dos l'agressé et l'agresseur n'apporte ni paix, ni justice, ni stabilité. Si nous permettions que l'agression russe soit récompensée aujourd'hui, ne nous leurrons pas, nous devrons à nouveau réunir ce Conseil, car d'autres agressions se produiront ici ou ailleurs, et car nul ne sera en sécurité. Monsieur le Président, la quasi-totalité des pays présents autour de cette table ont dans leur passé plus ou moins récent, vécu le traumatisme de la guerre. Ils ont fait l'expérience dans leur chair du lot de destruction et de drame qu'elle charrie. Ils savent que la guerre n'est jamais une solution. Alors que nous célébrons demain, comme tous les 21 septembre, la journée mondiale de la paix, nous avons tous ici une responsabilité autant qu'un devoir moral d'agir pour mettre un terme à cette agression de la Russie, comme l'Assemblée générale le lui a expressément demandé. Le 21 septembre, comme chaque jour depuis le début de cette guerre, la France se mobilisera pour que cette agression échoue. Dans notre intérêt à tous. La France continuera d'agir selon nos principes communs, le principe de légitime défense reconnu par notre charte. Nous continuerons à poursuivre le soutien militaire et civil que nous apportons à l'Ukraine pour qu'elle résiste et se défende. Le principe de justice et de dignité. Nous continuerons de soutenir les juridictions ukrainiennes et internationales pour assurer qu'il n'y aura pas d'impunité pour les crimes commis par la Russie. Le principe de solidarité. Nous continuerons à poursuivre et à accroître notre soutien concret aux pays les plus durement frappés par la crise alimentaire mondiale provoquée par la Russie. Et nous accroîtrons notre aide humanitaire au bénéfice des populations dans le besoin partout dans le monde. Monsieur le Président, la primauté du droit sur la force, la solidarité internationale et le soutien aux plus démunis sont des principes qui figurent au cœur de la vision pour la paix développée par le président Zelensky. C'est la raison pour laquelle, chaque jour, nous sommes plus nombreux à les soutenir. J'appelle tous les États qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à y travailler. Je vous remercie.
I thank Her Excellency Madame Colonna for her statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
I thank the Presidency of the Security Council for organizing this meeting. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has added numerous stresses to the multilateral system, which was already subject to multiple complex challenges and increasing dissent. The current context of polarization and distrust does not create favorable conditions for the multilateral instances of international peace and security to operate effectively. The world is facing the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, and 2 billion people, a quarter of humanity, are living in areas affected by conflicts. Yet, our collective institutions are not adequately responding to these challenges. As the concept note of this debate rightly points out, the inability of the Security Council to adequately fulfill its mandate is undermining its credibility and leading to renewed calls for its long overdue reform. In these troubled times, daunting violations of core values of the principles of the United Nations, Brazil has been encouraging member states to revive the spirit of San Francisco in the search for peace for present and future generations, which is the fundamental mission of this organization. Brazil fully respects and upholds the right of self-defense of all member states under Article 51 of UN Charter. At the same time, we must recognize that the recent escalation in the conflict, with the introduction of even more sophisticated weapons and ammunition, or the inadmissible threat of use of nuclear weapons, seriously undermines peace and security well beyond the battlefield, violating the core principles and provisions of the UN Charter. This dynamic has grave consequences, above all, for the civilian population, in particular women and children, who are disproportionately affected by wars. The destruction of civilian infrastructure worsens the humanitarian crisis, especially as winter approaches. Moreover, the persistent threat to the integrity of nuclear facilities risks a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Mr. President, as we have consistently noted, the war in Ukraine also affects other regions, especially as developing countries bear the burden of food and energy insecurity. We welcome the Secretary General's effort to explore alternatives to alleviate the suffering of millions of people who once again face hunger or the threat of hunger. Brazil strongly supports a resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative under terms that would be acceptable to all concerned parties. Brazil also underscores the need for addressing the root causes of food and energy insecurity, such as excessively high interest rates and external debt that severely impact prices and the ability of developing countries to invest in sustainable food and energy production. The current international financial structure is not well equipped to assist these countries address their major challenges. As recently announced by President Lula, Brazil will launch during our G20 presidency a global alliance against hunger. This is a top priority for Brazil and should be for all of us. Mr. President, it's worrisome that we are witnessing a conflict with such geopolitical reverberations well into the 21st century. We must reverse this course. Brazil, along with many others, continue to call for the de-escalation of hostilities, the resumption of dialogue, and a peaceful solution to the conflict. This is an obligation of all member states under Article 33 of the UN Charter. There is no military solution to this conflict, only a political solution that takes into account the purpose and principles of the UN Charter and the legitimate security concerns of all parties will bring lasting peace. The international community will have to assist the parties to come to a negotiated and lasting solution. Brazil is prepared to do its part. Mr. President, the space for diplomacy and peaceful solution is narrowing. We must set aside practices that only deepen divisions instead of contributing to a more peaceful world and work together for a renewed multilateralism. Brazil firmly advocates for mediation and preventive diplomacy as indispensable tools to prevent the escalation of crisis. With this view, Brazil has been engaged in several fora to deal with the Ukrainian crisis. We have sent high representatives to Copenhagen and Jeddah. We have also spoken bilaterally to the concerned parties. We strongly encourage that in these conversations, both parties should be heard and their views carefully taken into consideration. Talking to only one part or the other will not help advancing the cause of durable peace. A comprehensive approach, as suggested, will be the only way forward to enable peaceful negotiations. With that in mind, we will organize next month, during our presidency of the Security Council, a high-level open debate on the contributions of regional, sub-regional, and bilateral arrangements to the prevention and peaceful resolution of disputes. I count on your participation in October. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vieira for his statement, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Mariam Al-Mahiri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment, Chief of the International Affairs Office at the Presidential Court of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. I extend my gratitude to Secretary General Guterres for his valuable briefing and wish to acknowledge the heads of state and government and other high-level representatives present today. I also welcome the participation of President Zelensky. I commend Albania for convening this critical open debate. The UAE has long advocated for a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine that upholds the UN Charter. The war has wrought a devastating toll on human life, including the displacement of almost 2 out of every 3 children in Ukraine. The country now bears the grim record for the highest concentration of landmines in the world, rendering nearly 1/3 of the country no longer safe due to unexploded ordnance. This conflict has further ravaged food and transport infrastructure. We stress once again the need for all parties to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law, and specifically the protection of those objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. We are deeply concerned by the ramifications of the destruction of infrastructure on survivor services, health care, and other critical forms of support, especially on women and children, who already bear the brunt of armed conflict. The UAE has pledged $100 million to help address the humanitarian crisis. We have sent 11 airlifts of relief and medical supplies for children and the elderly, provided more than 2,500 generators, and sent 23 ambulances just this week. The UAE has also provided $4 million in funding for First Lady Olena Zelenska's Foundation's programming for orphans. Beyond Ukraine, the war's global ripple effects are evident, especially in the pronounced impact on food security, including in our own region. Let me restate that the UAE remains steadfast in supporting the renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the full implementation of the MOU on Russian fertilizers and food products, as well as any discussions that support these goals. Mr. President, while crucial, these measures only alleviate rather than end suffering. World leaders, especially this week in the General Assembly, have made clear the global desire for a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, one that upholds the UN Charter. A diverse set of countries is increasingly coming together around the common cause of peace in Ukraine. We welcome the role played by countries such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China, as well as the African Peace Initiative, in supporting all possible routes to a peaceful settlement. In these calls, there is growing recognition of the urgency of the task, not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. The war amplified the erosion of faith in multilateralism. Achieving peace can begin its restoration. Of course, peace will only come out of diplomatic talks between Russia and Ukraine, and it will only be just and sustainable if it upholds the UN Charter. The UN Security Council and its members have a vital role to play in this process. We can encourage and incentivize de-escalation, extend the urgency to uphold the UN Charter to every file before us, and expand the circle of peacemakers to reflect today's global realities. We would welcome an increasingly representative council and believe the discussions on Security Council reform should move forward with serious intention. Though the path to peace in Ukraine may be arduous, it doesn't license inaction. There is only one sustainable path to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter and preserving its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and the UAE stands ready to support that objective. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Almairi, for her statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ma Jiaosu, Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China.
谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, Mr. President.
主席先生，
Mr. President,
中国在乌克兰问题
China's
上的立
position
场
on the Ukraine issue
一贯的。
is consistent and clear.
习近平主席
President Xi
先后提出
Jinping put
四个
forward
应该
4 points on what
四个
must be
共
done,
同
4
和
things the
3 点
international community
思
must
考
do together, and 3 observations.
成为中国
They
处
have
理乌克
become
兰问题
fundamental guidance for
根本
China
遵循
to handle the Ukraine issue.
我们认为
We believe
各国主权、
that the sovereignty
领土完
and the
整
territorial integrity
都
of
应
all
该得到
countries
尊重。
should be respected.
联合国宪章
The
的宗旨
purposes and
和
the principle of the
原
UN Charter
则都应
observed,
该得到遵守。各国
the
合理安
legitimate
全关
security
切
concerns of all
都应
countries
该得
taken
到重视
seriously,
一切
and
有
all
利于解
efforts
决危机的
conducive
努力
to resolving the
都应该
crisis
得到支持。
supported.
今年2月，
In February this
中
year,
方发布了
we
关于
released
政治
China's
解决乌
position
克兰
on
危
the
机的
political
中
settlement
国立
of the
场文
Ukraine
件，
crisis,
提出
laying
尊
out
重主
12
权、
propositions
停火止
including
战、
respecting
启
sovereignty,
动
ceasing
和谈、
hostilities, resuming
停止
talks,
单边制裁
stopping
等
unilateral
12条
sanctions,
主张。
etc.
核心
The core
就是
message
劝
is
和促谈。
facilitating talks for peace.
中国同有关各
China
方
has maintained
及
close
国际社会
communication on the
就
Ukraine
乌克兰危
crisis
机
with various relevant
保持密
parties
切
and
沟通。
rest of the international community.
中国政府欧亚事务特
The
别代
special
表
representative of the
赴访
Chinese government
有
on
关国
Eurasian
家
affairs has
并且
visited
出
countries
席
concerned
在沙特吉
and
达举
attended
行
the
的
International
乌克兰问
Conference
题
on
国际会
Ukraine
议，
in Jeddah.
以自己的方式
China has
劝
facilitated
和
talks for
促
peace
谈，
in its own way
为乌克兰危机
and
解
played
决
a
发
positive
挥积
and
极
constructive
和
role
建设性作
in
用。
resolving the Ukraine crisis.
主席先生，
Mr. President,
我们看到乌克兰危机
the
还
Ukraine
在延宕，
crisis is still
战
on.
场形势
The intense
激烈
situation on
焦
the
灼，
battleground
外溢
and the
风险
accumulating
不断发
risks
酵
of，spillover
对国际形势
have
产
exerted
生
a
重大
significant
影响。
impact internationally.
乌克兰危机
The
发展
Ukraine
到今
crisis
天，
has become what it is
有着
today
深刻的根
for a
源
variety of
和
deep
复杂
and
的成因。
complex reasons.
危机长期
A
化、
prolonged
扩大
and
化，
expanded Ukraine
不符
crisis
合任
is
何一
in no
方的
one's
利益。
interest.
结合当前形
In
势，
light of the
我
current
愿强调
situation, I
以
would
下
like
4
to
点：
stress on the following 4
第一，
points.
坚
First,
持劝和促
stay
谈。
committed to facilitating talks
历
for
史
peace.
充分证明，
History has
冲
proven
突没
that
有赢
conflict
家，
produces no
战
winner
争解
and
决
war
不了问
cannot
题。
solve problems.
追求自身
The
绝对
pursuit
安
of
全，
one's absolute
甚
security,
至挑动
all
阵
efforts
营
to
对抗，
stoke block
只会
confrontation
加剧
will only
矛盾和
intensify
冲突，
disagreement and
不会有
conflict
好的结果。
and will come to no
无
good.
论形势多么复杂，
However complicated
挑
the
战多么
situation
严峻，
or challenging the
都要
task,
坚持
it
政
is
治
important
解
to
决的
stick
大
to the
方向，
general direction of
推
political
动当事
settlement,
方凝聚
help
共
parties
识，
concerned to
启
build
动和谈，
consensus,
早
initiate
日
talks
实
for
现
peace,
停火止战。
and cease
国际社会
hostilities at an
要
early
为此
date.
创造
To
必
this
要
end,
的条件
the international
和氛围。
community needs to create necessary
有
conditions
关
and
各方
atmosphere.
应当着眼
Relevant
长远，
parties need to take a
秉
long
持
view,
共同、综合、
uphold the
合
vision of
作、
common,
可持续
comprehensive,
的安全观，
cooperative, and sustainable
尊重彼
security,
此合理
respect
安
each
全关
other's
切，
legitimate security concerns and promote the building of a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture in Europe. Second, avoid pouring oil over the fire. All parties should exercise restraint and not increase or escalate tension. Refrain from taking any initiatives that lead to a steady escalation of the situation and work to create necessary conditions for political settlement. We should safeguard the bottom line of nuclear security and prevent man-made nuclear accident. Third, manage the spillover risks. The Ukraine crisis has dealt a heavy blow to world economic recovery and global development, and severely affected the world food, energy, and financial security. Developing countries are the first to bear the brunt. Relevant countries should stop abusing unilateral sanctions and long-arm jurisdiction and protect the security and the smooth operation of global production and supply chains. We support relevant parties in maintaining communication with Russia and Ukraine on the Black Sea Green Deal and assuming the deal on the basis of balanced consideration of the concerns of both sides with a view to earnestly protecting global food security. Fourth, ease the humanitarian crisis. In 2023, as many as 339 million people around the world are in need of humanitarian aid, some 70 million more than at the beginning of 2022. The Ukraine crisis has produced millions of displaced people and destroyed multiple important large-scale infrastructure. The parties to the conflict should strictly observe international humanitarian law, follow the principles of necessity, distinction, and proportionality, protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, and provide rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access in order to lessen the suffering of civilians. The international community and the humanitarian institutions should honor the principles of humanitarian aid and step up efforts to help people affected tidal with difficulties. China attaches great importance to the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. At the beginning of the crisis, we put forward a six-point initiative for preventing a massive humanitarian crisis and have all along played a constructive role in easing the humanitarian situation. We have provided multiple batches of humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. Mr. President, China will stay committed to the true multilateralism, stay committed to an objective and just position, and will always stand on the side of dialogue, on the side of peace, and on the right side of history. We are ready to work with Security Council members and relevant parties to continue playing a constructive role for the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ma, for your statement. And now I give the floor to representatives of Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to thank the Albanian presidency for convening this briefing. We also wish to express our deep gratitude to the Secretary General for his invaluable insights. Mr. President, it is not redundant that we remind ourselves of the importance of multilateralism, fostering cooperation, partnership, interaction between states based on a shared system of norms and values. Multilateralism also involves consultation, dialogue, inclusion, respect, solidarity, and is guided by collectively developed rules that ensure sustainable and effective cooperation. More significantly, the importance of multilateralism lies in its ability to enable us, sovereign states, to solve complex challenges collectively that they could be not overcome individually. By nurturing peace before, during, and after conflicts, multilateralism contributes to sustainable and lasting peace. It is in this regard that the Security Council must play its crucial role in maintaining international peace and security by facilitating political process, protecting civilians, preventing wars, promoting human rights, and restoring the rule of law. Mr. President, this protracted conflict between Russia and Ukraine constitutes a grave risk to the maintenance of global peace and security. This, in essence, perfectly illustrates the struggle multilateralism faces. Despite numerous international appeals, including from this very Council, we are now entering the 574th day of hostilities with mounting civilian casualties and no clear end in sight. It is indeed a 21st century tragedy unfolding under our collective gaze and the scrutiny of the entire world. This conflict unfolds both on the battlefield and amidst a perplexed and divided public opinion, pushing our contemporary multilateral system to its breaking point. Our multilateral system, as we all can attest, has, despite its imperfections, weathered numerous crises. This ongoing crisis poses a serious threat to this foundational principle of global stability. Not only has the conflict caused immense suffering for Ukraine and its people, but it has also compounded global food security issues, pushing more individuals into poverty and destabilizing regions far from the conflict's epicenter. Moreover, this conflict impedes our joint efforts to reach vital multilateral milestones like the Sustainable Development Goals, which are a focal topic of this year's General Assembly and jeopardizes our collective efforts toward non-proliferation. Mr. President, of particular concern to Mozambique is the intensification of military rhetoric and the possibility of further escalation. It is evident that the involved parties continue to prioritize military strategies over dialogue and compromise, increasing the risk of severe miscalculations. We maintain that there can be no purely military resolution to this crisis. Should one be pursued, it will weigh heavily on the Council's conscience for a generation to come. We remain unyielding in our advocacy for a political and negotiated end to this conflict. We once again urge all parties to silence the guns, engage in earnest in diplomatic efforts aimed at the swift resumption of direct negotiations. A lasting peace, consistent with the Charter, remains the sole viable solution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mozambique, and now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Scholz.
Mr. President, colleagues, excellencies, it has been almost 19 months since Russia started a brutal war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Tens of thousands of soldiers and Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Countless Ukrainian children have been abducted. Russian troops have murdered, raped, and tortured. They are razing towns and villages to the ground. They are mining entire regions, turning cornfields into death traps. This war is taking place in Europe, but its repercussions are felt throughout the world. Russia has deliberately removed millions of tons of grains and fertilizer from the world market, which countries around the globe need to guarantee food security. Russia is deliberately targeting grain silos and port infrastructures. And Russia has withdrawn unilaterally from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, triggering more poverty and more food insecurity all over the world. There is no justification for that. Any claims that sanctions are hampering Russian exports of crops and fertilizer are false. There are no sanctions impeding such exports. On the contrary, Russia dominates the global fertilizer market. 2022 was a record year for Russian wheat exports. The reason for the continued suffering in Ukraine and around the world is shockingly simple. Russia's president wants to follow through with his imperialistic plan to conquer his sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Mr. President, the United Nations has expressed very clearly what it thinks of Russia's war of aggression, most recently on the 23rd of February of this year. The General Assembly called for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. This demand is directed at Russia. It remains unanswered. Nothing rings out louder today than Russia's silence in response to this global call for peace. Some argue that this war could have been prevented by diplomatic means. In fact, France and Germany have held hundreds of meetings with Moscow and Kiev since the beginning of Russia's attack on eastern Ukraine in 2014. Our aim was to find a diplomatic solution that is in line with international law. All these endeavors failed because one party, Russia, chose war over diplomacy. But there has been no lack of diplomatic efforts. Some call for immediate ceasefire. I acknowledge their good intentions. We all want an end to the killing today rather than tomorrow. And yet we must beware of seemingly easy solutions that promise peace in name only. Peace without freedom is oppression, and peace without justice is a dictate. In the resolutions of the General Assembly, we have laid out the path towards peace. Peace means respecting the UN Charter. Peace means respecting the territorial integrity and political independence of Ukraine. That is the promise of UN Charter gives to every United Nations member state. No one longs for peace more than the Ukrainians. The peace plan that the Ukrainian president has laid out is proof of that. The recent meetings in Copenhagen and Jeddah were important. This work should be continued. It should be continued in the pursuit of one goal, finding peace that respects the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, the more decisively we rally behind these principles, the more determined we are in pushing for a just peace, and the more united we are in our rejections of Russian aggression, the sooner this war will end. The sooner this human suffering will end in Ukraine and around the world. This goal is worth our utmost efforts. Thank you.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz. There are still a considerable number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting, so I intend, with concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. for our American friends. So the meeting is suspending.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. Service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters.
Majesty, please. Monsieur le Président. Your Majesty, to the right, everybody please. On the right.
Oui, je suis en direct. Mais je n'étais pas du tout là, t'es bas. Merci.
J'ai déjà envoyé, ouais, ça passe très mal. Je vais aller à la moto, ça passera mieux. Je vais dans la salle de presse, Ouais. Quoi? Je sais pas. Je sais rien. Je sais pas du tout. Merci. Là, regarde. Ouais, merci. Bon, allez, les gars.
How is that? I think I'm going to make it. He's leaving soon. You stayed on.
Bah moi j'ai cherché à faire autre chose. Non mais je peux rester sur les cartes.
You know, when it's dark, so I can put a little bit of game. Yeah, but it's ugly. You like it? Okay. Oh, can you speak slowly? Because I like when it's, comment on dit, how we say that, you know, when it's dark. I mean, you understand what I mean? It's, okay. You can't fight the night. Okay, cool. Okay, so, yeah. Sure. It's okay.
ça.
Hi. Hello. Just a quick moment. The President and the King will come through here, and then they will turn and they will sit down. But we're here only for the toast. So no pictures of them passing. Just whenever they're ready and the toast begins, then we can go. Is it okay for you? Ah mais vous êtes français? Ah mais d'accord. Ah, vous faites partie de la presse britannique?
Non, non, c'est chez nous.
Mais moi je parle en anglais.
C'était bien, hein, c'était très bien. C'était pas mal.
Pardon, c'est ok pour vous?
Juste le toast, pas d'image quand il passe. Ah bon?
Comment? Ouais. Donc on coupe jusqu'au moment où ils arrivent. Ouais. Ça tourne là? Bah on coupe. Toi t'es France Télé? On coupe et quand ils s'installent ou quand ils sont sur le point de s'installer, on lance et on a les toasts. Maintenant, si possible. Ouais. Merci. Exactement, c'est fait pour. Sur le côté, voilà, pas assise et à l'issue.
Mesdames, Messieurs, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames, Messieurs, nous vous demanderons de bien vouloir rejoindre vos places, s'il vous plaît, et de rester debout derrière vos chaises. Merci.
For the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio.
The 9,421st meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I would like to warmly welcome distinguished presidents, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out this work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the colors of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening today's debate, important not only for Ukraine, but for all of us who respect the UN Charter. We cannot remain silent when multilateralism and international law, the UN Charter at its core, are under unparalleled pressure. Russia's aggression against Ukraine violates all the values we believe in. It violates the fundamental principles enshrined in the Charter while exposing the structural deficiencies of the UN and its Security Council. A permanent member of the Council responsible for upholding international peace and security has launched a full-scale, unlawful and unjustified war against its sovereign neighbor, using its veto power to shield itself from accountability, shamelessly undermining the Council's credibility and the UN authority. I call on all responsible Council members and all the UN member nations to urgently reflect on how we can together fix the brutal ignorance of core principles of the UN. I am convinced that the one responsible for aggression and conflicts have to face justice, even the one with veto right in the Security Council, because a crime is a crime regardless who you are or what power you hold. Mr. President, from the beginning of a large-scale armed attack by the Russian Federation against sovereign Ukraine to this date, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has recorded 27,149 civilian casualties in the country, with 9,614 people killed. 500,000 of them are children. These numbers are not bare statistics. These are people's lives, broken destinies, and lost dreams. For those who endure, there are no safe places, as homes, hospitals, food storages, and schools have been destroyed. Tens of thousands of children have lost their families or have been forcefully deported to Russia and Belarus, only to suffer abuse in re-education camps or to be stripped of their Ukrainian roots and identity in Russian families. A disgraceful practice executed already by our neighbor in the history of my country and in many other places. The human toll of this war extends far beyond Ukraine. By unilaterally leaving the UN-mediated Black Sea grain deal and obstructing Ukrainian grain export, Russia is using food scarcity as a tool to manipulate the world's most vulnerable populations. Let me repeat loud and clear. We have never sanctioned Russian exports of food to third countries. Russia and Russia alone is responsible for this war and for millions of people's lives who face starvation as Russia is destroying Ukrainian grain facilities, stealing grain from occupied territories, and bombarding Ukrainian ports. Russia's actions reveal its intention to manipulate the market and destabilize the international political climate by increasing the grain price and forcing countries to become reliant on Russian assistance. The UN cannot allow aggression to become a form of politics. Ukraine has presented its peace formula, the only comprehensive plan to overcome the Russian aggression, and all its consequences. The points of peace formula reiterate all the basic principles of the Charter. An overwhelming majority of the UN members have voted for a just peace for Ukraine and protecting the Charter. However, the Security Council remains hostage of the aggressor. Mr. President, it has become an unfortunate reality that the Security Council is unable to act decisively and fulfill its mandate. To ensure that the Security Council can carry out the tasks set by the UN Charter, there is no alternative but to adjust the structure and working methods of the Council while further reinforcing the power of the General Assembly. The veto initiative adopted last spring was a laudable, significant first step. But more has to be done. There should be no veto right if there is a suspicion that the one casting it may be have acted against the international law. Estonia supports the French-Mexican initiative on the veto restraint and the code of conduct by the Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Group on not voting against resolutions aimed at ending mass atrocities, including the crime of aggression. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Karis for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it is an honor to address you today at this Security Council, and I would like to thank the Albanian Presidency for this opportunity. We teach our children to play by the rules, to develop friendly and respectful relations, and to prevent conflicts. This globally shared notion, we, the members the member states of the UN family, reflected in the international rules in order to secure a peaceful and prosperous life for our societies. And yet, Russia, a permanent member of this Security Council, launched a full-fledged invasion and leads a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression against its neighbor, in a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter. It is an outrageous insult to the rules-based order and thus to the entire international community. Time and again, we have been bitterly retaught the lesson that the aggressor's voracity only grows while he devours his prey. This is not only about Russia and Ukraine, this concerns us all. The ultimate victory of Ukraine means victory of the rule of law and respect to others, while its defeat would allow lawless brutality to prevail. That's why I believe that no country may be genuinely neutral to this conflict. Russia must completely and unconditionally withdraw all of its troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. The Kremlin leadership must face consequences and be brought to justice. Due to Russia's aggression, people are dying again in Europe. But the impacts of the war go far beyond the region. By violating the fundamental rights of Ukraine to its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, Russia is putting peace and security at risk globally, inspiring possible followers. Further, we cannot but condemn Russia's cynical decision to terminate the Black Sea grain initiative. It has led to massive increases of food prices, and it bluntly demonstrates how little Russia cares about the day-to-day struggle of the most vulnerable ones. The international community and almost all members of the Security Council have already expressed their desire for peace in Ukraine. But clearly, no one wants peace more than the Ukrainians themselves. A just and lasting peace. A peace that does not reward the aggressor. And this is why we support President Zelensky's effort in his peace formula. It is only Ukraine who can set the terms of any peace solution. Mr. President, Excellencies, as you know, my country has its own painful experience with Russian, that time called international assistance. They came without being asked to assist us against us. Today, We call it by proper names, imperialism and expansionism. We have been there. Czechia, therefore, feels a strong solidarity with Ukraine and its people. I am truly thankful that our government and our society have been supporting Ukraine so wholeheartedly. We are determined to stay side by side with Ukraine and support it as long as it takes, until peace and rule of law are restored. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Pavel for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic.
Senhor Presidente,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excelências,
Excellencies,
como se mede o
how do
sofrimento
we
humano?
measure human suffering?
Como se mede a
How
dor de
do
uma
we
criança
measure
que ficou
the pain
órfã,
of an orphan child,
dos pais que
of
perdem os
parents
seus
who
filhos,
lose children,
dos
of the
mutilados e das
mutilated
vítimas da
and
tortura?
victims of torture?
Como se resiste e
And how
sobrevive a
do
tudo
one
isto
resist and
e
survive
se
all
continua a
this
lutar
and
pela
keep fighting
família,
for
pela
one's
casa,
family,
pelo
one's
país?
home, one's country?
Estive há poucas
I
semanas,
was in
dias
Ukraine
seguidos
a
na
few
Ucrânia,
weeks ago,
e é impossível
and
ficar
it is
indiferente
impossible to remain
perante a
indifferent to the
indescritível devastação
unspeakable
em Bucha
devastation
ou em
in Bucha,
Mosul,
in Mosul,
exemplos trágicos de
tragic
desumanidade e
examples of
sofrimento.
humanity and suffering.
Mas é também
But it
impossível
is
não
also
admirar a
impossible not to
vitalidade
admire the
e a
inspiring
força moral
vitality and moral
inspiradoras
strength
na
embodied in the
resistência do povo
resistance and
ucraniano
resilience
que
of
dignamente
the
se
Ukrainian
defende
people
de uma
who are
invasão
admirably
ilegal,
defending themselves
injusta
against an
e imoral.
illegal, unjust and immoral invasion.
Saúdo, por isso,
I
a
therefore
iniciativa da
welcome the
presidência
Albanian
albanesa
presidency's initiative
ao convocar este
to
debate
convene this
crucial
crucial
em
open
sessão
debate
aberta. A
as an open
posição de
debate.
Portugal é clara.
Portugal's position is clear.
Estamos e estaremos
We are
sempre
and
ao
we will
lado do
always
direito
be on the side
internacional,
of international
da
law,
Carta das Nações Unidas,
the
bem
UN
como de
Charter,
qualquer
and
resolução da
any
Assembleia
General
Geral
Assembly
que
resolution
condena a agressão à
condemning the
Ucrânia
aggression
e que
against
exija a
Ukraine
retirada das
and
tropas da
demanding the
Federação
withdrawal
Russa.
of Russian troops.
Estamos e estaremos
We
sempre
are and we will
solidários
always be in
com a legítima
solidarity
defesa da
with the
Ucrânia
legitimate
e a
defense
sua
of
fórmula
Ukraine
para a paz,
and its formula
com
for
a sua
peace,
luta na
with its
reposição da
struggle to
soberania
restore
e
sovereignty
apoiando o seu
and
contributo
supporting
para a
its
segurança
contribution to
alimentar
global
global.
food security.
Estamos e
We
estaremos
are
sempre
and we will
solidários
always
com as
be in
vítimas,
solidarity with
os
the
refugiados
victims,
que sempre
with the
acolhemos,
refugees
os
we
esforços do
have always
Secretário-Geral
welcomed, with
na
Secretary
criação de
General's
corredores
efforts to
humanitários
create
e no
humanitarian
retorno de
corridors
milhares de
and
crianças
conditions for the return
retiradas
of
às
thousands of children
famílias
taken from their
ilegalmente
families
deportadas.
and illegal deported.
Estamos e estaremos
We are
sempre
and we will always
comprometidos
be
com um
committed
roteiro de paz
to a
justa,
just roadmap for peace,
que reponha
one
e
that
credibilize o
restores
direito
and gives
internacional,
credibility to
que
international
reafirme
law and
a legítima aspiração da
Ukraine's
Ucrânia
legitimate
à
aspiration
plena
to full
integração
integration
nas
into the
organizações
organizations
às
it
quais
sovereignly
soberanamente
wishes
deseja aderir.
to join.
Estamos e
We
estaremos
are
sempre
and we will
dispostos a
always
dar o
be
nosso
ready
contributo
to make our
para uma paz
contribution to
justa e
achieving a
sustentável,
just and
que
sustainable
viabilize
peace
cessar-fogo
that makes
imediato
possible
e
immediate
duradouro,
and
com a
lasting
retirada das
ceasefire
tropas da Federação
with
Russa
the withdrawal
do
of the
território da
Russian
Ucrânia
Federation's troops
e a
from the
garantia da
territory of
segurança
Ukraine and the
nuclear
guarantee of
e das
nuclear
suas
safety and its
instalações
facilities
sob
under the
monitorização
monitoring
da Agência
of the
Internacional
International
de Energia
Atomic
Atômica.
Energy Agency.
Uma paz justa e
A just and
sustentável
sustainable peace
que assegura a
that ensures
libertação
the
de
monitored
prisioneiros
release
e
of
deportados,
prisoners and
com
deportees,
especial
with
urgência
special
para as
urgency
crianças,
for the situation of
e a
children,
credibilização
and
da
that
justiça
ensures the
internacional
credibility of
através
international
de uma
justice
investigação
through a thorough
minuciosa
investigation
aos crimes de
and
guerra,
accountability
aos
for
crimes
all
contra a
war
humanidade
crimes,
e aos seus
human
autores.
crimes and their
Estes
perpetrators.
passos e a
These
coragem
steps and
política
the
que eles
political
exigem
courage they require
poderão permitir,
could lead
a seu
in
tempo,
time
a assinatura de um
to
tratado
the
de
signing
paz e
of a peace
segurança
and security
entre a
treaty
Federação
between
Russa
the
e a
Russian
Ucrânia.
Federation and Ukraine.
Estejamos à altura da história,
Let us live up with
são
this moment.
os nossos povos,
Our people
é a humanidade que o
demand it.
exige.
Humanity demand it. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rebelo de Sousa for his statement. And now I pass the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Catalina Novak, President of Hungary.
Thank you so much, President. Mr. President, I would like to thank you personally, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, for taking the effort to initiate this open debate. Open debates create for us, non-member countries of the Security Council, an opportunity to express our views and issues impacting our world. Our position position is clear. The Russian Federation has crossed the Rubicon with the invasion of an independent and sovereign state, a member of the international community, and a member of the family of the United Nations. Our goal is a lasting, just peace in Ukraine. Mr. President, According to the 2022 Global Conflict Tracker of the Council of Foreign Relations, there were 27 armed conflicts around the world. Since the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, this number has significantly increased. We see that new armed and military conflicts emerge as we speak. For 1.5 years, we have witnessed a major war as never before since the Second World War, at least not us, Europeans. War itself is not unknown to us. In the early 90s, we saw the bloodshed and experienced the impact of the war in the Balkans, again, Hungary's direct neighborhood. And let us not forget the stability of the Western Balkans is even now the goal we have to work for, among others, with the speeding up of the EU integration of the region. Today, it is a nuclear power invading a European, for some of us, a neighboring country, also with the realistic threat of nuclear escalation, a scenario that none of us wants to experience. We Hungarians are hit by the war in Ukraine in 3 dimensions. As a direct neighbor, we feel threatened. Ethnic Hungarians, citizens of Ukraine, are fighting and are dying on the battlefield. The war in Ukraine directly threatens the security architecture of Europe. Since the war is being fought close to the eastern border of NATO, the emergence of a new Cold War is a disturbing reality. The war in Ukraine has serious impact not only on the European continent, but in the whole world. Inflation and rising energy prices remind us that in this interconnected world, local conflicts easily become regional, then global. We all need to work together to promote peace and security in Ukraine. Hungary supports and is open to take part in any peace initiative that creates a feasible environment for a lasting ceasefire and creates a roadmap towards a sustainable and just peace. We need organizations, countries, and personalities who can invite the warring parties to peace negotiation. Organizations. We acknowledge the United Nations and this Security Council of the UN as essential actors in this process. Being the fora where both parties concerned are around the table, there is a room and a chance for talks and actions. We need countries. We need strong nations, for example, the United States, China, or Turkey, that are capable or ready to set the table for a possible solution, are capable or ready to talk with both sides, and have the potential to influence the continuation further. Personalities we also need. Our history gives us so many examples that a small group of people or even a single person can have an effect or turn the flow of history. I am convinced that Pope Francis is someone who can facilitate peace in Ukraine. And let us not underestimate the power of women. Women leaders who join their forces to contribute to peacemaking can have a substantial contribution in this process. This brings me to congratulating Nataša Pirc-Musar, President of Slovenia, for their Security Council membership. Dear Natasha, your role is vital here. The personal presence of Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, at this distinguished gathering before is also an indication that the moment has come to be serious about peace. I take this moment to reiterate that Hungary welcomes the Ukrainian peace initiative and is open to join the process. I also count on President Zelensky to take action and facilitate the restoration of rights of ethnic Hungarians in Ukraine, as he personally promised me during our last meeting in Kiev and also yesterday here in New York. With regard to the future of Ukraine, Hungary is interested in a stable, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine. In this spirit of good neighborhoodly relations, Hungary will keep providing political, economic, and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, as we did ever since the war has started. The support that Hungary provided to 2.7 million Ukrainian refugees who crossed the Hungarian borders is a token of our unwavering support for the cause of peace in Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ms. Novak, for your statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Ms. Nataša Pirc-Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Slovenia has been condemning the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. We have joined the General Assembly in demanding that the Russian Federation ends its invasion and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces from Ukraine. In this spirit, allow me to contribute to this debate with 3 points. The first addresses the impact of Russia's war against Ukraine on multilateralism and beyond. The second touches upon the importance of Security Council reform in the context of the crisis of multilateralism. The third sends a message to all those who still believe that they can commit crimes against humanity with impunity. Mr. President, the impact of the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine is multifold. It is primarily on the people of Ukraine who have felt the impact on a daily basis for almost 19 long months. Furthermore, the aggression has impacted on inter-ethnic relations and interstate relations in the region, but also globally. The aggression has also had a further human impact, with food security being further endangered as grains and their export have become part of the war tactics. Especially heartbreaking are the accounts from women and children, many of whom are at risk of human trafficking, exploitation, and conflict-related sexual violence. This is not multilateralism. This is violent anarchy, and it must stop. It must stop, but not only in Ukraine. Speaking at the United Nations headquarters at a home of 193 member states, it is important to put the war in Ukraine in a wider context. In 2022, fatalities from organized violence across the world increased by 97%. This was the deadliest year in almost 30 years. The Russian Federation's war against Ukraine largely contributed to this spike, but it was not the only one. In fact, the aggression against Ukraine is but one of the 55 recorded active state-based armed conflicts in 2022, the great majority of them taking place outside Europe. All these conflicts, the aggression against Ukraine included, are very worrying and they require our full attention. Mr. President, the UN Charter and international law-based multilateralism are increasingly under attack. To make global governance work, we need an inclusive, transparent, responsive, and accountable multilateral system built on trust, respect, solidarity, and international law, with the UN and the UN Security Council at its core. Yesterday, I made it clear in my speech that the need for Security Council reform is long overdue. It may sound a bit naive today what I am about to say, but it needs to be said time and again so that it is taken seriously tomorrow. Namely, if the major powers with special status and privileges want to live in peace and want to make the United Nations a truly inclusive and fair global institution, they need to act responsibly. Not only do they need to make and keep peace, but they also must refrain from violating the peace. This is the point from which any meaningful reform of the Security Council should begin. Slovenia will support and participate in such endeavors. Mr. President, finally, a lasting peace can be achieved only if justice is served. Slovenia is a staunch supporter of the fight against impunity. All those responsible for crimes and atrocities must be held accountable. Earlier this year, Slovenia hosted a diplomatic conference that resulted in the adoption of an important international treaty, the Ljubljana-The Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the Investigation and Prosecution of the Crime of Genocide, Crimes against Humanity, War Crimes, and other international crimes. We call on all countries to become parties to this convention. And to summarize, if we want a better and more fair world, we need a better and more fair organization of the United Nations and the Security Council. And just to remind you, Do we know where the innocent people are being killed, where the houses are being destroyed? Is this in Russia? You know the answer. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Musar for her statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Albania as the presidency of the Security Council for convening this debate. 1.5 years ago, the Russian Federation, a permanent member of this very council, started its brutal invasion against Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the rules-based order and undermines the United Nations Charter. Latvia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked, large-scale aggression against Ukraine, enabled by Belarus. The international community must not allow Russia to get away with this land grab. We cannot afford the international system to backslide to the pre-World War II era. Russia bears the sole responsibility for the war it started. Russia alone must end it immediately. Every sovereign country has a right to choose its own foreign policy course. It applies to Ukraine as well as to any other country. Ukraine has a right to defend itself against foreign aggression. Ukraine fights for its survival, its right to exist. We must all continue to support Ukraine for as long as necessary. Latvia supports Ukraine's peace formula. Only Ukraine can decide when to start peace negotiations. Sustainable peace must be based on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we are witnessing a clear pattern of Russia's deliberate steps aimed at causing maximum suffering to Ukraine's civilian population and targeting Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. Children are particularly suffering in this war. They are being deported to Russia or Belarus. There, they are forcefully re-educated and militarily trained, turned into Russian citizens or legally adopted. These crimes must stop. Russian leadership and military personnel must be held accountable for each and every international crime committed in and against Ukraine. By ensuring accountability, we will bring justice to the victims and prevent the return of such crimes in the future. Latvia reiterates the need to establish a special international tribunal to prosecute for the crime of aggression. Latvia invites more countries to join the register of damage created by the Council of Europe. It is an important first practical step towards a future international compensation mechanism. Mr. President, Russia's war against Ukraine is causing serious geopolitical, economic, and humanitarian consequences far beyond Europe's borders. It is Russia's war against Ukraine that has aggravated the shortage of food supplies, not the sanctions. Russia considers food as a weapon of war rather than essential humanitarian good to prevent hunger around the globe. Russia alone is responsible for stopping the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This initiative allowed to export millions of tons of foodstuffs to global markets and fed those in need. It is key to continue international efforts to mitigate the effects of global food insecurity. In conclusion, I hope the day when Russia ceases its brutal war of aggression comes soon. Our thoughts are with the brave heroes of Ukraine who defend freedom. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rinkēvičs for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Eduardo Giammattei Fala, President of the Republic of Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Me complace pronunciar esta
I'm
declaración
pleased to make this
en nombre
statement
del
on
Grupo de
behalf
Amigos
of
de
the
Rendición de
group of
Cuentas tras la
friends
agresión contra Ucrania,
of accountability
integrado por 49 Estados
against
miembros y la
Ukraine,
Unión
made up
Europea.
of 49 member states in the
Hoy han
European
pasado
Union. Today,
It has been
74 días desde la
574
invasión a gran
days
escala por
since
parte de Rusia
Russia's
en el territorio de
full-scale
Ucrania.
invasion of Ukraine.
La guerra ilegal de agresión de
Russia's
Rusia
illegal war of
constituye
aggression
una
is
clara
a clear
violación de la
violation
soberanía
of
y la
Ukraine's
integridad
sovereignty
territorial de
and
Ucrania
territorial
y
integrity
constituye una
and
violación
constitutes
flagrante del derecho
a blatant
internacional,
violation of
incluida
international law,
la Carta de las Naciones
including
Unidas,
the UN
como ha sido
Charter,
condenada
as
clara y
has been
reiteradamente
clearly
en
and
las
repeatedly
resoluciones adoptadas
condemned
por la
in
Asamblea
resolutions
General.
adopted by the General
El grupo de
Assembly.
amigos apoyará
The
todos
group
los
of
esfuerzos
friends will support all
significativos
meaningful
para llevar
efforts
a los
to
autores
bring
de estas
perpetrators
masacres ante la
of these
justicia.
massacres to
Esto
justice.
incluye la
This
justicia por
includes
crímenes contra
justice for
niños,
crimes
como los
involving
secuestros de
children,
niños ucranianos
such the
a
forcible
Rusia,
transfer of
así como el
Ukraine's children
restablecimiento de
to
un
Russia
sentido de justicia por
within
las
occupied
múltiples
parts of
víctimas de la
Ukraine and
guerra.
deportation to
El
Russia, as
camino
well as
hacia la
restoring a
justicia
sense of
suele ser
justice
largo y costoso,
for the manifold
pero
victims
estaremos
of the
ahí
war.
para
The
sostener
journey
el
towards
proceso.
justice is
El
often
grupo de
long and
amigos está
costly,
dispuesto a
but we
apoyar la
will be there
iniciativa
to
de
sustain the
Ucrania en
process.
favor de una
The
paz
group of
justa
friends
y
stands
todas
ready
las
to
demás
support Ukraine's
iniciativas
initiative for
encaminadas a
just
promover
and
la paz
lasting peace,
de conformidad
and
con la
other
Carta de las
relevant
Naciones
initiatives
Unidas,
seeking to
el
advance
derecho
peace in line
internacional
with
y las
international
resoluciones
law,
pertinentes de la
including
Asamblea
the UN
General.
Charter and relevant GA
Todos debemos
resolutions.
mantenernos unidos
We must
en
all
torno a los
stand together
principios
around the
fundamentales
purposes
de
and
la Carta de las
principles
Naciones
of the UN
Unidas y
Charter.
debemos seguir
We
comprometidos
must
a
remain
condenar la
committed
continua
in
agresión
condemning
rusa
the
que va en
continued Russian
contra del
aggression that
propósito y del
goes against
espíritu
the very
mismo de la
purpose
Carta de las
and spirit
Naciones
of the
Unidas.
UN
El
Charter.
mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad
The maintenance of
internacionales
international
solo
peace and
pueden
security
garantizarse
can only be
mediante una paz
ensured
justa en
through a
Ucrania.
comprehensive, just
Hoy
and lasting
subrayamos la
peace in
importancia de
Ukraine.
enjuiciar
Today
a
we
los
underscore the
perpetradores de los
importance of
crímenes
pursuing
internacionales
perpetrators of
porque al
international
hacerlo
crimes,
defendemos
because
las
by
mismas
doing
normas
so,
de las que
we
depende
defend
nuestro
the very
sistema
rules of
internacional
our
y esperamos que
international
disuadamos a
system
cualquier otro
depends on,
a cometer
and we
estas
hopefully
violaciones en el
deter
futuro.
anyone from committing
Sin
such
rendición de
violations in the
cuentas,
future.
los crímenes
Without
continuarán
accountability,
y la
crimes
impunidad
will
persistirá,
continue and
socavando la
impunity will
legitimidad
persist,
y las
undermining the
perspectivas de una
prospects
paz
for
y
future
reconciliación
peace and
futuras.
reconciliation.
Nuestra determinación
Our
es
resolve is
inquebrantable
unwavering
el tiempo que sea
for as
necesario.
long as it takes.
Señor presidente,
Mr.
en
President,
mi capacidad
in my
nacional,
national
me permito
capacity,
reiterar que la
I would
República de
like to
Guatemala, como
reiterate
Estado de
that the
vocación
Republic of
pacifista,
Guatemala is
promotora de
a
la paz
peaceful
y
country. We are
respetuosa de los
promoter of
valores
peace and we
y la
respect
Carta
the
Fundacional
values
de la
of the
Organización de
founding
las
charter
Naciones
of the
Unidas,
United Nations.
hacemos un llamado para
And we appeal
privilegiar la democracia, la
for
resolución
democracy
negociada
to
y
prevail, for
civilizada en el
negotiated and
conflicto derivado de la
civilized
invasión
solutions to
ilegal y
prevail
injustificada
in the
y no
illegal and
provocada en el
unjustified
territorio
and
soberano de
unprovoked
Ucrania
invasion
por
of
parte de la
Ukraine
Federación
by
Rusa.
the Russian Federation.
En mi visita a Ucrania,
In my
como
visit
el
to
primer
Ukraine
presidente
as
de
the first
Latinoamérica en
president of
llegar a ese
Latin
hermano
America
país,
to go to that
fui
sister
testigo de los
country,
horrores del
I saw the
enfrentamiento,
horrors of
presencié la
this
destrucción
incursion. I
innombrable
saw
y oí testimonios de mujeres y
destruction and the
niñas violadas
countless
por
testimony
soldados
of
rusos.
women and
Me
girls
horroricé
who've been
al llegar a
raped
la
by
iglesia
Russian
ortodoxa de
soldiers.
San Andrés, en cuyo jardín se descubrieron más de 400
More
cadáveres
than
de civiles,
400
muchos de ellos
bodies
niños,
of
que
civilians,
llenaban las
many of them
fosas comunes,
children, were
maniatados por la
uncovered
espalda,
from mass
con
graves.
vendas en los ojos y tiro en la nuca.
They
Este
were,
testigo de la barbarie
they had their eyes
nunca
bandaged
olvidará
and they
esa
were shot
escena
in the
dantesca.
back of the head.
¿Qué más hechos terribles deben pasar? ¿Y
How many
cuántos
more
muertos más
terrible
deben de
events have to
esperarse
happen
para que este Consejo
for
actúe?
this council
¿Cómo es
to
posible
act?
que en
How
las
is it
Naciones
possible
Unidas
here at the
el debido
United
proceso no
Nations
sea
for
respetado
due process not
al
to
haber
be
un derecho de
respected
veto y que una de las
through the
personas
right of a
imputadas sea
veto,
juez y parte? Eso
and
es una
that
aberración
people here
jurídica
can
de la
be
cual debe
judge
terminar
and
ya
jury?
en las Naciones
This
Unidas.
has to end. This
Aprovecho la
practice has to
oportunidad para
end at the
manifestar
United Nations.
mi
I take this
absoluto respeto al
opportunity
gobierno de
to
Ucrania
express my
y a
full
sus fuerzas
respect to the
armadas,
government of
que aún
Ukraine and
después de
its armed
varios
forces
meses
who,
se
after
encuentran
many
luchando
months,
y
are
resistiendo con
fighting and and resisting with honor and patriotism. The vast majority of countries in the world are calling for peace and an end to aggression, which one of the sister and neighborly countries is suffering from. We call for no further delays and for an immediate withdrawal. After attacking unarmed and defenseless citizens, we feel shame in being human beings.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Jamatei Faya for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, 574 days ago, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council started an unprovoked military invasion against an independent, sovereign state of Ukraine. It would be dangerous to forget this wasn't the start of the war. neither was it the opening act of a crime of aggression. We must remember that the war began 9 years and 7 months before, or exactly 3,500 days ago. And it was precisely the weak response of the international community that allowed violence fester and grow, leading us all to the largest military conflict in Europe since the end of the Second World War. These old mistakes must not be repeated. Our collective responsibility today is to challenge Russia's calculated manipulation of international norms, which must be stopped from eroding the authority of the Security Council and threatening the Charter of the United Nations. Our duty today is to uphold multilateralism and defend the rules-based international order from Russia's relentless war of destruction. If Ukraine is able to achieve victory and regain control of its internationally recognized borders, it would mean victory for all us. It would serve as a precondition for a fair and enduring peace and ultimately stabilize the whole international order. In any future negotiations, we must follow a set of clear principles. First, we must hold Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity to be of fundamental importance. The Ukrainian peace formula backed by the General Assembly should not be in any way simplified or diluted. Ultimately, the final decision regarding peace on Ukrainian soil must rest with Ukraine itself. The Ukrainian Peace Summit organized by President Volodymyr Zelensky provides us with an ideal opportunity. Second, it is imperative that Russia puts an end to its aggressive actions and withdraws its troops and military equipment from Ukrainian territory. This withdrawal should be immediate, complete, and unconditional. Third, we must recognize that Russia bears sole responsibility for inflicting immense suffering upon the Ukrainian population, while also threatening the livelihood of our people in need around the globe. Russia's decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative and to attack Ukrainian ports and stockpiles has contributed to the worldwide food crisis and benefited only Russia itself. 4. Russia must be held accountable for numerous war crimes, including the crime of aggression. And finally, Russia must pay for the destruction it has inflicted. Ukrainians should not be forced to bear the burden of rebuilding their country. At this crucial moment, I call on every member of the international community and the United Nations Security Council to join forces. Let us all implement the fundamental responsibilities entrusted to the United Nations and its member states. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Ms. Nauseda for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stevo Pendarovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairman of the Security Council, distinguished representatives of the member states of the Security Council, dear colleagues, the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine dealt a strong blow to international peace and security, to the fundamental principles of international law, and to the international order. This war challenged multilateralism as the basis of the international order on an unprecedented level. And as we all know, the international and security architecture, the most important expression of which are the United Nations, is centered on multilateralism. The current situation is the result of the ignoring of the obligations enshrined in the UN Charter since 1945. Without respect for the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of each member state, we cannot talk about effective multilateralism. So far, we have seen several attempts to redefine the foundations of the international order, but none of those have ever received such wide support as the principles the civilized world established after the horrors of the World War II. In that sense, the deadlock in which the Security Council finds itself as the main body of the United Nations, entitled to preserve and promote international peace and security, was instigated precisely by the non-compliance, and I would say even the conscious bypassing of the basic principles of the international order. It is clear that this impasse diminishes the credibility and confidence of the people that the UN can effectively achieve the key goal for which it was established almost 8 decades ago. Without a credible alternative on the horizon to the current international order, which will harbor a majority support of the nations, it is understandable why the frustration of the people with the United Nations inactivity is getting stronger. It is clear that the modern world is vastly different from the world in 1945, and the UN Security Council should face and reflect this new reality. Within the ongoing debates about the eventual reform of the prime UN body, the question of the veto of the permanent members has to be thoroughly assessed, especially when one of them is involved in a conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, the most urgent task of the Security Council is to be proactively engaged in putting an end to the war in Ukraine. The only way to achieve this goal is through diplomacy and negotiations based on respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. To that end, the first step should be an immediate and unconditional truce in order to create an ambient for a start of negotiations. During the entire process, the United Nations should establish a peacekeeping mission with the main task of monitoring the truce and humanitarian assistance to civilians. Key component of the future peace agreement should be, first, fully respecting the territorial integrity of Ukraine, meaning full withdrawal of all Russian forces, securing all the refugees and internally displaced persons are returned to their homes, massive support for the post-conflict reconstruction of a devastated country, and international guarantees for the rights of all ethnic and religious communities which have been living in Ukraine for centuries. As I said, the war in Ukraine has seriously undermined the credibility of the World Organization, but it offers also an extraordinary opportunity for the Security Council to act in line with the principles of the UN Charter and help restore the people's confidence in the United Nations as an indispensable global organization. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Pendarovsky for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, looking from the perspective of my region, February 24th, 2022 is a date when the world, as we knew it, changed permanently. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine was a defining moment in geopolitics, transforming Europe's security landscape and tearing down the core pillar of our international system. This strategic change is not temporary. We are living in a new era of uncertainty. The multilateral system established nearly 8 years ago, with its principle enshrined in the United Nations Charter, asserted the superiority of the rule of law over force in international relations. It gave nations a place to turn to when faced with regional or global challenges, often as a last resort. The Charter embodies a code of international ethics by which every state should abide. When Russia replaced the Soviet Union as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council,
it took upon itself even greater responsibility than other nations to preserve international peace and security. Yes, yet its leadership made a deliberate decision to violate our basic principles, the key norms of international law, and it continues to do so repeatedly. From air attacks on critical infrastructure to electing global food crisis, from causing the ecological catastrophe in Nova Kakhovka to bombing cultural heritage sites in Ukrainian cities. Those hideous actions, together with continuous negation of the international order, including the UN Charter, prove that an imperialistic Russia is discrediting itself as a member of international community. Excellencies, Russia is abusing its veto power to prevent the Council from addressing the flagrant violation of international law the same Russia has committed. In this situation, the nations of the world cannot remain passive. The prohibition of aggression as well as the elimination of genocide and crimes against humanity are jus cogens norms accepted and recognized by the international community. These are the norms from which no deviation is permitted. This means Russia's continuing neo-colonial aggression against Ukraine is not a bilateral or a regional issue. It concerns us all. If we don't act in solidarity today to defend the fundamental values of international law, tomorrow may be too late. This is why Poland has been making efforts to hold Russia and individual Russian citizens accountable for their flagrant violations of international law and the UN Charter. We support the work of the existing jurisdictions, such as the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, and the European Court of Human Rights. Because the Russian aggression as such cannot be a subject of assessment by the International Criminal Court, we support the creation of a special international tribunal ad hoc. Moreover, Poland is striving to create an international mechanism to repair the damage and compensate for the losses caused by Russia. The perpetrators of international crimes must not go unpunished. They should be tried before competent courts. This should be our imperative to ensure a lasting peace in the future. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the war in Ukraine has permanently changed the global security architecture. Regardless of its final result, we will have to face a new political, military and economic reality which will last until a new security system is formed. A system with no place for aggression, imperialism, and neocolonialism. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency President Duda for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council.
Thank you. Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is a crime scene, and the perpetrator is sitting in this very room. You know who you are. The Kremlin dreams of restoring the old Russian Empire. After Ukraine, who would be next? Who would be next to satisfy Putin's fantasy of the past? And if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, what other countries would be tempted to copy its actions? At this crime scene, we also have the victim, the attacked, Ukraine and all Ukrainians, fighting a battle they did not start, defending their country against a war they did not want, and protecting their children against suffering nobody deserves, and to save them from another horror of this war, the forced abduction to Russia, so-called adoption. In reality, these are deportations of children. I ask you all, including the Russian representatives, could you bear having your child stolen and deported? Your child forced to forget your family, your child forced to forget your language, your land, so-called education. In fact, this is an attempt at cultural genocide. By defending their children, Ukrainians are defending what is most precious, their family, their future, their freedom. And that's why we, the EU, we stand firmly with Ukraine to defend itself. As long as the innocent are attacked, we will help them to defend themselves, and we'll stay by their side for as long as it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, at this crime scene, we also have the witnesses, all of us around the world, and all of us sitting right here, the witnesses in this Security Council. What have we done about this crime? What have we done about this aggression? What have we done as one of the permanent members attacks its neighbor? What have we done as it wields its veto power against each of us, against the UN Charter, its veto power against the core principles of the UN Charter? Do we not sit together in this chamber for one reason, and for one reason only, to protect peace and security for all people, no matter their country or continent? Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, powerful and responsible nations simply cannot turn a blind eye to these crimes, because we all share a responsibility to end war, a responsibility to work for peace, a just peace that respects the UN Charter and its core principles, the territorial integrity of each sovereign nation, a just peace that will never last if crimes go unpunished. And that's why I'd like to speak directly to each of you around this table. As responsible nations, we all have a role to play in building global peace and stability. And I'd like to particularly speak to the esteemed Chinese representative. You have warned Russia against the use of nuclear weapons, and we welcome this. And now we are asking you, let's go further. Let's join forces to persuade Russia to end this criminal war that's hurting so many. Let's join forces to convince Russia to respect the principles of the UN Charter. Excellencies, the consequences of this crime extend across the globe. And the Kremlin's latest cynical actions are only making things worse. By pulling out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, for instance, when you shoot missiles at grain silos in Odessa, they also strike Africa and kill the most vulnerable, destroying the lives of millions. Excellencies, a tragic crime is unfolding before our very eyes, and we are the witnesses, all of us. We must stand strong by the side of the attacked, especially right here in this Security Council. And that's why this chamber was born, and that's why we are here today to say no to aggression, and to protect peace, security, and cooperation between people and between all our nations. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, the President of the European Council, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dritan Abazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, dear colleagues. The idea of United Nations coming after the biggest social disaster in our history. And we should not wait for another big disaster to make steps to change our reality, to make a reform of United Nations, including Security Council, and to be more productive and more effective in protective of international law. This is what happened in Ukraine after the aggression of Russia Federation. It's totally unacceptable. Violence, any kind of violence, and getting the political goal with the violence is unacceptable in 21st century. Montenegro giving the strong support to the Ukrainian people, because Ukrainians today are not defeat only own population and own citizen. They defeat the right to choose. They defeat the different kind of freedom and universal values. If we are ready to protect the democratic values and to promote the peace and stability, we should say the truth and giving the all support, because today is Ukraine, tomorrow can be some another country. In that sense, I want to underline that Montenegro is a very small country, but country which giving the contribution for the peace and for the security. I want to inform you that today Montenegro is the country which have the most refugees from Ukraine if you compare with the size of population. 5% of our population are Ukrainian refugees. And the best thing in that, in all this catastrophe, is that they all feel safe and secure in our country. I call all the participants, first of all, to stop with the war activity, to sit on the table, to discuss. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister of Albania for the organizing this kind of forum. I think the idea of United Nations is to be united. It's not to be divided. If we want to crash this idea, that is another story. I think that the most of the nation who participating in General Assembly want to see more united world, more unity, more solidarity, and more protection of human rights. It's not only about Ukraine. There are many places around the world when we have different kinds of problems, so we need to be ready to start with the reform, to take the concrete action, and to not be afraid to take a risk. Big decision for the big decision, we need to take the risk. And I hope that especially countries who have a lot of power, who are not small, will take that risk for the good of the international community and for the providing more cosmopolitan spirit, more protective of human rights, and more protective of international law. Idea is to be united and to be concrete. Idea is not just to come 1 or 2 times in New York to speak something and in the end of the day to have the same situation. In that name, I hope the situation will be changed and we'll all giving small contribution for in the end of the day, big contribution for the big changing and promoting the peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Montenegro. And now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries, Denmark, who I'm representing, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. And first, on behalf of all the Nordic countries, I would like to thank the Albanian Prime Minister for bringing leaders from across the world together in this room today, so we can discuss the most imminent threat to international peace and security of our time, Russia's unlawful and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. We also want to use this opportunity to present a vision for peace. Maintaining international peace and security. That's the responsibility vested in this Council. The UN Charter entrusted 5 member states with a special responsibility, a power of veto. But the veto power was never intended to be a carte blanche for invading other states with a view to taking their territory, for breaching the UN Charter, or for conducting brutal warfare in blatant disregard of international law. This should not be tolerated. This cannot be tolerated. It is our shared responsibility to uphold the UN Charter that has been the foundation for international cooperation for 75 years. Rebuilding trust in its institution will not be an easy process. It will require time and effort and a renewed commitment to its purposes and principles. Today, the Nordics would like to share 3 messages. First, with its war of aggression, Russia is violating the most basic rules and principles of international law. A permanent member blatantly disregarding the UN Charter, the very cornerstone of this institution, this Council, including the territorial integrity and political independence of all states. Remember, it is indeed very simple. If Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. The overwhelming majority of member states condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and defend the UN Charter. This is the first line of defense for a world order in which might does not make right. The Nordic countries will continue to seek full accountability for Russia's unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine. This includes responsibility for crimes under international law as well as reparations. Ensuring that Russia and its representatives are held to account is a shared responsibility for all of us as members of the United Nations. Second, the consequences of Russia's war are suffered across the globe. Food stocks are reduced, prices have gone up, the energy crisis is getting worse. Time after time, Russia shows its complete disregard for human life, not only in Ukraine, but also globally. Russia continues to weaponize food and intensify the global food security crisis. We need to rebuild trust and double down on our efforts to find common solutions to the shared problems in front of us. Instead, Russia is creating new ones. We need strong cross-regional support to stop Russia's irresponsible actions. A collective defense of the Charter. When we unite in defense of the UN Charter, it will also offer a pathway to peace. This brings me to my third and last point. Russia must immediately end its war of aggression and withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. What is required is a just and sustainable peace based on international law, including the UN Charter. We support all meaningful efforts in this regard, and we firmly support President Zelensky's peace formula, which lays the foundation for this. We encourage all member states to do the same. Our support, the Nordic countries' support, for the UN Charter and Ukraine is unwavering. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Tajani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The position of the government of Italy, led by Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, on the Russian aggression on Ukraine is clear and very well known. We stand with Ukraine on invaded people fighting to defend their freedom and sovereignty. We all suffer the consequences of this war that, like a domino, affected our societies. Energy crisis, rising commodity prices, inflation, refugees. An increasing immigration pressure from Africa, particularly on Italy, exacerbated by the food crisis caused by Russia's blockade of grain. The international community has not surrendered to these difficulties in spite of the fatigue of our public opinions. We want a just peace for Ukraine, of course. Just peace means freedom for Ukraine. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people know that Italy is with them and will be with them, for them, but also for Italy itself. We must protect two essential principles of the United Nations Charter. Sovereignty and territorial integrity were reflected also in the position of the G7 and in the recent final declaration of the G20 leaders in Delhi. We must admit that something has not worked. We thought that international peace and security were taken for granted. Security Council has been blocked for decades. The position of the Italian government is very clear. We need a Security Council that is more fair, representative and inclusive. More representative means for us to give more chances to sit in the Council to Africa, Asia, Latin America and insular states without, however, creating new hierarchies and privileges. Apoyamos sinceramente la fórmula de la paz de 10 puntos del presidente Zelensky. En particular, quiero destacar tres prioridades del gobierno italiano. Primero, estamos muy preocupados por la situación de seguridad de la central nuclear de Zaporizhia. Debemos seguir apoyando los esfuerzos del director de la agencia nuclear de OEA, Grossi. El riesgo es otro Chernobyl. Más peligroso que Chernobyl. Deuxièmement, l'Italie condamne avec fermeté la décision de la Russie de mettre fin à l'initiative céréalière de la mer Noire.
We regret Russia's decision to suspend the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This has increased food insecurity and put millions at risk of starvation.
Au moins des marchands de la mort qui vendent leur vie lors du voyage désespéré vers la Méditerranée.
People are desperately seeking to save their lives and die in the Mediterranean. We welcome the efforts of President Erdogan and the Secretary General Guterres to renegotiate the Black Sea Grain Initiative. You have our full support. Thirdly, the humanitarian situation. We support the Vatican's initiative on the exchange of prisoners so that young Ukrainian children can be returned to their families.
Ukraine will be one of the top priorities of the Italian presidency of the G7 next year. Russian aggression to Ukraine has reached religious sites. More than 100 religious sites, according to UNESCO, have been damaged. After the bombing of the cathedral in Odessa, we launched an Italian project for the reconstruction. Odessa was designed by Italian architects. Italy will be at the forefront of this reconstruction. It is a project of social and spiritual renaissance. You can count on Italy. Italy will always fight for peace and ready to do its part, everywhere. Just yesterday, we offered the foreign minister of Baku and Yerevan, the city of Rome, for a meeting with Armenia and Azerbaijan to discuss the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. You can count on Italy. You can count on the Italian government. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Tajani for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Yin Park, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, I wish to first thank Albania for convening this meeting and the Secretary General for his insightful briefing. More than a year has passed since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We are gravely concerned about the escalating human toll and the global ramifications, especially in regions already grappling with humanitarian challenges and food insecurity. We extend our sympathies to the grieving families. This act of aggression is a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law. It also erodes the pillars of trust, cooperation, and global solidarity that the international community has built over decades. From the standpoint of the Republic of Korea, a nation all too familiar with the pains of conflict and division, we resonate profoundly with the trials and tribulations of the Ukrainian people. It is this empathy that strengthens our determination to champion meaningful efforts to end this war and to restore peace in Ukraine. The recent visit of President Yoon Suk-yeol to Ukraine in July served as a testament to this commitment. During his visit, he unveiled the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative, a concrete expression of support for the Ukrainian people. In line with this initiative, the Republic of Korea will contribute $150 million in humanitarian assistance this year. This builds on our contributions from the previous year, where we delivered $100 million, including mine-clearing equipment and emergency medical vehicles. We will also support Ukraine's reconstruction efforts with a commitment of $300 million next year and a mid to long-term support package of more than $2 billion. At the same time, we will be active voices in the global discourse addressing challenges to global food and energy security, intensified by the conflict in Ukraine. Mr. President, the media reports emerging from the recent Russia-DPLK summit indicating potential military cooperation are most unsettling. Any deal that enhances North Korea's military capabilities is an unequivocal violation of relevant Security Council resolutions. Such developments endanger not just Ukraine, but also the security of the Republic of Korea. It is regrettable that the DPLK continues on its trajectory of provocations, consistently breaching Security Council resolutions and international law. Their continued pursuit of nuclear and missile programs pose an existential threat to the Republic of Korea, the broader international community, and the NPT regime. Given Russia's required role in shaping the international non-proliferation regime and safeguarding world peace as a permanent member of the Security Council, we call on Russia to fully implement the Council resolutions for which it voted itself. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea is preparing to serve in this Council from next year. Rest assured of our unwavering dedication to fulfill the Council's fundamental mandate, which is to maintain international peace and security. Thank you.
Thank His Excellency Mr. Park for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bujar Osmani, Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to thank the Albanian Presidency for the invitation to address the distinguished UN Security Council. Our combined presence today is a strong sign of commitment and responsibility for two Balkan states. It is quite remarkable that as we mark 30 years of UN-OSCE cooperation, two neighboring countries and partners, Albania and North Macedonia, stand at the helm of two key multilateral formats. This is our contribution to global peace based on our principles' commitment to multilateralism. These principles include dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity. They are enshrined in our founding documents, but moreover in our humanity. Earlier this month, I visited Kolkata and paid tribute to Gonje Boyadziu, better known globally as Mother Teresa, a native of Skopje, our capital, a citizen of the world and the embodiment of peace, compassion, and solidarity. Allow me to convey her simple yet prophetic wisdom as a compass and an answer to our challenges. I can do things you cannot, you can do things I cannot, together we can do great things, she said. Indeed, the joint pursuit of peace depends on our collective engagement. With the world facing many serious trials, the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine is the most pressing challenge we must address. It constitutes the greatest breach of and challenge to international rules and commitments that were written and undersigned by the same Russia that now scornfully tramples on them. This war is destroying not just lives and livelihoods in Ukraine, people's homes and hopes, but beyond that, impacts the lives of people far beyond. Tectonic shifts are felt across the OSCE region and beyond. Within the OSCE, a regional organization under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter, which I am chairing at this pivotal moment of its history, we feel the impact of this war on the people of our region, on the politics between the regions, and on the institutions created as platforms for dialogue and vehicle of peace. The impact, the loss of trust and dialogue will last beyond the war in Ukraine and its ongoing human suffering. Multilateralism itself threatens to become a victim of this aggression. International fora like this here being replaced by battleground arguments, replaced by brute force. Is there anyone who can explain who is gaining from this war? There are no gains with this war, only losses. As the world's largest regional security organization, Ukraine and its people are of paramount concern to the OSCE. A new support program for Ukraine has been designed as a vehicle of support in various fields. These include humanitarian demining, promotion of the rule of law, and mitigation of the consequential environmental and economic impacts. My special representatives and a team of OSCE professionals are already on the ground, translating words into concrete actions while exploring avenues for further engagement. The OSCE could do a lot in times of war and even more in times of peace. Its past engagement in Ukraine is a solid proof of this. As an organization, we are committed to mitigate the fallout of this war and give a helping hand to the people on the ground. People who served the cause of truth and trust, OSCE SMM members, are still detained. I would like to once again call for their immediate and unconditional release. After my initial visit to Ukraine in January, I'm planning a second trip as CIO to directly engage with people on site, hearing their needs, hopes, and fears. Our motto is, it's about people. And it is for the people in Ukraine and others in need around the globe that we must work together, do more, and do better. Returning to where I started, there are valuable lessons and tools that OSCE has and knows, and there are experiences and expertise that the UN possesses. OSCE's comprehensive concept of security and our tools and UN's global outreach and recognized capacity are mutually reinforcing. Building on our values and competitive advantages, working together, we must do utmost to end the war against Ukraine and pursue our common endeavor for peace, stability, and security. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Osmani for his statement, and I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Maria Gabriel, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Merci, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un honneur et un privilège de participer au débat. Aujourd'hui, nous faisons face à un défi de sécurité, peut-être le plus important auquel notre organisation est confrontée depuis sa création. C'est encourageant de voir autant de participants de haut niveau représentant les États membres du monde entier. Ceci est crucial car cela montre clairement que la guerre d'agression de la Russie en Ukraine n'est pas un conflit régional, mais un acte criminel ayant de vastes implications sécuritaires,
with broad security, economic, and social implications at the global scale. This touches the very heart of the multilateral order which the United Nations is called upon to safeguard for succeeding generations. I wish to commend His Excellency Adirama for presiding over the debate. The proactive commitment of Albania to tackle and counter with Russian aggression. It is important that the so-called small country, I don't like this aggression because a country is based not on its territory but on the volume of its actions. We are motivated by our commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and a small country, so-called small countries, can have an impact on international order. These are principles and obligations that all members of the United Nations must comply with. For this reason, we cannot stand by silently as the Charter of the United Nations is brutally violated by the war of aggression, the occupation of territory, and rhetoric which revises the bleakest fears of humanity. Being a permanent member of the Security Council not only carries with it privileges, it also carries obligations. Russia, more than any other state, must respect the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The maintenance of global support for Ukraine is of paramount importance, therefore, for international peace and security. We are very much concerned by the decision of the Russian Federation to withdraw from the Black Sea grain initiative, Russia has been openly using food as a weapon, and its actions have been fueling the spread of food crisis, worsening global food insecurity. The bombing of ports and grain and Ukrainian grain infrastructure by Russia merits robust condemnation. Not only has this led to destruction and human losses, but this has also exacerbated the shortage of grain in countries of the South. We appreciate the inestimable efforts taken by the UN to reach this agreement more than 1 year ago. Bulgaria has been proactively seeking to find other solutions to deblock the commercial routes to the Black Sea. But this also requires both regional and international cooperation. That's the only way to reach solutions. Russia's war against Ukraine not only imperils the historic development of the international community over the past 78 years, but it also jeopardizes shared trust in multilateralism as the cornerstone underpinning the contemporary international system. There is also a crucial need for us not to lose sight of the perpetrators of grave international crimes committed in Ukraine. The United Nations General Assembly adopted a number of resolutions condemning violations of the Charter of the United Nations, which symbolizes the global understanding of our core priorities and objectives as an international community, as well as the importance of preserving multilateralism, even in periods of particular difficulty. Bulgaria also supports united, coordinated action for all of the existing efforts geared towards examining existing proof of atrocities in Ukraine, including the Commission of Investigation of the UN and the UN Human Rights Mission in Ukraine. We support Ukraine in its initiative towards a global, fair, lasting peace. We believe that the peace process needs to be led by Ukraine. The peace formula proposed by President Zelensky has the necessary basic elements for this, and we support global action for this. There are also ramifications that are broader of the war on food security, energy security, the environment, as well as nuclear safety and security. Bulgaria will continue its support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom. Supporting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine means the defense of the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The restoration of a rules-based order and the rebuilding of trust are only possible through the immediate, unconditional withdrawal of Russian military forces from internationally recognized territory of Ukraine and ensuring that justice is rendered for international crimes that have been perpetrated. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Son Excellence Madame Gabrielle pour sa déclaration, y compris à titre national pour ses propos aimables. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the United Mexican States.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
México coincide con la premisa de este debate, preservar los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas a través del multilateralismo efectivo para mantener la paz y la seguridad en Ucrania. Centraré mi presentación en 3 dimensiones: la situación en Ucrania, el imperativo humanitario y la importancia de la acción multilateral, el camino hacia la paz. La comunidad internacional no puede aceptar las consecuencias humanitarias de la guerra en Ucrania, tanto para su población como para la de los países vecinos y más allá. La guerra en Ucrania ha cobrado ya centenas de miles de víctimas, combatientes y civiles, afectando desproporcionadamente a mujeres, niños y niñas. Por lo tanto, urge un cese inmediato de las hostilidades. En tanto esto se logra, la prioridad debe centrarse en la protección de civiles, el acceso irrestricto de la ayuda humanitaria y el respeto del derecho internacional, incluidos el derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho de los refugiados, conforme a la resolución IS-11/2 de la Asamblea General sobre las consecuencias humanitarias de la agresión contra Ucrania promovidas por México y Francia. Aprovecho para reconocer la labor continua y comprometida del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados y de las organizaciones humanitarias en el terreno, así como la disposición y generosidad de los países que han acogido a las personas que han buscado refugio. Que no quepa duda. Todos los Estados tenemos la obligación de respetar y hacer respetar and ensure respect for international humanitarian law. Mexico therefore condemns the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, as well as any use by any actor in any place of cluster munitions and anti-personnel mines because of their excessively harmful nature and their indiscriminate impact, and they have been banned by international law. Mexico is particularly concerned about the nuclear rhetoric which has come up in the context of this war. We unequivocally condemn any threat to use nuclear weapons, either explicit or covert, by any actor under any circumstances, as it runs counter to international law and the UN Charter. We reiterate our concern at the serious radiological risk of the military action in the vicinity of México reconoce y nuclear power respalda plants la in labor Ukraine. del Organismo
Mexico
Internacional de
recognizes
Energía
and supports
Atómica
the work
y su
in
director
Ukraine of
general
the
Rafael Grossi
IAEA
en
and
la
the work
planta
of its
nuclear de
Director General
Zaporilla.
Rafael Grossi
México
in the nuclear
reafirma la
power plant of
importancia de respetar
Zaporizhia.
los 7
We reaffirm
pilares
the
de la
importance
seguridad
of respecting the
nuclear
7
técnica y
pillars
física
of
y los
technical
5
and physical
principios
nuclear
para la
security and the
protección
5
de la central
principles for the protection
nucleoeléctrica de
of the
Zaporilla
Zaporizhia nuclear
conforme a
power
lo
plant in
establecido
accordance with the
precisamente
provisions
por el Organismo
put forward
Internacional de
by
Energía
the International
Atómica.
Atomic Energy Agency.
La proliferación de
The
armas no
proliferation of
solo
weapons
exacerba
not
el
only
conflicto,
exacerbates the
sino que su
conflict,
amplia
but its
disponibilidad al momento de que
ready
la guerra llegara a su
availability
fin
when the war
podría
ends
alimentar un
could
sinnúmero de
fuel
actividades
countless
delictivas
criminal
y si otras armas
activities,
llegan
and
a
if
manos de
other weapons
actores
fall into
no
the hands of
estatales,
non-state
daría pie
actors,
a otras
it could lead
violaciones del derecho
to other
internacional.
violations of international
En
law.
relación a la acción multilateral
Turning
en la
to
solución
multilateral
del
action
conflicto en
and the
Ucrania,
solution to
solo
the
se
conflict in
alcanzará una
Ukraine.
paz duradera si se
Lasting
pone
peace will
fin
only
al
be
uso de la
achieved
fuerza
if
y se
there
respeta
is an
la
end to the use
integridad
of force and if
territorial de
there's respect
Ucrania
for the territorial
dentro de sus
integrity of
fronteras
Ukraine
reconocidas
within its
internacionalmente.
internationally recognized
Se trata de un
borders.
requisito
This
insoslayable.
is an absolute
Se han
must.
presentado diversas
A
propuestas
number
para
of
la paz
proposals
que
for peace have
involucran a
been
las dos partes para
put
poner fin a
forward
este
involving
conflicto,
both parties to end
incluyendo
the
una
conflict,
iniciativa de
including
México,
a
sin que
Mexican
hasta ahora
initiative.
exista la voluntad
But to date,
política
there
para
has not
entablar
been the
pláticas de
political
paz
will to
que
begin
tengan
peace
en cuenta
talks
el
which
requisito
would
que he
take
señalado.
account of the
Pero
absolutes I
debemos
have
seguir
mentioned.
intentándolo
But we must
y creando
continue
las
to
condiciones
make
para
efforts
fomentar
and
la
create
confianza.
conditions to promote
En este
trust.
sentido, la
In that
iniciativa de
regard,
granos del
the
Mar
Black
Negro y
Sea
el
Grain
memorándum de
Initiative and the
entendimiento
Memorandum of
suscrito
Understanding
con la
signed
Federación
with
de
the Russian
Rusia
Federation
relativo a alimentos y
on food and
fertilizantes tuvieron un papel
fertilizers
crucial
did play a
para
crucial
retomar
role
confianzas y para la
to
estabilización de
restore
los mercados de
trust and to
alimentos y la
stabilize the
seguridad
food
alimentaria
markets
de muchos
and ensure the
países.
food
Por
security
eso
of many
lamentamos la
countries, and that is why we
suspensión de la
regret the
iniciativa de
suspension
granos
of the
del
Black
Mar
Sea
Negro,
Grain
que
Initiative,
afectará la seguridad
which will
alimentaria,
affect
especialmente
food
en los
security,
países menos
particularly
desarrollados.
in less developed
Tomamos nota con
countries. We
beneplácito de las
welcome
sesiones de mediación de Turquía
Turkey's
y la
mediation
férrea
efforts
voluntad
and the
expresada ayer
unswerving
por el secretario
determination expressed
general Antonio
yesterday by the
Guterres
Secretary
de seguir
General
buscando
Antonio
la
Guterres
reanudación
to
de las exportaciones de
continue
granos y
to seek a
fertilizantes de
resumption
Ucrania
of
y de la
exports of
Federación
grain
de
and
Rusia.
fertilizers from Ukraine and
México,
the Russian
tanto en el Consejo de
Federation.
Seguridad como en la Asamblea General, ha fijado inequívocamente desde su
Since
inicio
the
su
outset,
posición
Mexico,
de
both in
condena
the Security
categórica
Council
a
and
la
in the
invasión militar de
General
Rusia a
Assembly, has
Ucrania, por
unequivocally
ser
expressed
contraria
its
a la Carta de
position
las
and
Naciones
categorically
Unidas y al
condemned
derecho
Russia's
internacional.
military invasion of
Pero
Ukraine
también
because it
tenemos la
runs counter
convicción
to
de
the
que el
UN
derecho
Charter and
internacional y la
international law.
diplomacia
We
ofrecen
welcome
los
this
medios para
meeting with the
lograr una
conviction that
solución
international
pacífica
law
del
and
conflicto.
only international
Tenemos
law
plena
offers the means
conciencia
for
de los
achieving a
escollos en
peaceful
el
solution
camino
to the
y de que una
conflict.
paz justa y
We
sostenible
recognize
no
there
se
will be
edifica
challenges on the
solo con
way,
buenas
and just and
intenciones.
sustainable
Sin
peace
embargo,
cannot be built
sería
only on good
incongruente no
intentions,
exigirnos como
but it would be
Naciones Unidas
inconsistent not
trazar
to
una hoja
try,
de ruta
as the
para la
United
paz
Nations,
que
to
esté
chart a
sustentada en los
roadmap
principios del derecho
which is
internacional.
underpinned
El
by
futuro
the
inmediato
principles of
requerirá
international law. The immediate
apertura,
future will
diálogo y
require
sentido de
openness,
compromiso
dialogue,
genuino,
and a
tanto
genuine
de las
sense
partes involucradas como de la comunidad internacional para poner fin a esta guerra. México reitera su disposición de respaldar este esfuerzo hacia la paz. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Barcena Ibarra for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Merci. Bonjour. I want to begin by thanking Albania for using their presidency to convene this meeting. I also want to thank President Volodymyr Zelensky for his words earlier today. As leaders, protecting the sovereignty of our nations is one of our most sacrosanct duties. Any violation is unacceptable. It violates the very charter of this institution It violates international law. It violates the peace and security of people. The UN was established to save people from the scourge of war. This fundamental principle has guided this institution since it was founded. So we need to be 100% clear about what is happening right now. A permanent member of this Security Council, Russia, has launched and continues to wage an illegal war. Vladimir Putin a violé la souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine et veut restreindre le droit du peuple ukrainien de déterminer son propre avenir. En même temps, la Russie utilise de manière flagrante son droit de veto au sein de cette organisation pour permettre cette guerre et cette violation des principes de l'ONU. We must all stand up to this affront to the UN. We must take action to stop the tragic deaths and violence, including sexual violence, caused by this unjustifiable invasion. We must not let the world return to a place where might makes right. We must make sure that borders mean something, even when a neighbor has a bigger army. Respect for the rule of law and accountability to it should be fundamental and non-negotiable. This body was born out of the ashes of the deadliest war humankind had ever seen. Tens of millions of people died in Europe, Africa, and Asia during the Second World War. Watching bloody conflict return to Europe has shaken the conscience of the world, and it threatens the peace that for 3/4 of a century led to unprecedented prosperity around the world. We cannot let that happen, because it is not just Ukraine or even just Europe that suffers if we don't uphold our values. All of us will suffer, including all of you in the global South. And it's not just about the far-reaching and long-term impacts. It's about the suffering that is happening right now. Russia is weaponizing energy and food, leading millions to face shortages, hunger, and even starvation. Canada is dedicated to mitigating the impacts on the most vulnerable. We do not believe we have to choose between supporting Ukraine and supporting the SDGs and global development. In fact, the only responsible choice is to do both, which we are doing with solidarity and financial commitment. Le combat de l'Ukraine est également le nôtre. C'est notre combat à tous.
It is also our common struggle, and there can be no doubt of this. Canada calls upon Russia to completely, immediately, without conditions, withdraw its troops.
The key principles of the Ukrainian peace formula, because it must be a peace that respects the UN Charter, is based in international law, and preserves Ukraine's territorial integrity. A peace that upholds our common humanity and common values, not a peace that turns a blind eye. It must be a peace that is built on respect for the facts and respect for the rules. That is what Canada will always stand for everywhere. Merci.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Trudeau for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gordan Grlic-Radman, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Croatia aligns itself with the statement of the EU, and I'd like to add some remarks in my national capacity. Russian unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine is the greatest challenge to global peace and security in decades. Surely, most significant tragedies caused by this Russian invasion are mirrored in human fatalities war crimes and crimes against humanity, the displaced and otherwise hard human lives. But Russia's war has also caused unprecedented economic, social, and humanitarian tragedies whose effects are felt globally. By deciding to terminate the Black Sea grain initiative and increasing military attacks on Ukrainian ports and agricultural infrastructure, Russia continued to weaponize food and further aggravate global food insecurity. The energy insecurity also created by the Russian invasion has caused harm not just to global economy, but the whole societies, to people and region around the world. The fact that these actions come from a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and a nuclear weapon state no less makes the threat to global peace only greater. Mr. President, by denying the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the pillars of the UN Charter and international law, Russia attacked the very idea of multilateralism and of the UN. Ukraine, one of the founding member states of the United Nations, has an inherent and undeniable right to defend itself and to fight for its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Recognition of these unalienable rights is the foundation on which the United Nations were built upon. In this sense, we are all Ukraine. As long as the war rages in Ukraine, the UN Security Council will be casualty as well. The General Assembly responded responsibly and without hesitation by holding its special session and offering a clear platform for the world's condemnation of the war against Ukraine. This global call provided and continues to provide immense value and support to multilateralism. However, in order for a multilateral system to be efficient, the world needs fully functional UN organs dedicated to their respective mandates and their mutual cooperation. This, regrettably, we lack today. Mr. President, multilateralism can only be effective if it is founded on justice, but justice cannot be maintained if there is no accountability. For the same reason, accountability for crimes committed in Ukraine must be upheld. This is not only because the victims of Bucha, Irpin, or Kharkiv deserve justice. More than anything, there needs to be accountability so we can prevent further such atrocities from occurring and to safeguard the multilateral system and the role of the UN. With this in mind, Croatia supports efforts to promote accountability for international crimes committed in and against Ukraine in all relevant multilateral fora, including the UN, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe. By doing so, we should also keep in mind the pursuit for accountability is not an event, but part of a complex and long process. The transition after the end of the conflict will also be one of bigger challenges. For this, Croatia is also determined and to stand by Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerlich Radman for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the UN Security Council, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 19 months ago, Russia broke peace in Europe with its brutal invasion of Ukraine, an independent and sovereign neighbor. This war of aggression has been causing unimaginable destruction and despair. 19 months of targeted attacks on civilians, of barbaric war crimes, of irresponsible nuclear threats, and the cynical use of hunger and energy as a weapon, affecting the most vulnerable people. It is time to stop. Russia must withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. The people of Ukraine deserve a just and lasting peace. Austria will support any initiative leading towards this goal, including President Zelensky's peace plan. Let me be very clear. Yes, this is a war in Europe, but it is by no means a European war. It is an assault against the rules-based international order. It is a flagrant and deliberate breach of the founding charter of the United Nations. In this charter, every single state in this room has committed to settle international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain from the threat of use of force. And what is worse? This breach has been committed not by any state, but by a permanent member of the Security Council, of this very body. And that is why my country, Austria, is taking such a clear stance. Yes, we are militarily neutral, but we are never indifferent or neutral when it comes to violations of international law, because it is our shield, our protective cloak against the unilateral use of force, against an international system where might makes right and where the rule of law is replaced by the law of the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not beat around the bush. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has once again shown the inability of the Security Council to act. It is high time that we address the obvious structural problem by making the Council more representative, including through adding African countries, and by finally having an honest discussion about the end of the veto power. The time when 5 states had the power to decide for all of us is long gone. The time to reform is now. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Schallenberg for his statement. I give the floor now to Her Excellency Ms. Dominique Hassler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of the Principality of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the aggression against Ukraine has been a fundamental challenge to the international order for 18 long months now. I wish to pay tribute to the bravery of the people of Ukraine, and we are heartbroken by the suffering of all victims of Russia's war of aggression. For billions of people around the globe, the United Nations is primarily a guarantor of peace and security. This requires our collective respect for international law and the will to enforce it together. When we joined this organization, we did so out of the belief in the international order reflected in the UN Charter. This includes the guarantee that illegal use of force, the violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and certainly acts of aggression will be met by a strong collective response from the UN membership. This Council has not been able to play its leadership role. As we all know, this is due to the veto used repeatedly by the Russian Federation. Therefore, we are determined to continue our work to enhance the rule of the General Assembly on matters of peace and security. The veto initiative was just a first step in this respect. The General Assembly has proven its ability to take up the Council's role. With respect to Ukraine, it has done so with overwhelming support from member states. Together, we have taken decisions of fundamental importance that set the parameters for the peace that we are all looking for. The full withdrawal of all Russian troops from all of Ukraine and the need to ensure accountability for the most serious international crimes. In the context of Ukraine, accountability is the key to securing a peaceful future for Ukraine and for our region. But accountability is also a key far beyond Europe. As a safeguard of the international order we have given ourselves, founded on the prohibition of the illegal use of force. The aggression against Ukraine is the most blatant challenge to this order since the creation of this organization. Making it clear launching this war of aggression itself is a criminal act is therefore the only way to protect not just Ukraine, but indeed all members of the United Nations, and of course small states in particular, as we move forward together. Ukraine's efforts to ensure meaningful accountability for the crime of aggression in line with international law therefore has our full support. it is indispensable to guarantee, in the interest of all of us, a UN with a functional Security Council, not a blocked one, and an international order governed by law, not by war.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Hassler for her statement, and I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Luminita Odobescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Thank you. Mr. I commend the Albanian presidency of the Security Council for organizing this significant high-level open debate on the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine. As neighboring country of Ukraine, I would like to share some perspectives after more than a year and a half since the Russian Federation unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression towards Ukraine has started. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, generated and prolongs the gravest international crisis of multilateralism since the end of the Second World War. It undermines the UN Charter and everything the UN stands for. Today, we stand with the UN Charter and international law and reiterate that there is only one way to end the aggression. The Russian Federation needs to cease the use of force and withdraw completely and immediately from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity should be respected by all UN member states. But peace in Ukraine cannot be restored by inaction. Romania fully supports the Ukrainian peace formula as the single framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace, a peace that does not reward the aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this illegal war is affecting both our region and, as you know, the entire world. It is severely affecting the security in the wider Black Sea area. Recently, fragments of Russian drones were found on our territory in the proximity of the Romanian-Ukrainian border, generating high risk for the inhabitants of those areas. It is challenging the resilience of neighboring states, such as Republic of Moldova, the most affected state by this war, except Ukraine itself. But the impact of the war of aggression against Ukraine remains also a matter of concern for all UN member states. It has consequences of global proportions, especially on food security, energy, and economic stability. But by terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea and on the Danube River, just across the territory of Romania, the Russian Federation further intensified the global food crisis. Romania remains committed to support global efforts on food security. So far, we have facilitated the transit of more than 25.5 million tons of Ukrainian grains. With the winter approaching again, we will raise to the expectation of those vulnerables once again. Since the first day of this war of aggression, the government and population of Romania acted as first responders in providing and help around 6 million of Ukrainians that cross our borders and look for shelter in our country. Mr. President, Romania strongly supports the efforts to seek accountability for all crimes committed against Ukraine, including the crimes of aggression. There should be no impunity for those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine. This is another aspect of the comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. The crisis we face today requires enhanced cooperation and common solutions. It is now when global action for Ukraine and for defending rule-based international order becomes even more relevant. And it is now when we need an effective UN reform, starting with this very body entrusted with maintenance of international peace and security. We must avoid fatigue and grow even more united and resolute in defending and upholding our values and international peace and security, starting with a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Odobescu for her statement, and I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of Australia.
Thank you, President, and thank you for convening this important high-level open debate, and I acknowledge all distinguished colleagues, in particular the Ukrainian representative. The Security Council has a singular responsibility to the people of the world for the maintenance of international peace and security. And the establishment of this council was a clear statement of intent by the nations of the world that the sovereignty of all member states must be respected, that larger countries should not be able to determine the fate of smaller countries, that disagreement should not spiral into war. When the Council was established, its members took on a serious obligation, most especially its 5 permanent members who were granted a power to veto the will of the Chamber. Having this power demands of the P5 an obligation to prevent conflict, to not act as an aggressor, to lead by an example in upholding the rules. The veto was never intended to empower a country to abuse the UN Charter, to be above the law. But it has been more than 570 days since Russia launched its illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter by a permanent member of this body, the UN Security Council, an attack on every member state, on everyone at this table. Russia's actions are driving the global crisis in food and energy security. Its termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and its attacks on Ukrainian food infrastructure have kept food from those who need it most. But, President, while the cost of Russia's war is being paid by the world's most vulnerable people, Ukraine suffers the most. Russia has inflicted tragic loss of life and catastrophic damage across Ukraine. It has placed Ukraine's very existence under threat. It has torn apart families, abducting thousands of children in an effort to re-educate those children to disavow their loved ones and hate their homeland. You know, this conflict has seen great cruelty, but removing a child from family to such ends is nothing short of abhorrent. So Australia stands steadfast with the people of Ukraine, who continue to show extraordinary courage, and we join with all those in calling for the return of Ukraine's abducted children. We contribute defence, economic and emergency humanitarian assistance, some 890 million Australian dollars so far, and we support Ukraine's efforts to hold Russia to account. And our objective, like so many others, is to help empower Ukraine to end this war on its own terms. President, as UN member states, we all have a responsibility to call out Russia's egregious behaviour. And the rest of the permanent members must be utterly unyielding in their pressure on Russia to end this war. Russia's abuse of its veto is mocking us all. It underlines the need for urgent reform of the Security Council, including constraints on the use of the veto. It has never been more necessary for this Security Council to uphold the principle of the sovereign equality of all members of these United Nations. That is the first principle of the UN Charter and the very rationale for the United Nations itself. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Wong for her statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Hadja Labib, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Federal Culture Institutions of Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers membres du Conseil, chers collègues, chers représentants de l'Ukraine. Il y a 18 mois, le monde assistait incrédule à l'agression russe en Ukraine, foulant au pied la charte qui unit les nations. Les principes de la charte ne sont pas seulement des impératifs moraux et juridiques. Ils conditionnent l'existence même d'un ordre international tourné vers ce à quoi tout être humain finalement aspire, la paix, la
being
prospérité et la
aspires
jouissance
towards,
de ses droits.
namely peace,
À une très large
prosperity, and
majorité,
enjoyment of their
l'Assemblée
rights. By
générale
an
a su faire preuve
overwhelming
de fermeté en
majority,
affirmant
the
son
General
attachement à la
Assembly
souveraineté
took a
de
firm
l'Ukraine,
stand
à son
and affirmed
indépendance
its
et à
commitment
son
to Ukraine's
intégrité territoriale.
sovereignty,
Elle a
independence, and
également
territorial
déploré les conséquences
integrity.
désastreuses
The General
de
Assembly also
l'agression
deplored the
russe sur les
devastating
civils
consequences
et
of the Russian
notamment
aggression
les
on
enfants,
civilians,
en
and
violation totale
particularly
du
for
droit international
children
humanitaire
in
et
an
des droits humains.
all-out violation of
Nous saluons
international
l'inscription des
humanitarian
forces
law
armées
as well
russes
as
et
human
des
rights.
groupes qui
We
sont
applaud the
affiliés en
inscription of the
Ukraine
Russian armed
sur la liste
forces
d'infamie
and
du
related
rapport du
and
secrétaire
affiliated
général sur
groups
les
in
enfants dans les
Ukraine.
conflits armés.
Their inscription on the
Il
list
nous
of
faut
infamy in the Secretary
désormais
General's report
agir.
on children in armed
Ce Conseil
conflict.
n'a
There
jusqu'à
is a need
présent
to
malheureusement
act
pas
now.
été à la hauteur de
Unfortunately,
son
the
rôle de
Security
garant
Council has
ultime de
failed
la
to
paix.
rise to its
L'Ukraine
role
n'est
as
pas le
the
seul
ultimate
pays à
guarantor of
souffrir de
peace.
cette impuissance.
Ukraine is not the
C'est le
only
monde
country
entier
to suffer
qui a
as a
plus que
consequence
jamais
of this
besoin d'un
impotence.
ordre
The
international
entire world, more than ever
fonctionnel,
before, needs
efficace
a
et fondé
functional,
sur le respect de la Charte
effective
des Nations Unies.
international order that
Car
is
tandis
rooted
que
in respect
l'Ukraine
for the Charter
brûle,
of the United
les défis
Nations.
dans les autres
For
régions du
as
monde ne
Ukraine
s'arrêtent pas.
burns, the challenges
Les objectifs
faced
de
in
développement
other parts of
durable
the world
accusent
persist.
un retard
The Sustainable
colossal.
Development Goals are
La
facing
Belgique en est pleinement
overwhelming
consciente et
delays.
s'investit plus que
Belgium is
jamais
fully
dans un
cognizant of this
multilatéralisme
and has more than
efficace
ever before
et dans la
contributed
réforme des
to
institutions
effective, efficient
financières internationales.
multilateralism and committed to
Alors
reform
que
of
l'Union
international
européenne et
financial
ses États membres
institutions.
fournissent 43%
As the European
de l'aide
Union and
mondiale au
its member
développement,
states have been
la
contributing
Russie n'a eu aucun
43%
scrupule
of
à bloquer le
global
transport
development
maritime des
assistance,
céréales
Russia
et
has
a
had
ciblé
no
des
scruples
infrastructures
and has
qui nourrissent
blocked
le monde
maritime
entier,
transport of grains and
transformant
has
cette
targeted
agression en
the
un
infrastructure
cynique business
which
model.
feeds the
Elle a
entire
ainsi
world.
renforcé sa position
Russia
sur le
has
marché des
transformed this
céréales,
aggression into
accroissant
a cynical
encore
business
la
model and
dépendance de
has
certains
shored up
pays
its
vis-à-vis
position
d'elle,
on the grain market,
tout en se
further
livrant
increasing
à un
certain countries'
chantage des
dependence
plus
on it,
abjects.
while engaging
Le
in
large
the
soutien
vilest
transrégional
form of
à la
blackmail.
reprise de
Broad
l'initiative
transregional
céréalière de la
support
mer
for the
Noire
resumption of the Black Sea
démontre
Grain
une fois de
Initiative
plus la
yet
valeur
again
intrinsèque de cette
demonstrates the
initiative qui trouvera,
intrinsic
nous
value
l'espérons,
of this initiative,
d'autres voies
which we hope
prochainement.
will secure greater support.
La plupart des
In the
participants à
near
ce débat
future,
ouvert ont
the majority
exprimé
of the
leur
participants
opposition
in
à
this
une vision
open
des
debate
relations
have
internationales
voiced
dans
their
laquelle
opposition
la
to a
force
vision of
prime
international
sur le droit,
relations
car
where
cette agression
force
constitue
takes
bel et bien un crime contre la
takes
paix,
precedence
un
over
crime
law.
contre le
This
droit
aggression,
international.
in fact,
En vertu du
constitutes a
statut de Rome,
crime
ce Conseil
against
devrait
peace,
saisir la
a
Cour pénale
crime
internationale.
to international
Mais il
law.
est par
Pursuant to the Rome
La
Statute, the
Belgique appuie
Council
par
should refer
conséquent
the matter
pleinement
to
les efforts
the
déployés
International
pour mettre en
Criminal
place un
Court,
tribunal
but it is
spécial international
paralyzed. Belgium therefore
chargé
fully
des
supports the
poursuites pour
effort
le crime
undertaken to
d'agression
establish
contre
an
l'Ukraine,
international special tribunal
afin que
tasked with
celui-ci ne
prosecuting the
demeure
crime
pas
of
impuni.
aggression against
Et pour
Ukraine, to
terminer,
ensure that this crime not
permettez-moi
be
d'insister
left
sur le fait
unpunished.
que le
To
respect de
conclude, I
l'intégrité
wish to emphasize the
territoriale
fact that the
et de la
respect for territorial
souveraineté sont des
integrity
conditions
and
préalables
sovereignty
à
are
un retour de la paix,
prerequisites for
ainsi
the
que le
restoration
souligne
of
la
peace,
résolution adoptée par
as
l'Assemblée
is
générale en
emphasized
février
in
dernier.
the resolution adopted
Ces deux
in
principes
February
constituent
2022 by the
également
General
la
Assembly.
base
These two
du plan de paix
principles also
présenté par le
constitute
président
the basis
Zelensky
for
et discuté
Zelensky's
tant à
peace plan,
Copenhague qu'à
and
Jeddah.
which was
La
discussed
Belgique
both
soutient
in
ce plan
Copenhagen
et
and
continuera à s'investir
Jeddah.
pour
Belgium
parvenir à une
supports this
résolution
plan
du
and will
conflit qui
continue
puisse
to contribute to
déboucher
ensuring
sur
that
une
there be a
paix
resolution to the
juste
conflict which can
et
result
durable.
in a
Je
fair
vous
and
remercie.
lasting peace. Thank you.
Je remercie son Excellence
I thank
Madame Labib
Her
pour
Excellency
sa
Madame
déclaration.
Labib for her his
I
statement.
now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Miroslav Vlachowski, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic.
Mr. President, and thanks to the Albanian presidency for convening this open debate. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by the European Union. Excellencies, having in mind myriads of our common challenges, such as climate change or inequalities, it is shameful that we have to meet today to deliberate on such basic, undisputable principles of the UN Charter. Regrettably, they are being seriously undermined by one member state, the state in the permanent seat of this Council, with specific responsibility to uphold the international peace and security. Ukraine, member of the United Nations family, is exercising its right to self-defense in accordance with the Charter and its Article 51, due to Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression. Russia not only disrespects a sovereign right of its neighboring country to choose its own future, but is escalating the situation through so-called elections in temporarily and illegally occupied Ukrainian territories, Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson regions. We strongly condemn this attempt to illegally integrate the territory of Ukraine, whose sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity we fully support. In this regard, I would like to recall that the opinion of the international community on Russia's shameful aggression has already been expressed. The UN General Assembly, in its resolution of October 2022, by its 143 votes, condemned Russia's malicious conduct. We also express our strong concern about the rising number of casualties. Intentionally directing attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Slovakia will continue to support all efforts to ensure full accountability for those responsible, including financial accountability through compensation for all the damages caused. I want to also remind that the consequences of Russia's action reach far beyond Ukraine. We deplore Russia's decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative, followed by increased attacks on Ukrainian ports. With this, Russia is only further exacerbating the global food crisis. Moscow is utterly indifferent to the hundreds of millions of people worldwide facing hunger. Instead, Russia and its representatives continue spreading propaganda and disinformation, and even worse, threaten to use nuclear weapons. Distinguished colleagues, I believe we can all agree that such behavior is utterly unacceptable, and we have a collective duty to take all possible actions to stop Russia from holding the world hostage to its imperialistic appetites. We once again call on Russia to immediately stop its aggression against Ukraine and completely and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This way, the Russian Federation can not only immediately restore peace in Ukraine, but also demonstrate its willingness to return to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Wlachowski for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alberto Van Claveren, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile.
Señor Presidente, muy buenas tardes.
Mr. President, good afternoon.
El artículo segundo de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, que regula la convivencia internacional, establece como obligación de los Estados evitar el uso o la amenaza del uso de la fuerza contra la integridad territorial y la independencia política de otros Estados, resolver las controversias por medios pacíficos y cumplir de buena fe las obligaciones contraídas. En este marco deben respetarse y protegerse la soberanía, la independencia y la integridad territorial de cada Estado miembro de las Naciones Unidas, incluida Ucrania. La resolución 3314-29 de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas de 1974 define la agresión y establece que, comillas, una guerra de agresión es un crimen contra la paz internacional, cierre de comillas. Chile, como miembro fundador de las Naciones Unidas y en fiel cumplimiento de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y del derecho internacional, reitera su compromiso con la soberanía, independencia e integridad territorial de Ucrania. Señor Presidente, Chile expresa una vez más su total repudio y condena a los crímenes de guerra perpetrados en territorio ucraniano, controlado por fuerzas rusas, que han sido dados a conocer por la misión investigadora de Naciones Unidas en Ucrania. En nuestro permanente compromiso con el derecho internacional humanitario y con la protección internacional de los derechos humanos, Chile expresó al fiscal de la Corte Penal Internacional su decisión de sumarse a la revisión
its decision to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court and to join in the referral of the situation in Ukraine to the court. It was communicated on the 2nd of March by the United Kingdom on behalf of 39 states parties to the Rome Statute. The main goal of this action is to begin an independent, impartial investigation of the facts in order to ensure accountability and to punish those responsible in light of international criminal law. During these difficult times, the world is facing conflicts between states, and we wish to reaffirm our support for the comprehensive mandate of the International Criminal Court and for the need to maintain conditions so that the court can act effectively and impartially. Chile firmly believes that the International Criminal Court must be the most fitting body to hear and investigate all crimes committed in Ukraine under its jurisdiction, always bearing in mind the principles of complementarity and cooperation.
Preferible fortalecer los actuales mecanismos internacionales y nacionales de rendición de cuentas, decisión que legitimaría la actual estructura jurisdiccional internacional. Debemos considerar las prácticas actuales de justicia transicional, que sin duda ayudarán a establecer un camino más preciso y eficaz para la situación ucraniana.
Way forward
la justicia transicional debe situar a las víctimas y supervivientes en el centro de la solución, pensando siempre en evitar la repetición de las violaciones de los derechos humanos, abordando las causas profundas del conflicto que las originó. Por esta razón es fundamental que se lleve a cabo el proceso de documentación de las violaciones de los derechos humanos como consecuencia de este conflicto, ya que proporcionará
because that will provide
the information required
in order to determine the form and the type of reparations which should be handed down. The effects of this war of aggression and restoring justice in Ukraine will mean new challenges placed upon the international community. We must all stand united as we face these challenges and find a best possible solution.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Van Cleveren for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgos Karapetritis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
The post-war security system established by the UN Charter relies on one fundamental premise, the prohibition of the use of the threat of use of force. The Security Council is the body that has been entrusted with the ultimate responsibility to maintain peace and security. However, unfortunately today, the entire UN system is being gravely challenged by the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. Greece's foreign policy as a founding member of the United Nations has always been defined by its commitment to international law. Together with our EU partners, we're calling upon all nations to do their utmost so that peaceful resolution of disputes in full respect for international law by all prevails. To that end, it is fundamental that international treaties that have defined borders between states, as well as important UN conventions such as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, must be respected by all nations. We have therefore taken a principled and clear position on Russia's aggression from the beginning. Russia's invasion of Ukraine constitutes a grave breach of the UN Charter, and it remains a serious threat for European security, as well as global peace and stability. Greece, along with the rest of the European Union member states, will continue to provide support to Ukraine. On the issue of accountability, on the other hand, we firmly believe that alleged crimes committed in and against Ukraine should be thoroughly investigated. An ongoing and far-reaching consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine is the acute food insecurity felt by many vulnerable countries around the world. The Secretary General of the United Nations has been engaged in trying to revive the Black Sea Grain Initiative, yet the regrettable withdrawal of Russia from this UN-brokered initiative has brought these exports to a halt. And Russia's attacks against Ukraine's port have aggravated the security situation in the Black Sea, thus making the export of Ukrainian grain over the sea impossible. More than half of that grain was transported by Greek shipping companies. Many vessels carried grains directly to countries most in need. As a leading maritime nation, Greece attaches great importance to the freedom of navigation and maritime security. In light of these developments, the European Union has decided to increase the capacity of alternative routes for Ukraine's grain export. In this context, along with the Baltic and Adriatic corridors, Greece is offering to Ukraine an alternative transportation route to the Aegean Sea by making use of ports in northern Greece in cooperation with our partners Bulgaria and Romania. Greece is a candidate for a non-permanent seat at the Security Council for the term 2025-2026. If elected, our term will be guided by three core values that are universally expressed in Greek language. That is diplomacy, dialogue, and democracy. Diplomacy and dialogue remain the only path to peaceful resolution of disputes. But lasting stability and security cannot be sustained without democracy. Ukrainians today fight for the right to live in a democratic society, and Greece and the European Union stand with them. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerapetritis for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Anke Bruins-Slot, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the Albanian Presidency of the Security Council for arranging this open debate today. A debate that we need to have in this Council, now, during the opening week of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. A week in which the world demonstrates its commitment to the UN Charter, the United Nations system, and the international rules-based order the UN represents. It is essential that we show such commitment now more than ever, because the rules-based order is under pressure, with Exhibit A, as the Secretary General said yesterday, being Russia's attack on Ukraine, an attack on the UN Charter and the rules-based order too. Every day, Russia's aggression destroys the life of the Ukrainian people, a people that continues to show immense resilience and courage in the fight for freedom and independence. A people that, as we speak, is confronted with indiscriminate killings, unlawful attacks on civilian infrastructure, sexual and gender-based violence, and the forcible transfer and deportation of children. As we all know, the impact of these violations extends well beyond Ukraine. Our energy and food supplies, our economies, our safety and our security are all intertwined, and they are being impacted everywhere. And vulnerable countries are being disproportionately affected. This can end all now, if Russia ends its unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, it is our duty as peace-loving nations to send a clear message. Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its manifest violation of the UN Charter must stop. It constitutes a breach of peace and a threat to international security. Russia will be held accountable for these violations. All of us here are committed to fostering international peace, prosperity and security. All of us are committed to meeting our obligations under international law. We must therefore join forces to prevent further violations, to protect civilians against ongoing violations, and to prosecute perpetrators of past violations. We must do by taking action when the Charter's principles are violated and by supporting relevant resolutions and accountability initiatives. The Kingdom of the Netherlands stands with Ukraine and with its people. We are providing financial support and giving Ukraine the means with which to defend its sovereignty. We will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Brun-Slot for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, Prime Minister of Spain.
Excelencias, señoras y señores, España y la Unión Europea están firmemente comprometidos con el multilateralismo eficaz que defiende los propósitos y los principios de la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Es en el marco multilateral donde se pueden alcanzar, mediante el diálogo y la diplomacia, los grandes acuerdos que aseguren la paz, la libertad y la prosperidad de nuestros conciudadanos. Y precisamente por ello deseo reiterar nuestra firme condena de la guerra de agresión de Rusia contra Ucrania, así como nuestro apoyo a la soberanía y a la integridad territorial de Ucrania dentro de sus fronteras internacionalmente reconocidas. No cabe la equidistancia en el análisis de la situación. En este conflicto hay claramente un agresor y un agredido. El asunto, Excelencias, es grave, por cuanto afecta a cuestiones que creíamos superadas desde hace décadas, como el hecho de que las legítimas aspiraciones de cada país, incluidas sus preocupaciones de seguridad, no pueden defenderse a costa de violar por la fuerza la soberanía y la integridad territorial de otros países. Es todavía más grave quien menoscaba esos principios y además quien lo hace es un miembro permanente del principal órgano internacional encargado de asegurarlo, esto es, el Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones Unidas, donde nos encontramos. El impacto de la guerra a escala global está siendo devastador, afectando a la seguridad alimentaria, también a la seguridad nuclear, a la energética en todo el mundo y con consecuencias nefastas para millones de personas y muy especialmente para aquellos que viven en países más vulnerables. Formulo, por tanto, un solemne llamamiento a la Federación Rusa para que retome de inmediato la iniciativa del grano del Mar Negro y deje de utilizar el hambre como arma de guerra. Su actitud es sencillamente deplorable. Señoras y señores, España y Europa quieren trabajar por la paz. El objetivo es poner fin a la agresión y al sufrimiento del pueblo de Ucrania. Pero también el objetivo es defender el orden internacional basado en reglas que posibilitan la coexistencia pacífica entre naciones. Trabajamos con la comunidad internacional para ampliar el consenso hacia el logro de una paz justa y duradera. Apoyamos la fórmula de paz del presidente Zelensky, que respeta el derecho internacional y la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Y corresponderá a Ucrania determinar el momento y las condiciones para iniciar el proceso que ponga fin al conflicto. La Unión Europea se mantendrá unida en su búsqueda de la paz. Seguiremos prestando un enérgico apoyo político, económico, militar, financiero y humanitario a Ucrania durante el tiempo que sea necesario y contribuiremos a la reconstrucción de un país devastado por la guerra. Y además continuaremos trabajando para lograr una completa rendición de cuentas por los crímenes de guerra y otros delitos graves que se hayan podido cometer haciendo uso de los instrumentos multilaterales que están a nuestro alcance. Pero, y con esto concluyo, para alcanzar la paz es necesario que Rusia ponga fin a su agresión y que retire de forma inmediata, completa e incondicional todas sus tropas de todo el territorio de Ucrania. Creemos que es posible mantener un debate amplio sobre la seguridad en Europa que tenga en cuenta los legítimos intereses y preocupaciones de todos. Pero ese debate no es posible mientras se violenta la soberanía y la integridad territorial de uno de los estados. Estamos hablando del respeto de los principios más básicos que sustentan el edificio multilateral encarnado en las Naciones Unidas. Nada más y muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sánchez Pérez Castellón for his statement, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Elmedin Konakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you. Mr. President,
At the very beginning, allow me to extend my appreciation to be here today and for the opportunity to gather at this significant place that symbolizes the core of cooperation among nations. We are here to stand together in defense of that cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Group of Friends of Accountability following the aggression against Ukraine. Allow me now to add some remarks from the perspective of my country. Our world is now, unfortunately, far from peaceful and secure. It is a world where both injustice and intolerance are putting in danger our shared values, the very foundation of our humanity and prosperity. Russian aggression against Ukraine is not an isolated incident, but it stands as the most obvious violation of the UN Charter and international law. Its consequences are catastrophic, with countless lives lost, families torn apart, and millions displaced, leading to humanitarian crisis. As a member of the UN, we must stand strong. We don't need to look that far into the past to see what happens when our community of nations fail to uphold and defend the rules and norms of the world order. We have a right and obligation to speak loudly about this topic because we have suffered the genocide that has happened in the UN protected zone in my country, in Srebrenica, while the whole world remained silent. Violation of the rules of the UN Charter is no longer acceptable. It's an offense to our shared values. The ideals of the UN Charter should never be disrespected or compromised. It is our duty to stand for the noble principles this organization is built upon. Effective responses require responsibility, respect for international norms, strong coalitions, and progressive, inclusive leadership. Mr. President, despite obstacles like the abuse of veto power, we have taken a decisive step through the General Assembly, and we are voicing our determination to defend Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and principles that are led by justice. We are very decisive to defend this organization and what it stands for. We will stand together in demands this violation to stop, and we will work tirelessly for a just peace. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Konakovic for his statement, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Yanaina Tiwani Menkomo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
No puedo evitar recordar que un día como hoy, hace ya 40 años, Panamá asumió la presidencia de la Asamblea General de esta organización, donde mostramos nuestro empeño incansable por propiciar la participación de todos los países para superar las desigualdades que obstaculizan la paz y el bienestar de los pueblos del mundo. Con ese mismo ímpetu, deseo dirigirme ante ustedes basada en la solidez de los argumentos que sostienen nuestra posición para lograr la paz duradera en Ucrania y con el espíritu irredente característico de mi pueblo, para reiterar con claridad que no cesaremos en persistir en ninguna causa amparada por la justicia y la enmarcada en la paz.
Constantly pursue justice and peace. Since the beginning of the conflict, Panama has been quite firm in its appeal for respect for the sovereignty and political and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We have called for dialogue and the end to aggression. And in this way, we have shown that we support the resolutions that have been
y el Consejo de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas,
con una posición de firme condena al uso de la fuerza y la violencia, en aras de evitar una mayor pérdida de vidas. Panamá cree que esta organización debe ceñirse cada vez más a sus principios propios para hacer más efectiva su acción pacificadora. La paz internacional descansa en instituciones
multilaterales
based on
eficientes y efectivas,
efficient and
el
effective
pleno respeto de
multilateral
los derechos
institutions,
humanos,
full respect
la
for human
superación
rights,
de todas las formas de
overcoming
intolerancia y la
any
promoción e
forms of intolerance,
institucionalización del diálogo.
and
Hago énfasis
promoting
en la palabra
dialogue.
diálogo.
And I would
La
emphasize the word
legitimidad,
dialogue.
la autoridad y la
Legitimacy and
competencia de
the
este
authority
Consejo
and the
emana de
competence
la
of
Carta
this
de
Security
Naciones
Council,
Unidas, misma carta
enshrined in
que
the UN
incumbe a todos
Charter,
los Estados,
is the same
en
charter
arreglo a su artículo
which
segundo,
governs
a
all
abstenerse de
states,
recurrir a la amenaza o el
and
uso de
it
la
calls
fuerza contra
for
la
us to
integridad
avoid the
territorial
use
o
or
la
threat to use
independencia
force
política de cualquier Estado.
against any
Por ello,
state and its
es
territorial
preciso
integrity,
reiterar la
and
enorme
therefore I would
responsabilidad
recall
de todos los miembros de
the
este Consejo a
responsibility
cumplir
of all members of
íntegramente
this
esta carta.
council to
Solo así
fulfill the purposes of this
mantendremos
charter.
abiertos
It
los
is only in
caminos
this
que
way
nos alejan de la
that we will
frustración y evitan
avoid
los
further
atajos de la
frustration
violencia.
and greater
Por
violence.
conocido que sea este drama,
This
nuestro país no
tragedy
puede
is well
evitar
known,
mencionar la crisis
but we cannot
humanitaria
fail to
generada por
mention
esta
the
guerra. Por ello,
humanitarian crisis
reiteramos
caused
nuestro
by this
llamado a que se
tragedy.
aseguren los accesos
We
a la asistencia
appeal
humanitaria
for
y se brinde
unfettered
protección a los
access for
civiles,
humanitarian
incluido
assistance
personal
to be
humanitario y
provided
las
to
personas en situaciones
civilians,
vulnerables,
in particular
en
people
especial los
living in
niños y
vulnerable
las niñas.
situations, particularly
Panamá entiende
girls and boys.
muy bien la lucha de
We
los pueblos
fully
que sufren al
understand the
defender su
struggle of people
soberanía,
who
de los
seek
pueblos
to
que se
defend their
resisten a aceptar
sovereignty
la
and people who
imposición
resist
del fuerte
the
sobre el débil. Somos
imposition of the
conscientes
powerful
por
over the
experiencia
weak. We
propia
are aware because we have
que
our
ningún
own
Estado tiene el
experience.
derecho
No
de
state
arrogarse
has the
o
right
enajenar unilateralmente el territorio de otra nación, y mucho
unilaterally
menos
take over the
mediante el
territory
uso
of
de la
any
fuerza.
other nation,
Hacemos
particularly
un
by
llamado a
force.
respetar el derecho
We
internacional
call
y a
for
retomar
respect
la
for
voluntad
international
de
law
encontrar
and the
aquello que nos
will
une, para centrar toda nuestra
work
atención en
together.
los múltiples desafíos que
We
nos aquejan.
recognize the many
Continuar
challenges that lie
trabajando
ahead,
en
but we will
acciones que
continue to
reduzcan
work
los
on
efectos del cambio
actions which
climático,
will
también la
reduce the
pobreza, la
impacts of
desigualdad y el
climate change,
impacto del crimen
poverty,
transnacional
inequality, and
organizado, para
transnational
lograr
organized
así
crime. And
mejorar
in
la
this
vida de
way,
la
we hope
gente.
to improve the
Panamá en
livelihoods
su
of
visión
people.
como país
In our
con
vision as a
vocación
country,
pacifista,
we are a peaceful
multilateralista y
country.
promotor
We
de diálogo,
support
lamenta
multilateralism and
profundamente el grave
dialogue, and we
conflicto en
deeply
Ucrania
regret
y el
the
impacto que
serious
está
conflict
generando
in
en el
Ukraine
mundo entero,
and the impact it is
especialmente
having on the
a los
entire
países
world,
en
in
vías de
particular
desarrollo.
on developing
Conocemos las
countries.
causas y
We know the
consecuencias del
causes
conflicto,
and
y
the
por ello es
consequences of the
entendible que no
conflict,
cese
and
la
therefore
demanda de la comunidad
we must
internacional
continue to ask
por
the
una
international
solución
community to
definitiva que
find
ante
a
todo
definitive
logre la
solution which
consecución
first
de
and
la paz.
foremost
Una
ensures
paz
that peace is
que solo es
achieved,
posible
peace
con la
that will only be
aplicación estricta
possible
de los
with,
principios del derecho
through
internacional,
the strict
más allá
implementation
de
of
la
international
retórica
law,
y el papel
beyond
vista en el terreno. La
rhetoric
estabilidad
or
que hemos
aggressive
construido hasta
activities
hoy
on the
y
ground.
que ha traído consigo un periodo de mayor prosperidad y crecimiento mundial
We
está en
seek
juego también.
prosperity
Por
and
tanto,
international
es nuestra
growth, and these are
responsabilidad
all
evitar
at
que se
stake, and it
siente
is
un
therefore
precedente que pueda haberse
our duty
repetido
to
en el
make
futuro
sure
en
that
cualquier otra
this
parte del
situation
mundo.
is not repeated
Panamá
elsewhere in
reitera
the
su
world.
compromiso con los principios de la
We
Carta de las
maintain our
Naciones
commitment
Unidas
to the
y el
purposes and principles
multilateralismo
of the
como
UN
herramienta
Charter
para la
and
promoción de la
multilateralism
paz.
as a tool to
Estos
promote
son pilares
peace.
históricos
These are
de nuestra
historic
política
pillars
exterior
of our foreign
y los
policy.
continuaremos
We will
defendiendo en
continue
cada
to
foro y
defend
lugar
them in
con las
every form
herramientas que
and in
siempre
every
nos han
place
caracterizado.
with
El
our
diálogo, la negociación y la
customary
palabra.
traditional
Esa
beliefs
es
and with
nuestra
our
fuerza
words.
y
That
desde
is
las
our
más
strength.
profundas de las convicciones,
We are
desde nuestra vocación,
firmly
seguiremos
committed
construyendo
to our
puentes de
convictions, and
diálogo
we will
y
continue to
siempre
build
promoviendo
bridges
la
of
paz.
dialogue, and we will
Gracias.
continue to promote peace.
I
Thank
thank
you.
Her Excellency Ms. Tiwani Menkomo for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Alexei. Meleynik, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Belarus.
Уважаемый господин председатель,
Mr. President,
попытки отдельных игроков переписать под себя базовые принципы международного права и международных отношений при одновременном игнорировании законных интересов большинства членов мирового сообщества привели к высочайшей степени поляризации в мире в целом и в нашей region in particular.
From certain countries who have grown accustomed to viewing themselves as centers of human civilization, to the establishment of a fair, equitable, polycentric model of the world. As a result, in international relations, there is an increase in violence, and the international security architecture has been undermined, as has been the arms control and non-proliferation architecture. That too has been undermined. We are very alarmed at observing the consistent growth in military capabilities and the arms races, not only in our region, but also in neighboring countries. All of Belarus's initiatives to lessen confrontation and to restore trust, as well as to shore up regional security, which we proposed in recent years, have been left unaddressed. And for some reason, this was looked upon from above. As a result, in the European region, conflict has again ignited with full force in Ukraine, and the world is enduring the grave repercussions through economic, food, and energy crises. A neighbor of Ukraine, Belarus, more than any other party, is interested in a prompt, peaceful settlement to that conflict. As a neighboring country, Belarus also has our own, Belarus have our own in-depth view of the conflict. It was indeed in Belarus that the Minsk agreements were signed. The Minsk agreements, which began the peace process in Ukraine, and the package of measures for their implementation was signed there. This package, which was endorsed by the Security Council, we believe it is worth recalling this, despite attempts by some to sweep this under the rug. The long-awaited results of the negotiations in the Belarusian capital should have been the start of a peace process in Ukraine. The implementation of those agreements could have brought this process and placed it on a sustained, robust trajectory. But this did not happen. Today, it is clear why this could not happen. Western colleagues vociferously spoke about this. Some stated directly that they had no intention to end this conflict, and today they intend to wage war to the last Ukrainian. Against this backdrop, what seems completely absurd are accusations against Belarus of helping foment the conflict. Let us recall that last year on our territory, there were 3 rounds held of Russian-Ukrainian peace talks. Since March of 2022, Belarus has consistently, in an unfettered way, began to host Ukrainians on our territory, as well as all foreign citizens who were fleeing the hostilities in Ukraine. These people were provided and continue to be provided with the necessary assistance, including humanitarian assistance as soon as they arrived. Through a special leadership decision, they have virtually equal rights as our citizens. Has any Western country adopted similar decisions? Since late February of 2022, approximately 120,000 Ukrainian refugees reached Belarus. That is approximately 1.5% of our country. Do you think these people feeling an aggression for us, would they voluntarily enter our country? The response is logical and clear. We have borne this burden independently, and yet instead of assistance, what we have received are illegitimate sanctions from the West. We officially extended an invitation to the Secretary General to visit Belarus personally or to send his representatives to study the situation on the ground. Our borders are open, and we are open to constructive cooperation. The end of the conflict is inevitable, and it will end at the negotiating table. We welcome the emergence of a growing number of countries who have been proposing reasonable peace initiatives to resolve the situation in Ukraine. To conclude, I wish to reaffirm Belarus's willingness to make our contribution to the resolution of the situation for the purposes of attaining a robust, lasting peace in the region, which all of our countries and peoples need today. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Aleinik for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations of the Holy See.
Mr. President, this open debate of the Security Council takes place in the context of the cruel and senseless war against Ukraine, which, with great sacrifice, is defending its sovereignty and the inviolability of its internationally recognized borders. These are the same values promoted and shared since the foundation of this noble organization. Faced with the ongoing tragedy, a spontaneous question arises. Against whom is this war being waged? It is before the eyes of everyone that those paying the highest price are civilian, simple people, and above all children, youth, and the elderly. War is a great evil, and at present we can see that it is expanding more and more beyond the Ukrainian borders, covering with its thick cloud not only Europe but also other continents, and above all, infiltrating human hearts, making them containers of a logic of war. Truly, as Pope Francis reminds, we are witnessing World War III, which is being fought piecemeal. It is undeniable that the Russian attack on Ukraine has jeopardized the entire global order, which arose after World War II. Its negative consequences can already be glimpsed in the humanitarian, demographic, food, social, political, legal, economic, ecological, military, nuclear, energy, health, educational, religious, migratory, and other spheres, which are altogether fundamental elements of the architecture of world security. Evil is incapable of generating good. Aggression can only generate new aggression. If this war is not stopped and peace is not sought at every turn, the whole world risks plunging into even deeper crises. The solution to the war in Ukraine is not only a matter for Ukraine itself. In the face of the tragedy unfolding before our eyes, it is due time to ask ourselves some of Pope Francis's questions. What am I doing today for the Ukrainian people? Am I doing something? Today, the entire international community, more than ever, cannot surrender itself and let this issue pass by in silence. In order to have a peaceful and secure future, all member states of the United Nations, and especially those of this Security Council, are called upon to join efforts in search for a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, as an important element of the global peace of which the world thirsts. It is better and cheaper for all to invest in peace instead of war. The Holy See, for its part, is close to Ukraine and fully upholds its territorial integrity, and moreover continues to engage in humanitarian initiatives aimed at alleviating the suffering of the Ukrainian population, especially that part of it which is weakest and most vulnerable, while at the same time urging all states and relevant international organizations to become creative and courageous artisans of peace and weavers of constructive dialogue. Peace is not a reality whose features and properties are unknown. Everyone knows what peace is. It will surely come when there is a common commitment to implement it, not only at the international institutional level, but also in our hearts and homes. To all of you, and especially to the tormented Ukraine, I would like to extend my heartfelt wish that the desired peace may return to cheer the whole world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Archbishop Gallagher for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Eamon Ryan, Minister for Environment, Climate, Communications and Transport of Ireland.
I thank the Albanian Presidency for organising this very important open debate. I also thank the Secretary-General for his contribution today and President Zelensky for his powerful intervention. President, in our capital city of Dublin, our main street is called O'Connell Street. At either ends of that street, there are two statues dedicated to two of the men who worked for Ireland's sovereignty and independence. On the north end of the street, there's a statue of Charles Stuart Parnell, the leader of our Home Rule movement, and on it is written the inscription, "No man has the right or a right to fix the boundary to the march of a nation." The United Nations is based on that principle. Every country has a right to its own sovereignty. At the other end, there is a statue to Daniel O'Connell, our liberator, who famously said, "Nothing is politically right which is morally wrong." What President Putin has done and what this war has caused is morally and fundamentally wrong, and it has to stop. Russia's illegal war of choice is not only a war on the people of Ukraine, but on the UN Charter and the very foundations of our multilateral system. In seeking to impose its will by force on a peaceful neighbour, Russia has blatantly violated the Charter's principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states. In the 19 months since tanks columns first advanced on Kyiv, Kharkiv and Mariupol, we have lost track of the number of horrific attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Just 2 weeks ago, 16 Ukrainians, including a child, were killed in Russia's indiscriminate missile attack on Kostiantynivka, an indefensible violation of international law and a blatant attack on civilians that no amount of disinformation can explain away. All member states rely on the rules-based international order as a guarantee of our independence, our sovereignty and our security. That's why pushing back on this ongoing and blatant violation of international law by Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, is of such critical importance. This Council, charged with the critical mandate to maintain international peace and security, too often is unable to meet its obligations, not least when one of its permanent members is the aggressor state. This failure to act has had harrowing real-world consequences. We've seen the catastrophic impact that Russia's disregard for international law has had on women and children in particular. Conflict-related sexual violence has been a consistent feature of this war, while the evidence of enforced deportation of Ukrainian children underscores just how the most vulnerable can suffer the most unspeakable harms. President, if we fail to hold Russia accountable, it will have far-reaching consequences in terms of cooperation on so many of the global challenges we face, whether it is efforts to address food security, energy security, nuclear safety or the environment. Ireland unequivocally condemns Russia's nuclear threats and the utter disregard for safety its forces have shown at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. As we reflect this week on the political declaration on the SDGs, on which Ireland has proudly led with Qatar, the threat to global food security and increased risk of global hunger stemming from the conflict is thrown into sharp relief. It's encouraging that the General Assembly has taken action where the Security Council has failed. There have been 6 General Assembly resolutions in reaction to Russia's invasion. Most recently, in February, the General Assembly's adoption of the resolution on the principles of the UN Charter, underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, was an important signal from an overwhelming majority of the Member States of their commitment to uphold the Charter of the United Nations. President, it's our collective responsibility to stand fully with the people of Ukraine in the face of this brutal aggression. 15 million people have now fled their homes, and we are proud to have welcomed over 90,000 Ukrainians to Ireland, now close to 2% of our population. This war is entirely of Russia's making. Just as Russia chooses to start this war, they can choose to end it. It's up to Ukraine to determine the terms, conditions and timelines for any peace agreement, and Ireland reiterates its strong support for President Zelensky's peace plan in this regard. Ireland supports the tireless efforts of the Secretary-General and Ukraine itself to bring an end to the war and for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the principles of the UN Charter. We will continue to do our part to support the Ukrainian people and to ensure there can never be impunity for such violent disregard of the rules-based international system. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Ryan for his statement, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Burak Akçapar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, distinguished members of the Security Council and guests. We live in a precipice. Our deliberations do matter. Turkey has been a strong advocate of the rules-based international system and is concerned that humanity may not protect it. The United Nations is at the core of the efforts to uphold, restore, and bolster international peace and security, as well as sustainable development. The UN and this very Council matter. This august body has been created to prevent the scourge of war, and its primary purpose should continue to be our guiding light in rendering the UN more fit for purpose. The veto power was granted to the permanent members of this esteemed Council to avert conflicts, protect victims, and facilitate the maintenance of peace. Unfortunately, this system has morphed into a mechanism that prioritizes the interests of the few and is increasingly becoming anachronistic. With the war in Ukraine, the UN confronts a crisis that shook the organization's founding principles. It should be fair to assert that such cataclysmic chapters are hardly exceptional in the history of this organization. There have been moments in the past when the UN failed to fulfill its duty because the veto of one trumped the will of the rest. The ongoing war in Ukraine laid bare the representation crisis within this organization. After 18 months, there is still no end in sight for the war. The protracted and attritional nature of the conflict continues to exact a heavy toll on Ukraine and its people, as well as the region and indeed increasingly the world. The conflict's regional and global fallout is becoming worse. Challenges we have been facing in food, energy, and supply line security are deepening. As we head into the second year of the war, Turkey remains firmly committed to Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. In the meantime, our pursuit of a negotiated end to the conflict goes on. Since the start of the war, Turkey has assumed efforts to facilitate diplomatic talks. After negotiations collapsed in March of last year, we shifted our efforts to addressing the practical challenges of the war, such as prisoner exchanges, food security, and nuclear security. Our diplomatic efforts, together with the United Nations, brought the Black Sea Initiative to life, which lasted for a year and averted a global food crisis. Its ultimate termination will unsettle the global food markets and has already shaken the stability of the Black Sea, creating risks of escalation with the rest of the world waiting in suspense. Now we are working closely with the United Nations to revive the initiative. As unanimously declared by almost every country that spoke today, overwhelming global support for the restoration of the initiative is heartening and central to the efforts of the United Nations and of our own efforts. Sustainable food security depends on ensuring uninterrupted supply from all resources available. Fair and equitable distribution of food products should also be integral to the campaign. Ultimately, diplomacy can, we hope, help us reach our goal to revive this precious initiative. Ukraine deserves a just peace that will secure its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We remain convinced that this can be achieved through negotiations, and the diplomatic track is worth every effort. The broader issues concerning European security and preventing future crises and conflicts can only be settled purposefully through diplomacy. And diplomacy cannot thrive while the cycle of conflict endures. With this understanding, we have supported attempts at facilitating peace, including the Chinese and African initiatives. We expressed our support for the Ukrainian peace plan in principle and participate in its meetings. We also note that a negotiated peace would have to include both Ukraine and Russia. It may be said that the current dynamics of the conflict may perhaps not be conducive to resuming negotiations. However, we must be ready when that inevitable moment emerges. Fortune favors the prepared. This brings me to an even larger issue. Conflicts are on the rise. The principle of peaceful settlement of disputes is enshrined in the charter of this noble organization, whose fundamental principles we have been striving to uphold and restore over the past 1.5 years. The UN Charter already involves essential tools to prevent and peacefully resolve conflicts like the one in Ukraine. Those tools can and must be utilized to the fullest in a constructive and innovative way. In the period ahead, Turkey will maintain her unwavering support to Ukraine, not only to win the war, but also to win the peace. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Akçapar for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sheikh Jarrah Jabr Al-Ahmad Al-Sabah, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sayyid Rais.
Mr. President, at the outset, I congratulate your country on presiding over the Security Council for this month. We wish you every luck in this endeavor. during the remaining days of this month. We would also like to thank you for organizing this important open debate, which is held at an important time. It offered us the opportunity to listen to President Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, to listen to his update on the latest developments in Ukraine. Mr. President, our world today is facing many political, economic, security and environmental challenges, and therefore our multilateral system is under a true test, which may be the most difficult test faced by the United Nations since 1945. Given these different risks that are transnational and that are facing our world today, the international community only has one option: to cooperate so that we can address these regional and international challenges. We must overcome these challenges by committing to the Charter of the United Nations and its principles and purposes. The Charter is the way to achieve international peace and security, and its articles will guide us in our way towards justice and welfare. It is a roadmap to maintain relations between countries. It is truly a constitution for multilateralism and international action. We must especially focus on the following: respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of countries and the non-interference in their internal affairs. We must also peacefully settle disputes. We must not resort to the threat or use of force. We must work on creating friendly relations among countries. We also reaffirm our equal rights and the right of peoples to self-determination, as well as respecting their human rights. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait reaffirms its position to reject in international relations the threat or the use of force. We also reaffirm the need to remain committed to the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the principle of good neighborliness. The state of Kuwait also calls for respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we call for showing restraint. It is also important to resort to dialogue. We also call on parties to remain committed to the principles of international law and international humanitarian law when it comes to the protection of civilians. They must also facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need. We commend the efforts of the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, when it comes to the Black Sea Initiative. We also commend the efforts of Mr. Dashti as well. In this regard, we regret that this initiative was suspended. It is very important to renew this initiative, given its importance to guarantee stability in food prices at the international level. The Ukrainian crisis could be an example for why we need to reform the Security Council so that it can carry out its responsibilities pursuant to the Charter. In this regard, we reaffirm the need to move forward with the reform process so that the Security Council can address the increasing challenges confronting our world today in a representative, transparent, and neutral manner. In conclusion, Mr. President, the state of Kuwait reaffirms that the United Nations is the cornerstone for multilateral international action. The UN Charter, with its noble principles and purposes, is the way to organize relations between countries. I also reaffirm that the principles and purposes of the UN Charter is the best way to defend small and medium-sized countries. In the state of Kuwait, we recognize that very well. The liberation of Kuwait in 1991 is an example for what can be achieved when there is concerted international efforts under the umbrella of the United Nations and through resolutions adopted by the Security Council to support what is just and the rule of law. The liberation of the state of Kuwait is a good example for what the Security Council can do when united. And this is what countries were aspiring to when they drafted the UN Charter. Violating the noble principles and purposes of the UN Charter should be avoided. And the Security Council and Kuwait will remain grateful for the Security Council for their efforts, and thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Sabah for his statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Muraiki, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar.
السيد الرئيس
السلام
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
May the peace,
في البداية
mercy and blessings
نهنئ
of God be
ألبانيا على
upon you.
رئاستها
At the
للمجلس
outset, we
لشهر
congratulate
سبتمبر
Albania for presiding over the Council during the month of September, and we thank you for holding this important meeting on the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine by upholding the purposes and principles of the UN Charter through effective multilateralism. I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the State of Qatar. Mr. President, the State of Qatar is committed to the peaceful settlement of disputes in any place. We regret that the war in Ukraine is still ongoing.
ومما يقلقنا بشكل خاص الآثار الإنسانية لهذه الحرب على المدنيين والرزق كما أن تداعيات هذه الحرب على الأوضاع الأمنية والإنسانية والصحية والاقتصادية على العالم ازدادت تعقيدا وتفاقما خاصة فيما يتعلق بجهود الأمن الغذائي العالمي ومكافحة الجوع لا سيما على الدول النامية والفقيرة. لذلك تجدد دولة قطر دعوتها لأطراف الأزمة إلى التحلي بأقصى درجات ضبط النفس لإيقاف الحرب والوصول إلى سلام مستدام. وتنتهز دولة قطر هذه السانحة لتجدد موقفها الثابت إزاء الأزمة الأوكرانية، وهو موقف يستند بشكل واضح وراسخ إلى مبادئ القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة وقرارات مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة ذات الصلة. ومن هذا المنطلق فإن دولة قطر تدعم مبدأ سيادة واستقلال أوكرانيا ووحدة أراضيها في إطار حدودها المعترف بها دوليا والالتزام الكامل بمبادئ الميثاق وفقا لمادته الثانية التي توجب على الدول الأعضاء تسوية المنازعات الدولية بالوسائل السلمية والامتناع عن استخدام القوة
their international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force. We also call on parties to honor their obligations according to the principles and purposes of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Mr. President, in conclusion, we renew our willingness to support any efforts to end the war in Ukraine, and we commend the efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian organizations to meet the urgent humanitarian needs of civilians, in addition to efforts to address the repercussions of the war. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al Muraiki for his statement. It has been a long day, but there are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until tomorrow afternoon. This meeting is suspended.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
And traditional African values in that it is grounded in respect, consensus, and community support through traditional structures. It is a monarchical democracy. Our system is based on individual merit, where candidates are nominated from their communities to stand for elections in constituencies which we call Dingundla, to which they are accountable. The electorate expects members of parliament to meet as colleagues rather than combatants, to look for consensus as opposed to partisanship, and to balance the interests of their constituencies with those of the nation. In terms of our democratic dispensation, elections are a constitutional imperative and are held every 5 years. Eswatini is in the middle of our electoral cycle in a bid to elect the 12th parliament. In this regard, a voter registration exercise was conducted, which returned over 95% registered against an eligible population. This was a resounding success and a ringing endorsement of the support for the system of government. As we speak, the nomination process has been completed. Primary elections were held on the 26th August 2023, and our secondary elections will be taking place 29th September 2023. We are looking forward to Emaswati expressing their desires through the ballot box. Sibaya remains one of our highest institutions where Emaswati dialogue and play their part in determining the future they want. It is an inclusive forum where citizens, irrespective of gender and social status, discuss issues of national interest. A couple of weeks ago, the nation was celebrating 55 years of our independence, during which Emaswati have been living in peace and harmony. Mr. President, Eswatini has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected some of our social sectors. Although we have made progress in reducing poverty and inequality, they remain high. As a result, we continue to battle with high unemployment, especially among the youth. With the support of the United Nations in Eswatini, we have launched a youth empowerment program which has generated great public interest from the private sector. We hope to enroll at least 4,000 young people into the program to increase their chances of employment, help them start their own businesses, and with access to finance. The European Union has also pledged to support youth empowerment initiatives to mitigate the unemployment situation. Eswatini is highly dependent on external sources of income, such as regional trade, remittances, and transfers from the Southern African Customs Union. We continue to implement structural reforms to improve our business environment, diversify our economy, and foster inclusive growth. We have recently launched our national implementation strategy for the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. 2 days ago, on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, we had a resource mobilization session to introduce the Africa Strategic Investment Alliance. This will support the program of the AE-Trade, which seeks to create a digital marketing platform for all African countries to promote trading through technologies. We are also looking at the advanced countries to share their experiences so that Africa will not be left behind. We urge member states and financial institutions to support the AE-Trade initiative. We wish to commend the private sector that participated at this forum and further committed itself to pledges towards this noble objective. This will help us take full advantage of the opportunities for intra-Africa trade, increase national productivity, and promote regional integration in the world's largest free trade area that connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product valued at $3.4 trillion US. Eswatini is embracing the leave no one behind principle, which is the central promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its goals. As we work towards achieving these targets, it is crucial to re-evaluate the global financial architecture. We must address interest rates in a way that is fair and beneficial for both the least and developing nations. This will ensure eradication of poverty in all its forms and improved living conditions for the poorest of the poor. Sustaining the SDG will require that member states develop innovative financing strategies to ensure that implementation reaches the most left behind. At this critical juncture, including Taiwan is an essential next step if we are to successfully achieve the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. We call for Taiwan's inclusion in the United Nations system, which encompasses participation in meetings, mechanisms, and activities that pertain to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This would not only strengthen global cooperation and partnership, but also emphasize the principle of ensuring that no one is left behind. In conclusion, Mr. President, the remaining 7 years, Eswatini will continue to prioritize the implementation of the SDGs and ensure that they remain the core agenda behind our development. We are optimistic that a wide range of actors will be mobilized and that capacities will be strengthened to ensure achievement of the goals by 2030. The SDGs will continue to be a guiding light that shapes national policies, budgets, institutions, governments, and sector strategies. The Kingdom stands with the rest of the world in committing to accelerating progress in the implementation of the UN targets in the remaining 7 years. The year 2030, the year 2023 is a turning point for the country as we hope to break through to a better future for all. Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to wish you all successful deliberations. I thank you. May Almighty God bless us all. Siabo.
On behalf of the
Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, let us bow our heads together and beseech God Almighty to let His peace and mercy descend on us all and on our fragile home, the planet. I extend to you all warmest Yahweh greetings from the people of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Mr. President, I congratulate you upon your election to lead the General Assembly. I also offer sincere condolences for the devastating flood in Libya and the earthquake in Morocco. Mr. President, a strong and effective United Nations is needed now, more than ever. Together, we now face economic shock, growing global tension, and intensified climate impacts. Our United Nations was forged to help maintain peace, reduce threats and conflict, and address the economic and social challenges facing humanity. It has also served a useful purpose as a key platform for dialogue between nations, and we acknowledge the strong efforts of the UN system in humanitarian relief and assistance with development goals. Yet, the world is at an hour when, more than ever before, we are falling well short of what the world needs and deserves. Mr. President, the world is now vastly different from that of 78 years ago. The remarkable advances in all spheres of human life has been phenomenal and unrivaled. New advances have facilitated people-to-people connectivity and helped to shrink our planet into a small global village. Yet, we are feeling an intense rise of the very global tensions, if not the threat of wider conflict, which the founding members sought to avert. Politics must never blind the need for accountability, not only in Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine, but everywhere without exception. Mr. President, every nation in this room, including my own, has more to do to deliver on our human rights records. Far greater understanding and direct assistance is needed to better address complex rights situations. Every nation gathered in this hall bears a vital responsibility to protect, not overstep, the voices of the most vulnerable. As a candidate country for election to the Human Rights Council in the term 2025 to 2027, we are firmly committed to strong and credible action and also to listen closely to all perspectives. And we are proud to call attention to the recent endorsement of our candidacy by the foreign ministers of the Pacific Island Forum. Mr. President, the Pacific small island developing states are truly large ocean nations. Before, we are small island developing states. Oceans are not a distant notion. They are our lifeblood, our economic future, our food security, and our culture. And much of the rest of the world has used oceans as dumping grounds or resource basket for which to take at will without consequence. And now the tide is changing. Pacific Island nations help to set the mark in global tuna markets and affect a transition to sustainability. Our partners are helping us set up with resources, partnerships, and real-time technology to better monitor and patrol our vast EEZs. The UN has now adopted a new high seas conservation treaty addressing biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And at a time when nations are increasingly challenged to work together on the basics, it is a testament to political will and diplomatic skill, in which we have come together to cut across silos and define specific action and obligation to try to better ensure future generations see the same ocean benefits we know today. It is our challenge to the world to bring this treaty into force and effect before the 2025 UN Oceans Conference. And today, you have my signature of that treaty to add to the growing chorus. Mr. President, the world's equilibrium has been upset by humanity's insatiable greed for the accumulation of materialistic wealth and possessions. Today, the Marshall Islands is encountering insurmountable challenges in coping with sea level rise, erosion of shorelines, flooding caused by high tides, coral bleaching, intrusion of seawater into taro and croplands, and the rapid deterioration of the ocean ecosystem. Moreover, the warming of the ocean has affected coastal sustainable fisheries and posed a direct negative impact on our way of life. In some, our islands, our culture, our way of life, and our very existence as a people and nation is threatened. We call for the establishment of an international financing facility to provide assistance and support to small islands, developing states, and low-lying atoll nations and territories devastated during and after natural disaster, as well as elements of insulation from external shocks, be it energy, supply chains disruption, food security, global health pandemics, hyperinflation, and other challenges. Mr. President, the Marshall Islands leaders have raised the alarm and called the world's attention to dangers posed by the climate change monster since we became a member of this august body in 1991. For over 30 years, Marshallese leaders, as is the case with leaders of low-lying island states, have sounded the alarm in every international and regional forums. For over 30 years, the world has been meeting and talking about the adverse effect of global warming and climate change. We hailed the historic conclusion of the Paris Agreement. However, 8 years has gone by, and carbon emission levels remain high, and the planet is getting hotter with each passing day. And as a matter of fact, the Secretary General himself has affirmed that the era of global warming has ended. Now, we have entered the age of global boiling. May I again reiterate my humble call for the world to declare war on climate change. Mr. President, the future of the Marshall Islands and all low-lying island states hangs in the balance. The eyes of people the world over are on us in this 78th session of the General Assembly. The Marshall Islands believes that the time for speeches and eloquence of talk is over. It is time for eloquence of actions. Let deeds, not words, be our operating principle. Our own island security is at stake, not only by the tension between superpowers, but by rising seas and changing oceans. The world has spent a full generation falling short in our common goals to avoid dangerous climate change. And we are past the hour of waiting for a real step up in ambition. This year must be different. At COP28, the global stockade must mark the turning point at which we all recognize that we are collectively failing to deliver on the Paris Agreement. And we must all respond by agreeing upon a clear roadmap to correct our course. This ambition roadmap must include the phase-out of fossil fuels. The world cannot afford to further ignore the issue at the heart of the crisis. Though we must use every tool at our disposal, we cannot place our hope in dreams of unproven, untested solutions, or use updated technologies, or greenlight the continued expansion of fossil fuels. For the most vulnerable nations, adequate, predictable, and accessible finance is crucial, particularly for adapting to prepare for the present and future onslaught of the impacts of climate change, and addressing the loss and damage that is already being experienced. We need donors to deliver on their existing commitments and to come together to address the climate finance crisis in a way which is led by the science and the needs of vulnerable states. These challenges might be inconvenient for large economies, but I can assure the climate impacts already at our door and those yet to come are decidedly more inconvenient for low-lying atoll states like mine and for other island nations around the world. Mr. President, the United States has not fulfilled its obligation to the people of the Marshall Islands, resulting from the nuclear testing program. On November 25 or 25, 1947, U.S. President Harry S. Truman, in response to concern about the people of Eniwetok, who were being removed and relocated so that the U.S. could conduct its nuclear weapon tests, stated, the Eniwetokis will be accorded all rights which are the normal constitutional rights of the citizens under the Constitution, but will be dealt with as wards of the United States for whom this country has special responsibilities. Our atoll nations were affected, other atoll nations were affected, and these obligations likewise remain unfulfilled. The Marshall Islands has continued its negotiation with the United States on extending our relationship of free association. We have come a long way in this endeavor, have satisfactorily addressed most issues, and remain cautiously optimistic that our agreements will be finalized soon. However, there remain difficult issues that the Marshallese people have insisted need to be resolved. As a functioning democracy, we cannot ignore the wishes of our people, and as the world's most and preeminent democracy, the United States needs to understand this reality. The Marshall Islands desires to continue its free association with the United States, but the United States must realize that the Marshallese people require that the nuclear issue be addressed. Mr. President, the Marshall Islands strongly welcomes the rise of the partners in the Blue Pacific and the support of friends and allies who are committed to working with us on island-driven solution. Our early steps together are positive, even as more structure is needed to listen closely to our deepest needs. Let's all go beyond the headline announcement and into our local communities and move into more focused dialogue with the Pacific and not just about the Pacific. Mr. President, the Republic of the Marshall Islands affirms a recent statement by the Pacific Islands Forum foreign ministers, which regarding the release of treated water from the Fukushima power plant. With other forum members, we remain vigilant and concerned as committed to regular and ongoing discussion with Japan, as well as an annual dialogue with the IAEA. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, I appeal to you all, let us work together to strengthen the foundation of international peace and security. Let us then jointly call the UN Secretary General Summit of the future next year to include diverse perspectives and voices and to force a watershed moment for peace and security. We have before us all a valuable opportunity to strengthen the pillars of accountability and UN system reform. Together, we can all help ensure the UN is truly fit for the purpose and better aligned with contemporary challenges. The fourth UN SITS meeting in Antigua and Barbuda next year likewise is a spotlight moment for island-driven solution and strategies. Mr. President, there remains a visible crack in the UN. Our United Nations will never be whole and complete without the meaningful participation of the 23 million people of Taiwan in the specialized agencies of the UN system, as well as in meetings and mechanisms which supports the SDGs. Difficult indeed it would be for our UN family to build further trust and prosperity between us, while also closing the doors of our organization to Taiwanese journalists and public visitors. For too long, the UN bureaucracy has stuck to a wrongful misinterpretation of Resolution 2758 and has used political and their vibrant democracy. We must have the courage to recognize the reality of the present situation and relegate this outdated dogma to the walls of history. Today, the UN can no longer look the other way and ignore the need to actively facilitate peace, stability, and security across the Taiwan Strait and within the region. We commend the Secretary General's commitment for the UN to do its utmost ease tension in the Strait and prevent escalation by involving all stakeholders and by logic and common sense. We believe this must include Taiwan. Mr. President, is it possible for us to wage peace instead of war? Is it too much to ask that the United Nations declare war on climate change and global boiling, poverty, racism, injustices, and unequal distribution of wealth, the wide gulf between the haves and the have-nots, exploitation of the planet's finite resources? We must help hasten the peace foretold by Isaiah when they say, shall beat their sword into plowshares and their spears into plunging hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against the nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Thank you, and Kumol-Dada.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibitswi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mogwitsi Eric Kibitswi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, I join previous speakers in extending my sincere congratulations to you on your election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. You can count on my delegation's full support as you steer the work of this august body. Mr. President, I could not agree more with you that the multilateral system needs to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity to accelerate action on the Agenda 2030 and its Sustainable Development Goals in order to realize peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. As we convene this week, the world is in the age of polycrisis, facing a plethora of persisting global challenges, among them the war in Ukraine and its associated geopolitical tensions and impact on the global economy, the challenges relating to climate change, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of critical importance is the distressing reality that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals is off track. From the 2023 SDG Progress Report, half of the targets of the SDGs are experiencing inadequate progress, while 30% of the targets have come to a halt. This lack of progress is exacerbated by the multifaceted global crisis, which compounds the already dire situation we find ourselves in. Illustratively, whereas SDG 5, which expresses the need for gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, and picks representation in positions of power and leadership as one of the indicators, the United Nations in this regard has not done badly, except for the Secretary General position. Would you not agree with me that the time is now to have a female Secretary General? The gravity of challenges faced by the SDGs demands that we transcend the business-as-usual approach to addressing these. This will obligate a robust political commitment from all of us. It is therefore imperative for the United Nations system, international financiers, the private sector, and civil society to forge a collective front and refocus our efforts to swiftly propel the SDGs back on track. To this end, the recent SDG summit and its political declaration could not have come at a better time. Mr. President, over the past few years, we have witnessed and continue to endure the profound and devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The consequences have been felt across nations, but the extent of its devastation have varied greatly depending on factors such as level of development and geographical location. Whether one resides in the global south or north, a landlocked developing country or small island developing state, these distinctions have played a crucial role in determining the severity of the pandemic's effects. It is therefore imperative that we will wholeheartedly embrace the ongoing discussions regarding pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Mr. President, Botswana's key priority in these discussions is to ensure an international instrument that addresses equity during a pandemic. To this end, the main issues to be addressed from this perspective include timely and equitable access and sharing of benefits, strengthening of regulations to ensure developed countries and those with the resources do not hoard medical products during a pandemic, building capacity for stronger health systems, investment in research and development to build local and regional manufacturing vaccines, including sharing of intellectual property and establishing sustainable, predictable, and flexible financing mechanisms. I am pleased to inform the General Assembly that Botswana is making her contribution to build capacity to manufacture vaccines for both humans and animals. We have made remarkable progress in terms of HIV diagnosis, and on the 28th of August 2023, our National HIV Reference Laboratory was designated a World Health Organization Collaborating Center of Excellence. This epitomized, in part, the crowning of our national laboratory competence and success in carrying out genomic sequencing on levels equivalent to those of the best, as demonstrated by being the first to discover the Omicron variant. By the time these discussions reach their conclusion, it is essential that we establish robust systems that leave no room for the repetition of such calamity. ensuring that the survival and well-being of our people are never again contingent upon their location in the global south or north. More importantly, our hope is that the resultant of these discussions will culminate into a treaty. Mr. President, climate change remains an urgent and critical challenge of our time, with a huge threat to the existence of our planet. It is alarming that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recently reported record high global greenhouse emissions, which are at the highest level and continues to surge. To effectively address climate change, it is crucial that we prioritize international cooperation and partnerships. This global effort requires a comprehensive approach that goes beyond reducing emissions, encompassing various aspects of our lives, be it energy production, agriculture, transportation, and industry. Our efforts must also include accelerating the uptake of renewable energy sources and investing in clean technologies. This necessitates sufficient funding to support mitigation and adaptation, particularly for developing countries. In this context, we endorse the appeal for developed countries to fulfill their pledge of providing $100 billion annually in climate finance to developing countries. This also includes fully replenishing the Green Climate Fund. My government welcomes the Secretary General's acceleration agenda, which urges the fast tracking of climate action in all countries and sectors. It is imperative that both developed and developing countries comply with their targets. As for Botswana, we reaffirm our commitment to achieving a 15% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. Mr. President, it has been more than a year since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war. The war's destructive consequences have been experienced not only in the region, but also globally, as the international economy has suffered from food and energy crisis. Botswana strongly urges an immediate cessation of hostilities and advocates for a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. In this regard, Botswana welcomes the recent engagement between African and Russian Ukraine leaders, and we hope that these efforts, along with similar initiatives elsewhere, will encourage the conflicting parties to return to the negotiating table. While we work on resolving active conflicts, we must step up action in mitigating all threats to international peace and security by reaffirming and observing the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, international law, and other obligations. This also includes commitment to obligations concerning, among others, nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation, arms control, weapons of mass destruction. Mr. President, Botswana shares a deep concern regarding the persistent conflicts and destabilization of legitimate governments across the African continent. The negation of constitutionalism, as evidenced by overthrows of governments which seem to be having a contagion effect, should be shunned with the greatest disdain. Equally, the deprivation of people to self-determine continues unabated, albeit repugnant. It is of utmost importance that the United Nations Secretary General collaborates closely with the African Union and sub-regional organizations to prioritize and actively engage to foster peace and stability in Africa. I firmly believe that the attainment of lasting peace in Africa can pave way for a more prosperous and harmonious continent where the aspirations and well-being of African people can thrive. Mr. President, next year marks the conclusion of the Vienna Program of Action for the Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs, followed by the third Landlocked Developing Countries Conference in Kigali, Rwanda, scheduled for June 2024. The challenges faced by the LLDCs have been extensively documented, and the ongoing global crisis have inflicted severe damage to their economies. Unfortunately, the progress achieved in implementing the Vienna Program of Action has been eroded by these crises, resulting in persistently high poverty levels in LLDCs that averaged 23% as of 2022. These countries continue to suffer from marginalization in global trade due to exorbitant trade costs, underscoring the urgent need for infrastructure development and maintenance to address geographical and structural obstacles and capitalize on their untapped potential. The forthcoming program represents a valuable opportunity to rally greater global support and foster multi-stakeholder partnerships. Consequently, we must prioritize the formulation of new and tangible priorities aimed at bolstering infrastructure in LLDCs, with particular emphasis on transit, transportation, ICT, and energy sectors. I therefore urge the United Nations Secretary General, development partners, international financial institutions, and the private sector and civil society to unite in support of the upcoming conference. It is essential that we not only strive for its success, but also forge a new program of action that is attuned to the pressing challenges confronting the LLDCs. This comprehensive program must provide the necessary tools and resources to enable these countries to attain their SDGs objectives. To conclude, Mr. President, I want to re-emphasize that merely acknowledging global problems without taking substantive measures will not solve them. We require greater action. The urgent action to revitalize the UN system, ensuring that it is fit for purpose, is now. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made and the request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue the general debates. The Assembly will hear an address by Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to represent Italy before this General Assembly of the United Nations, an honor that is, however, not light like privilege, but heavy like the weight of responsibility. Because we live in complex times of continuous emergencies and change, and we cannot afford the luxury of words of circumstance, of lofty principles that have never been realized, of easy choices in place of the right ones. We need to look back at the profound meaning of what gave life to this place, the community of nations and peoples that are reflected in the United Nations Charter of 1945, which was created to find shared solutions that could guarantee peace and prosperity. There are basically two fundamental premises that give meaning to these halls. On one hand, there are nations that exist because they reflect humankind's innate need to feel a sense of belonging to a community, to a certain people, and to be able to share with others the same historical memory, the same laws, the same customs and traditions, in a word, one's identity. On the other hand, there is the aspiration of these nations that are different from each other to find a place where to resolve international disputes through an instrument that may be more difficult to use, but is definitely more effective than resorting to force, that is, the instrument of reason. If these two premises, the nation and reason, are still the foundation of our action, then we must reject the utopistic and self-serving narrative of those who say that a world without nations, without borders, and without identity would be a world without war and conflict. And just as fiercely, we must thwart the return to the use of force as a tool to resolve international conflict. Russia's war of invasion of Ukraine tells us precisely this, that against those who want to take us back to a world of dominion, neo-imperial wars, which we thought we had done away with in the past century, reason can still prevail. And the love of country, the value of the nation, can still be safeguarded beyond the unimaginable. It's up to us, each and every one of us, to decide on what side of history we want to stand in good conscience. But let's not fool ourselves, because this is what's at stake: the choice between nation and chaos, and between reason and prevarication. Italy made a clear choice as to where it stands. It did so out of a sense of justice, and because it is aware of how difficult it would be to govern a world in which the upper hand is given to those who bombard civilian infrastructure, hoping to bring a people to its knees with cold and darkness, to those who weaponize energy and blackmail developing nations, blocking exports of grain, the raw material needed to feed millions of people. The repercussions of the conflict in Ukraine overwhelm us all like a domino effect, but mainly impact nations of the world south. It's a war waged not only against Ukraine, but against the poorest nations. Italy's attention is particularly focused on Africa, where nations already beleaguered by long periods of drought and by the effects of climate change are now faced with a situation compounded by food insecurity, making them more vulnerable to instability and easier prey for terrorism and fundamentalism. And this is a choice: to create chaos and spread it. And in this chaos that produces tens of millions of people potentially in search of better living conditions are infiltrated criminal networks that profit from desperation to collect easy billions. They are the traffickers of human beings that organize the trade of illegal mass immigration. They deceive those who rely on them to migrate to find a better life, having them pay thousands of dollars for trips to Europe they sell with brochures as if they were regular travel agencies. But those brochures don't tell you that those trips all too often can lead to death, to a grave at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea, because they don't care whether the boat used is unfit for that type of travel or not. The only important thing for them is the profit margin. These are the people who, owing to a certain hypocritical approach to the issue of immigration, have become rich beyond measure. But we want to battle against the mafia in all of its forms, and we will battle against this too. The fact is that the fight against organized crime should be an objective that unites us all and that also invests the United Nations and this place. Can an organization like this, which reaffirms in its founding act faith in the dignity and worth of the human person, can it turn a blind eye to this tragedy? Can we really pretend to not see that no other criminal activity in the world today is more lucrative than the trafficking of migrants, when it is the UN reports themselves that have shown how this business has reached, by volume of money, the same level of drug trafficking and has largely surpassed that of arms trafficking? Can this assembly of the United Nations, which in other times was fundamental to definitively eradicating the universal crime of slavery, can it today tolerate its comeback under other forms? That the commercialization of human life continue, that there are women brought to Europe, forced into prostitution to repay the enormous debt they incur with their traffickers, or that there are men thrust into the hands of organized crime? Can we really say that this is solidarity, to receive as a priority not those who truly are entitled and have need, but those who can afford to pay these traffickers, to allow these criminals to establish who has the right to be saved and who doesn't? I don't think so. I believe it is the duty of this organization to reject any hypocritical approach to this issue and wage a global war without mercy against traffickers of human beings. And to do so, we need to work together at every level. Italy plans to be on the front line on this issue. With the Rome process launched in July with the Conference on Migration and Development, we have engaged Mediterranean and various African nations in a process that follows two main paths: defeat the slave traders of the third millennium on the one side, and at the same time tackle the root causes of migration with the objective of guaranteeing the first of rights, that is, the right of not having to emigrate, of not being forced to leave one's home, one's family, to cut off one's roots, and being able to find in one's own land the conditions necessary to achieve one's own fulfillment. Here, too, we must have the courage to tell it like it is. Africa is not a poor continent. To the contrary, it is rich with strategic resources. It holds half of the world's minerals, including abundant rare earths, and 60% of arable lands that are often not utilized. Africa is not a poor continent, but it has been often, and still is, an exploited continent. Too often, the interventions of foreign nations on the continent have not respected local realities. Often, the approach was predatory, and in spite of this fact, even paternalistic. We must change course. Italy wants to contribute to the construction of a model of cooperation capable of collaborating with African nations so they may grow and prosper from the great resources they possess. A cooperation from equal to equal, because Africa needs no charity, but to be put in the condition to compete on an equal footing on strategic investments that can tie our futures together with mutually beneficial projects. In this way, we can offer a serious alternative to the phenomenon of mass migration, an alternative that is work, training, opportunities for nations of origin, and pathways for legal and agreed migration, and thus integratable. We will be the first to set a good example through the Mattei Plan for Africa, a development cooperation plan named after Enrico Mattei, a great Italian who knew how to balance Italy's national interests with the rights of partner states to witness their own moment of development and progress. The focal point is that we have to have the courage to put humankind and human rights back at the center of our action. It seems like a self-evident principle, but, however, it is no longer the case. Not now. Countries are invaded. Wealth is more and more concentrated. Poverty is rampant. The slave trade is reemerging. All this seems poised to put the sacredness of the human being at risk. Even what would seem at a superficial glance a tool that could improve the well-being of humanity, at a closer look, can turn out to be a risk. Just think of artificial intelligence. The applications of this new technology may offer great opportunities in many fields, but we cannot pretend to not understand its enormous inherent risks. I'm not sure if we are adequately aware of the implications of technological development whose pace is much faster than our capacity to manage its effects. We were used to progress that aimed to optimize human capacities, while today we are dealing with progress that risks replacing human capacities. Because if in the past this replacement focused on physical tasks so that humans could dedicate themselves to intellectual and organizational work, today the human intellect risks being replaced with consequences that could be devastating, particularly for the job market. More and more people will no longer be necessary in a world ever dominated by disparities, by the concentration of power and wealth in the hands of the few. This is not the world we want. And so I think we should not mistake this dominion for a free zone without rules. We need global governance mechanisms that ensure that these technologies respect ethical boundaries, that technological evolution is put to the service of humanity and not vice versa. We must guarantee the practical application of the concept of algorithmics, that is, ethics for algorithms. There are some of the major themes that Italy plans to put at the center of the G7 in 2024, but these are mainly issues that are the responsibility of the United Nations. These are enormous challenges that we will not be able to tackle if we do not also acknowledge our limitations as nations and as part of the multilateral system. For this reason, Italy supports the need for a reform of the Security Council that will make it more representative, transparent, and effective. A council that can guarantee a fair geographical distribution of seats and that can strengthen regional representation as well, that emerges from an order frozen in time established by outcomes of a conflict that ended 80 years ago, in another century, in another millennium, so that everyone has the opportunity to demonstrate their worth at the present time. On these and many other issues, we will be tested in our capacities to govern our times and in our ability to do what here in this Assembly Hall on the 2nd of October, 1979, a great man, a saint and statesman like Pope John Paul II recalled. That is, that political activity, whether national or international, comes from the human being. It is practiced by the human being, and it is meant for the human being. Thank you all for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement she just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
President, Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, I would like my opening words to be an expression of the Spanish people's solidarity with the victims of the earthquake in Morocco and of the flooding in Libya. Spain stands and will continue to stand with these two friendly countries to mitigate the consequences of these terrible tragedies in every way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 10th of September this month, a young Spanish aid worker lost her life in the Bakhmut region of Ukraine. The vehicle in which she was traveling was hit by artillery fire, killing another aid worker and seriously injuring two more. All four shared the same passion, a vocation that dignifies all humanity and transcends borders, a passion for helping those in need. That was not the only thing that they had in common. More than anything, it was their activism that brought them together, their work taking food and supplies to civilians, providing medical assistance, evacuating casualties. Their example demands of us a calm but nonetheless urgent reflection on the need to take a stand against injustice and not stay silent when human rights and the most basic rules that govern our nation's peaceful coexistence are being violated. This Assembly has been witness to many memorable speeches delivered by leaders such as Salvador Allende, Olof Palme, and Nelson Mandela. We should, of course, draw inspiration from their words. But given the urgency of the challenges we are facing, it is not enough for us to revel in their eloquence. It is time to turn words into deeds, because time is quite simply running out. We have some difficult choices ahead of us. Change or let ourselves be swept away by the course of events. Progress or retreat. Work together or look out for ourselves. Build a future or revive the past. Content ourselves with words or move on to action. The first of the difficult choices I'm going to talk about is related to the climate emergency. We have just experienced in quick succession the hottest months since records began, and extreme weather events are becoming more and more frequent with devastating effects on every continent. According to the experts, we are now in uncharted territory. It is no longer a case of trying to stop temperatures from rising, but of mitigating and, as far as possible, adapting to a situation that's already here. Thanks to science, we know that we cannot let temperatures increase by more than 1.5 degrees. That is, under no circumstances can global emissions peak any later than 2025, and we have no other choice than to speed up the rollout of renewable energies in a fair and equitable manner, to triple their generation capacity by the end of this decade. In doing this, we also need to show solidarity with the most vulnerable countries, driving forwards the adaptation agenda and putting the loss and damage agreement reached last year in Sharm el-Sheikh into practice. Fighting the climate emergency requires courage and determination. We need to bring about an unprecedented technological and economic revolution, something that will only be possible with wide-scale, resolute support from global society. To win this support, we need to be intelligent in our approach to climate inaction's main ally, denialism. This will be achievable as long as we are able to transform this formidable challenge into an opportunity to create more and better jobs, to make all of our industries more sustainable and, in short, to keep moving forward, following science every step of the way. On this path, my country, Spain's actions speak louder than its words. We have indeed set more ambitious renewable energy and energy efficiency targets in our national energy and climate plan. We are going to be contributing €225 million to the Green Climate Fund, €20 million to the Adaptation Fund, and over €17 million to instruments aimed at strengthening climate justice, particularly the funds for the most vulnerable countries and the loss and damage funds. Just today, I signed the Treaty of the High Seas on Spain's behalf, building on the historic Kunming-Montreal Agreement. This new treaty represents another step forward in protecting the balance of nature. It is crucial that we make a resounding success of COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. Spain is fully committed to achieving this. The second area in which we have difficult decisions to make is the defense of democracy, fundamental rights, equality, and social justice. We are witnessing a profound crisis of apathy and mistrust of institutions, of democratic institutions, a wave of extremism and reactionary thinking that is rising all over the world, also in Europe, which is propelled by movements that all share the same strategy, promising a return to a mythical past that never existed in the first place. Marginalizing and criminalizing disadvantaged minorities, rejecting equality and feminism, and questioning human, civil, and social rights. These movements are bringing back ideas that we thought had long been abandoned, and they are flourishing in those places where social discontent is highest. It is not easy to combat a movement that has chosen lies, fear, and manipulation as its main weapons. But I believe, and this is what I would like to share with you, that there are reasons for hope. From the determination shown by many societies to uphold a legacy of growth and progress and their refusal to move in any other direction than forwards. This is the path marked out by civil society in Spain, which has taken a bold, determined stance, particularly when it comes to equality between men and women, as recent events in the world of sports have shown, in particular, and particularly women's sport, women's football in Spain. Spain has decided that enough is enough, with all the consequences that this decision entails, because every step forward a woman takes is a step forward for us all, men and women alike. There is a long way to go, and there are many battles to be waged if we are to achieve full equality between men and women. None of them is more pressing than the need, once and for all, to eradicate male violence against women, a scourge whose existence is, against all logic, still brazenly questioned by some. In my opinion, there is no better antidote to reactionary extremism than feminism. It is undoubtedly one of the flagship causes of our century, which is the century of women. This commitment to gender equality also needs to be reflected in multilateral relations, and more specifically in the allocation of top jobs at the institutions themselves. in this multilateral field. It is therefore important that this consideration be taken into account in the next appointments made in the United Nations system, including this General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, in these tumultuous years, we have seen a growing threat looming over democracy in many places around the world. We witnessed it in Washington, D.C. and Brasilia, and are now, unfortunately, seeing it in Niger and Gabon. We have, unfortunately, learnt not to take for granted the facts, the rights and freedoms for which past generations fought so valiantly will be forever. The 26th of July coup in Niger has serious implications because, together with that of Mauritania, Niger was one of the only countries in the Sahel with a democratically elected government. Weakened by years of decline, the region risks becoming a series of failed states, and this instability could spread to neighbouring regions such as the Gulf of Guinea, already suffering at the hands of terrorists. It is crucial that we find a peaceful way out without resorting to military force. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate our support for the mediation efforts of the Economic Community of West African States. Spain has and always will be a committed partner in the process of strengthening democracy, not only in the context of fair elections, the very essence of the principle of democracy, but also in terms of the entire institutional mechanism that makes it possible for people to enjoy the full use of their fundamental rights, particularly with regard to wealth distribution and development. In this area, we are working closely with our Latin American partners, with whom we share values and networks and principles to strengthen alliances and also to pool our experiences. One good example of this is the transitional justice work that Colombia has been doing on the way towards total peace. It is a laudable achievement, and Spain intends to continue giving support wherever it is needed in order to bring the ongoing peace talks to a conclusion. The constitutional reform in Chile is another example of a bold commitment to institutional reform, and Chile too can count on Spain's support. Spain also reiterates its commitment to seeing democracy return to Venezuela, so that Venezuelan people can once again look forward to an opportunity-filled future. The third and final challenge I would like to bring up is the defense of multilateralism and a rule-based international order. The United Nations system is the embodiment of a determination to work together to find global solutions to our shared challenges and to resolve differences through diplomacy, dialogue, and cooperation. We are now faced with the challenge of demonstrating that the system works for everybody. Otherwise, inequality will provide fertile ground in which seeds of rhetoric can be planted by the enemies of multilateralism. It is crucial that we step up to defend the 2030 agenda. We need to stand up with all the courage of our convictions to those who use lies and manipulation to cast doubt upon this enormous collective effort. The summit held these past days must serve as an opportunity to renew our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, we're not making good progress towards achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If we continue down this path, in 2030, 575 million people will still be living in extreme poverty, and 84 million children will still not be attending school. And at this rate, we will need another 300 years to close the gender gap. This failure is morally unacceptable, and I repeat, now is not the time for words, but for deeds. We need to commit to spending more on official development assistance. Spain has just passed a new Cooperation Act, pledging to allocate 0.7% of its gross national income to official development assistance by 2030. And we intend to continue to prioritize key issues, contributing 120 million euros to the SDG fund and another 20 million euros to replenish the International Fund for Agricultural Development over the next 3 years. But we cannot stop there. We need the right resources and tools if we are to advance towards sustainable development between now and 2030. It will not be easy to mobilize the financing required to tackle the climate emergency and make the long-term investments that vulnerable countries need. if they are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But it has to happen, and with arrangements that reflect today's needs and realities, with the courage needed to stop thinking of sustainable development financing in billions of dollars and start measuring it in trillions of dollars. Spain advocates strengthening existing mechanisms, making sure that countries can access the funding they need, whatever their income level. But we are also in favour of reforming those mechanisms and of innovating by setting up new instruments. We need to maximise and optimise the financing capacity of multilateral development banks and explore ways of making the international financial architecture more effective, inclusive, transparent, and ultimately more democratic. We need to adapt international taxation to the world we live in today and ensure that private investment is aligned with the achievement of the SDGs. And I believe that the United Nations has to be the main setting for these conversations, as it is the only forum capable of bringing all countries' voices together on an equal footing. Spain wishes to make an active contribution to this pressing debate. I therefore announce our intention to host the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in 2025, with the hope that its impact will be truly transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, the harmonious coexistence of nations, lasting peace, and the defence of international security are not just a pipe dream. The preamble to the United Nations Charter can serve as our guide in pursuing this ambition, a commitment that links our generation with those to come. Peace is the essential prerequisite for economic development and the expansion of human rights, which is particularly significant this year as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration. Many conflicts still rage around the world, and others have reached a deadlock. I would therefore like to reiterate the Spanish government's emphatic support for the work of the Secretary-General's Special Envoys for the Middle East peace process in Syria and Libya. Regarding the Western Sahara, Spain supports a mutually acceptable political solution within the framework of the United Nations Charter and the Security Council resolutions. The work of the personal envoy of the United Nations Secretary-General is crucial in this respect and has our full backing from the government of Spain. Likewise, we will continue to support the Sahrawi population in camps, as we have always done, and carry on our role as Western Sahara's leading international donor of humanitarian aid. On the other hand, on the 31st of December 2020, Spain and the United Kingdom concluded a bilateral agreement on Gibraltar in the context of the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union. Since then, we have worked tirelessly, aiming to have this understanding form the basis for Gibraltar's future relationship with the European Union. We trust that the EU and the UK will soon be able to reach an agreement regarding this territory. This agreement for us will have to be entirely in line with the UN's policy on this matter, which has Spain's full backing. And it must also be in line with my country's legal position regarding the sovereignty and jurisdiction in relation to Gibraltar. Our goal is the development of a prosperous social and economic area encompassing the whole of Gibraltar, as well as the Campo de Gibraltar area. At this point, to conclude, I would like to share some thoughts on the future of Europe with my country currently holding the EU Council presidency. The European Union was born from a vow to bring peace to a continent that was devastated and traumatized following 2 world wars in barely 3 decades. From the ashes of destruction emerged a firm promise: never again will we go to war. The memory of the tragedy we had experienced made us determined to work towards common prosperity, giving us the longest period of sustained peace in our continent's history. In an attempt to undermine the irrefutable success of this unifying project, there are those who resort to caricatures, depicting the EU as a giant with feet of clay, incapable of defending itself with any real conviction. Yet, when faced with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and contrary to Putin's expectations, Europe's response to the atrocities has been steadfast and united. making it clear that we are not going to sit back and let anyone attack the objectives and principles of the United Nations Charter. I, from this tribune, once again condemn Russia's unwarranted and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Indeed, as a show of our support to Ukraine, I launched our EU presidency from Kiev on the 1st of July. Spain has been standing by Ukraine and will continue to do so for as long as it takes. But we will also be playing an active role in working towards a fair and lasting peace that restores Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity and gives the Ukrainian people the freedom to determine their own fate. I believe in a Europe that spearheads the defence of global public goods and democracy, takes the lead in protecting its society and workers, and champions economic openness, a Europe that stands on the front line in the fight against inequality and in defending individual rights and public freedoms. That Europe is already here, and it is moving resolutely forwards thanks to two essential factors: a firm commitment to a collective agenda grounded in greater solidarity, fairness and inclusivity than the one which came out of the 2008 financial crisis, and the unanimity and decisiveness of its response to the critical events of these past 4 years. This is the path down which the European ideal must continue to travel, whatever challenges it faces along the way. Europe needs to lead by example on the climate agenda, delivering on our pledges to reduce emissions, keeping our international climate financing promises, and speeding up the energy transition. It needs to drive forward an exemplary policy on the global phenomenon of migration, a phenomenon which looks likely to become more intense and more tragic in the decades to come. We need to control irregular immigration and provide routes for orderly, regular migration, which is, there is no doubt about it, something that Europe does need. And Europe also has the responsibility of ensuring a more person-centered and rights-oriented digital transformation. We need to lay the groundwork for the regulation of artificial intelligence, a field whose vast possibilities do not outweigh the barely concealed risks. In this regard, Spain is committed to supporting the Secretary-General's envoy on technology, providing resources and know-how in the development of multilateral governance in this area. We would like to host the headquarters of the future International Artificial Intelligence Agency. Ultimately, Europe needs to perform this role without shutting itself off from the rest of the world. Nothing would be more profoundly anti-European than an isolated EU. That is why we need to strengthen our transatlantic alliances with countries such as the United States and Canada, and also our Asian, African, and Latin American partnerships. Spain has always placed particular emphasis on boosting relations between the EU and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, with a new agenda that provides the framework for a strategic relationship with the region. And I am confident that the EU CELAC summit will represent a real turning point and have a lasting impact. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, at the beginning of this speech I spoke of the brave woman, a brave woman who lost her life in Bakhmut in Ukraine while transporting humanitarian aid. Her name was Emma Igual. She was 32 years old. Emma was the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor who lost most of her family during the Nazi era. She came to Spain from Austria and was adopted by a family from Barcelona. The life of the grandmother and the senseless killing of her granddaughter Emma were shaped by the kind of events which, in essence, led to the founding of this institution and gave it a meaning, a desire to preserve humanity from the scourge of war and to reaffirm our faith in the dignity and value of humanity. If there is one place where Emma deserves to have her story told, it is, without a doubt, here, before the United Nations General Assembly. Let her example, and the example set every day by thousands of aid workers around the world, inspire us to take the difficult decisions required of us in these momentous times, to let our actions and achievements speak for themselves, and to turn our words into deeds. Let this be the way in which we honor the memory of those who, just like Emma, gave everything they had to defend the values that inspire this noble organization. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Patrice Emery Trovoada, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, and I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Patrice Emery Trovoada, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of member states. In an international context marked by growing divisions, rising tensions, and diminishing trust, it is with a great sense of responsibility that I take the floor in this great assembly, as Prime Minister and Head of Government, representing the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I would like to honor the memory of the victims of the recent earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. Allow me to take advantage of the 78th session of the General Debate to congratulate Ambassador Denis Francis on his election and to express our full support for him throughout his mandate. We also thank the outgoing President, Mr. Korosi, for his commitment in conducting the work of the previous session, particularly in face of the complexity created by new conflicts and the world of food crisis. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, the theme chosen for this session, Unleashing the Power of Gender Equality, which we applaud, is highly relevant at a time when humanity is going through the greatest of threats, reversing progress in human development and widening inequalities in our respective states. The Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, known as the Maputo Protocol, is celebrating its 20th anniversary. And we have to acknowledge that there is a huge deficit in terms of empowerment and equal opportunities, particularly with regard to women's participation in political decision-making bodies. However, we could also refer to the Istanbul Convention, which, despite being binding for the signatory states, has done little to translate the will of the Council of Europe into results. This issue, like others, is a global objective that requires the commitment of the international community, governments, organizations and civil society to create a fairer and more equitable world for all. Faced with the persistent and growing challenges that remain, particularly in terms of poverty, hunger, inequalities and environmental issues, beyond our speeches, we, the leaders of the various nations represented here, must question ourselves and recognize our failures to protect our planet and ensure shared prosperity by 2030. My country, a small island state that has enjoyed effective democracy for more than 30 years and is still developing, is one of the main victims of climate change, ecosystem degradation, and economic dependence. My country is experiencing a situation of real economic and financial urgency in the short term, well known to our main partners, while at the same time going through a complex process of transition to the middle stage of development and pursuing a policy adapted to its reality, respecting multicultural diversity and human rights. We have tried with some success to adopt the codes, recommendations, and good attitudes aimed at achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but structural problems, asymmetries of all kinds, and a lack of confidence in the democratic institutions on the part of our populations are increasing. We should not hesitate to point the finger at those responsible for climate disruption within the G20 or at the global economic governing bodies that continue to ignore our social and environmental objectives, notably by denying us access to financial resources in reasonable quantities and conditions. Even more worrying is the fact that we are witnessing an increasing polarization and fragmentation of the world and global governance, with its growing share of populism and nationalism. The digital technology society itself, which could have been the accelerator for the development of our countries and citizenship worldwide, is becoming a new source of inequality, concentration of wealth and domination. Inequality, lack of respect and lack of inclusion can only lead to even greater fractures and setbacks. Coup d'etat and attempts to overthrow the constitutional orders are becoming more and more frequent, while at the same time long-standing conflicts such as those in Palestine and Cuba persist, and those in Yemen, Syria, Sudan and Libya follow the same path. Armed conflicts in violation of international law, whatever they may be, are also treated differently. Our condemnation of Russian invasion of Ukraine was clear and without hesitation, because we respect international law and the UN Charter. Unfortunately, refugees and the dead are not equal in rights and dignity in a world that calls itself civilized. Nowadays, it seems that only global pandemics are capable of uniting and mobilizing us. We are slow to react in order to impose peace in the face of the latent conflict in the Great Lakes region, while the list of deaths, displaced people and destruction of all kinds continues to grow, and international peace missions are showing their limits due to the lack of clear and effective commitments in favor of the populations who are the first victims. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it may be too late, but indifference and hypocrisy are unacceptable. Our problems as poor countries tend to become the problems of rich countries too. Demographic disparity, economic disparity, climate deregulation, loss of institutional trust, among others. And there is still hope of finding new impetus if we resolutely commit to reforming our institutions, starting with the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions, towards a reinvented and more supportive multilateralism. It is our duty as leaders to cultivate an art capable of articulating the hoped-for solutions that can enlighten so many human beings whose experience is nothing more than a journey of suffering and uncertainty. True leadership means finding the necessary compromises. It means having the ability to make peace and promote progress. Excellencies, as the saying goes, nature abhors a vacuum, and our rhetoric, our appeals at summit after summit sounds empty. We are convinced that peaceful, equitable and sustainable societies with educated and trained young people in good health are in the general interest, and that we must therefore use common sense to avoid major and unpredictable disruptions, and we still have the technical, financial and human resources to reform the international political system. Rich countries have a responsibility, but ours cannot be excluded either. We reaffirm the firm commitment of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe to actively collaborate with its regional and international partners in all initiatives aimed at eradicating all acts that are inhuman, degrading to human beings and the environment, and detrimental to humanist values and freedom. We firmly believe that our organization is the converging center of our causes and is the only entity whose role is to structure and systematize our common challenges and lead the harmonization of our world, respecting cultural differences, models, and systems of government and economic choices. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, before concluding, I would like to say how particularly grateful my country is to our Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless efforts to strengthen the role of the United Nations in promoting peace, democracy, and the protection of human life worldwide, as well as in the fight against poverty and climate change in all its forms. His determination challenges and compels us. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some people, also here in this room, are pessimistic about the state of the world today. I beg to differ. There are good reasons for optimism. Since the start of the new millennium, we have made tremendous progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, there is more universal access to education than ever. 85% of young children worldwide are in primary education. Since the start of the century, an additional 2 billion people have access to safe drinking water. It shows that if we put our mind to it, and promises are followed by investments, we can make global progress. Of course, the picture is not rosy across the board. Our changing climate is reason for concern. We witnessed some extreme climate events this year. Forest fires in Greece, in Spain, in Canada, and in Hawaii. Floods in Libya and in Hong Kong. Long periods of drought and water stress in my own country. But also here, let's look at the trends rather than the events. Let us look at our recent climate track record. And then we will see that there is a reason for grounded optimism. A record-breaking 340 billion euro have been invested in renewable energy globally this year. Prices of renewables keep on going down year after year. Many climate analysts believe that the carbon emissions will peak as soon as 2025 and will keep going down afterwards, provided we keep up the investment pace in renewables. The chair of the International Energy Agency called it the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era. He said it shows that our climate policies do work. So we should stop listening to the alarmists who proclaim that all is lost, that we are on the road to nowhere. How can we expect public opinion to rally behind the climate cause with such blatant defeatism? We should not despair. We should organize. We should speed up the green transition instead of talking ourselves down. And in order to do this, we need to include our industry through a new industrial deal. We will not build a climate paradise on an industrial wasteland. We need our industry for their innovation capacity to come up with tomorrow's climate solutions. That is why Europe should not only be a continent of industrial innovation, but should remain a continent of industrial production. Clean tech, for sure, but also green chemistry, green steel production, and green construction sites. All are needed to build our net zero future. This new industrial deal will be one of the big priorities of the Belgian presidency of the European Union starting on January 1st. But to make this industrial deal a success, we should look beyond Europe. We need partnerships, especially between Europe and Africa. The foundation stones, they are there. Belgium has partnered up with countries such as Namibia, Morocco, and Egypt to accelerate the green transition. In wind, in solar, in hydrogen, investments are pouring in, creating local employment, building up local expertise, soon exporting clean molecules from the shores of Africa to our North Sea ports. And we work at home as well. Together with Germany, France, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Denmark, Norway, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, we are turning the North Sea into a big green power plant for Europe. By 2030, we will reach 120 gigawatts of wind energy at sea, the equivalent of more than 50 nuclear plants, enough to provide more than 100 million households with clean, affordable energy. We're making progress on the nuclear front as well. Belgium has reached an agreement with its nuclear operator to prolong the lifespan of its two biggest power plants. We will remain a nuclear nation, and we will seek renewed close cooperation with other nuclear nations. Because to achieve climate neutrality, we will need both renewables and nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, it is vital to win the fight against climate change, since it is the single biggest disruptor of our societies today. It causes young people to flee their home country en masse. This increased irregular migration deprives the South of their most important economic resource, their most vital potential, young people. At the same time, the host countries in Europe are faced with an influx they can barely handle. We are facing an uphill battle to accommodate all migrants and integrate them into our society. The heart of the problem is that migration as we know it today depends on sheer luck. The current model gives all the control and the power to human smugglers. They decide on life or death. They decide on who enters a country and who does not. This is simply unacceptable, unsustainable, and immoral. It is a lose-lose for everyone involved. We need to rebuild the current migration model. That is why during the Belgian EU presidency, we hope to conclude a new European migration pact. A pact that makes sure that every EU country does its part of the work, enforcing solidarity, standardizing and fast-tracking procedures, working on common European readmission and return policies, and last but not least, a pact to strengthen our common borders. But the new EU Migration Pact is only part of the answer. We should also work on one of the biggest root causes of migration, and that is poverty and the lack of economic opportunities. Also here, as with climate change, partnerships are the answer. Partnerships between Europe and the countries of transit and origin. Partnerships that build solid, inclusive institutions to create equal rights and equal opportunities for all, not just for a small ruling class. And yes, fixing migration also means creating legal channels to Europe, to education and talent programs, to strengthen the societies in the home countries, turning a lose-lose situation into a win-win, so that young Africans can pursue the African dream and not have to risk their lives at sea for the European dream or the American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, to empower people also means holding the powerful to account. Unfortunately, we live in a world in which more and more strongmen come to power. Take the Sahel region, faced with a major security crisis, gripped by a perfect storm of terrorism, poverty, and climate change. This triple threat is undermining societies in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and in Niger. We need to stop the territorial and institutional disintegration of the Sahel. Our track record in the Sahel should be a reason for humility, but it should not lead to indifference. The only way forward to restore is the rule of law. Without it, self-government will never be possible. Without the rule of law, the Sahel will always be a potential playground for foreign bullies, wherever they come from. And it must be said that the clear and present danger is coming from a permanent member of the UN Security Council, from Russia, that decided to throw all international rules overboard and to invade its neighbor, from Russia that is executing its opponent. Russia created the Wagner Group to bring death and destruction to Africa, plundering Africa while increasing the price of grain for the most vulnerable. In fact, what Wagner and Putin are doing to Africa is exactly the same as in Ukraine, preventing Africa from flourishing, denying African countries their sovereignty, and ultimately, like in Ukraine, to colonize. Putin and Wagner want to turn back the clock. They want to restore the old world order as it was dominated by colonial powers. Ladies and gentlemen, the decolonization and the emancipation of African, Asian, and South American countries is the most important achievement of our post-World Wars order. We should protect this legacy, shield it from new forms of imperialism. Each of us has a choice to make. Whose side to pick? The side of the colonizer or the side of the victim? When we make these choices, the best guiding principle I can think of is the UN Declaration of Human Rights. We celebrate its 75th birthday this year. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights remains the spinal cord of all human rights treaties and instruments. And in fact, the rights defined in the treaty, they are much older than 75 years. The West African Mandinka nation, in what is nowadays Mali, had a constitution as early as 1200 AD. It spoke of the sanctity of human life, of women's rights, of the right to an education, food security, and even to self-expression. When the freed slaves of Haiti at the start of the 19th century finally had the freedom to choose their own destiny, they defined living in dignity as living in liberty and equality. So let's remember these stories and recognize the true universality of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let's also remember that the progress we have made as a common humanity, and that when we look back on our achievements, know that they were always the result of hard work and of collaboration. More than ever, we need the UN and the world to come together to secure progress that works for everyone. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium for the statement just made. And now I have the pleasure to announce that the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Najib Mikati, President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency, and I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Najib Mikati President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Ambassador Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. I wish you success in this mission and assure you of the support of the delegation of Lebanon for the forward-looking program you have set for the coming year. Mr. President, this year marks the 80th anniversary of Lebanon's independence, 8 decades during which Lebanon has been striving to deserve its place among the peace and welfare-loving nations. Lebanon was one of the founding fathers of this organization, and it had a remarkable contribution in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But it hasn't always been an easy journey. Besides the bright chapters of stability, growth, prosperity, and peace building, Lebanon has also known long and extremely difficult phases, with frequent conflicts on its territories, in the neighboring countries, and wars of aggression against it. It all culminated in a prolonged occupation of parts of its territories, 2 protracted refugee and displacement crises, leading to an unprecedented economic, financial, and humanitarian crisis. Lebanon is today facing numerous overlapping crises against the backdrop of a weakened international system and a regional climate full of tensions and challenges. These challenges weigh heavily on the Lebanese people, suffering daily from a lack of basic moral and material elements that enable them to resist. In addition to the brain and youth drain and the receding hope in the eyes of many Lebanese men and women. The first among such challenges is the vacancy of the presidency of the Republic and the inability to elect a new president. This led to an institutional and political instability. It also led to the exacerbation of the economic and financial crisis and the failure to launch the reforms and economic and financial recovery plans on which the Lebanese depend to save the country. I sincerely look forward to the Lebanese parliament exercising its sovereign role by electing a president of the Republic in the coming period, a president around whom the Lebanese would unite and who will enshrine the return of the Republic through the presidency and constitutional institutions, and Lebanon's return to fulfilling its mission and playing its leading role in close cooperation with our Arab brethren and our friends in the international community. In this context, I commend the role played by the Committee of Five, as well as the French initiative aimed at helping to achieve this constitutional milestone. Mr. President, 12 years into the Syrian crisis, Lebanon is still bearing the burden of successive waves of displacement, with far-reaching economic and social repercussions on all aspects of life, thus threatening Lebanon's very existence. Although we have already voiced our concerns in all international fora, and in particular in this forum, the international community's response to this humanitarian tragedy is still timid and falls short of an effective, sustainable solution. From this rostrum, I warn once again against the negative repercussions of displacement, which deepens Lebanon's crisis. But Lebanon will not be the only victim. I repeat, Lebanon will not be the only victim. I reiterate the call for the development of a roadmap in cooperation with all the international stakeholders to find sustainable solutions to the Syrian displacement crisis before its repercussions spiral out of control. In this regard, I would like to mention a positive development. Lebanon has reached an agreement with UNHCR on the exchange of information pertaining to the Syrian presence in Lebanon. This agreement reflects our attachment to deepening cooperation with international and UN organizations as part of the sustainable solution we seek. The third challenge is Israel's continued occupation of parts of our land in the south, its ongoing aggressions, and daily violations of the Lebanese sovereignty in violation of Security Council Resolution 1701, to which Lebanon reaffirms its commitment and its respect of all relevant Security Council resolutions. I take this opportunity to thank all the troop-contributing countries to UNIFIL. UNIFIL's mandate was renewed by the Security Council at the end of August. However, the mission entrusted to the UN force is not complete without close cooperation and permanent coordination with the Lebanese army. This would contribute to consolidating peace and security in the region and would restore the authority of the Lebanese state over its entire territories within our internationally recognized borders. Lebanon welcomes the start of the oil and gas exploration in its territorial waters and looks forward to playing a constructive role in the future in the Mediterranean basin in areas such as energy. Mr. President, parts of the Middle East are witnessing concerning levels of political and security instability, casting a shadow over the countries of the region and their peoples. It is worth noting, however, that there are remarkable exceptions of stability, development, and growth in the Arab Gulf countries. These countries and their people are dear to our hearts. Lebanon and its people owe them a lot of gratitude and appreciation. In this context, we welcome the return of the Syrian Arab Republic to exercise its membership in the League of Arab States, and we welcome the Saudi-Iranian agreement. On the other hand, the brotherly Palestinian people continues to languish under occupation and to struggle for their inalienable human rights. As the need to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people increases, we reaffirm our attachment to a just and comprehensive peace based on the two-state solution and on international references, mainly Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. I seize the opportunity today to recall the Arab Peace Initiative adopted by the Beirut Summit in 2002, which laid the foundations for the desired peace. In this context, and as a country that has hosted hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees since 1948, Lebanon would like to remind the international community again of its humanitarian and moral responsibility towards the refugees of Palestine and calls for a full support to UNRWA to enable it to continue carrying out its mission pending the final solution. Mr. President, we have always said that the world is witnessing cross-border challenges, which require greater coordination and cooperation between countries, from climate change to viral pandemics to security, food security, cybersecurity, illegal migration, extremism, and terrorism, to name but a few. There are many challenges of a global nature that can only be met through concerted efforts between governments, international organizations, and civil society organizations. I would like here to express our solidarity with the Libyan and Moroccan peoples in the aftermath of the natural disasters which ravaged the two countries.
太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌，我吃了2-3天，最明显的感觉是睡眠品质竟然变好了。睡得好，让我整个人工作更专注，心情也变得更稳定更好。因为太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌，才让我认识到克菲尔益生菌，它是由多支菌种的益生菌所组合而成，不仅能够维护消化道机能正常运作，还拥有多种有益健康的保健功能，相当强大。 你知道吗？有台大教授专门研究它，称它是神仙的礼物。上千篇的国际研究证实，克菲尔益生菌不仅帮助肠道健康，肠道菌透过肠脑轴影响全身器官，所以维持肠道菌丛的平衡是解锁身体健康、精神健康的钥匙。对帮助睡眠、维持好情绪真的很有感。也因为这不是药，有季节敏感、代谢困扰。 关心恶性细胞风险的好朋友，选择太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌，做好日常的保养，身体健康没负担。每日克菲尔，时刻美好 ，Good Feel Feel Good， 请上快点购健康下单，输入推荐代码有额外的折扣。